must die, and Gilgamesh cannot escape the universal fate. Let him hope for and, if possible, provide for proper burial when death does overtake him. He will then, at least, not suffer the pangs of hunger in the world of spirits to which he must go. The 12th tablet exhibits somewhat more traces of the theology of the schools than the others. Eabani's speech, while conveying sentiments that thoroughly represent the popular beliefs of Babylonia, is couched in terms that give to the address the character of a formal declaration of doctrines. The conjuring up of the spirit of Eabani is also a feature that appears to be due to theological influences, and the whole episode of Gilgamesh's wandering from place to place seeking for information appears to be a doublet suggested by the hero's wanderings, as narrated in the 9th and 10th tablets. The problem propounded in the earlier tablets, the search for immortality, is, as has been shown, a perfectly natural one and of popular origin, but the problem with which Gilgamesh wrestles in the 12th tablet, the secret of the life after death, while suggested by the other, belongs rather to the domain of theological and mystic speculation. This aspect of the 12th tablet is borne out also by the fact that the problem is not solved. The epic ends as unsatisfactorily as the Book of Job or Ecclesiastes. There is a tone of despair in the final speech of Eabani, which savors of the schools of advanced thought in Babylonia. For the problem of immortality, a definite solution at least is offered. Man can reach old age, he may be snatched for a time from the grasp of death, as Gilgamesh was through the efforts of Parnapishtim, but he only deludes himself by indulging in hopes of immortal life. Man must die, is the refrain that rings in our ears. The plant of eternal youth slips out of one's hand at the very moment that one believes to have secured it. The Gilgamesh epic, as we have it, thus turns out to be a composite production. Gilgamesh, a popular hero of antiquity, becomes a medium for the perpetuation of various popular traditions and myths. The adventures of his career are combined with the early history of man. Of actual deeds performed by Gilgamesh, and which belong to Gilgamesh's career as a hero, warrior, and ruler, we have only 4, the conquest of Erech, his victory over Kumbaba, the killing of the divine bull, and the strangling of the lion. 1001, the story of Eabani, Ukkat, and Sadu is independent of Gilgamesh's career, and so also is the story of his wanderings to Mashu and his encounter with Parnapishtim. Gilgamesh is brought into association with Eabani by what may be called a natural process of assimilation. The life of the hero is placed back at the beginning of things, and in this way Gilgamesh is brought into direct contact with legends of man's early fortunes, with ancient historical reminiscences, as well as with nature myths that symbolize the change of seasons and the annual inundations. Popular philosophy also enters into the life of the hero. Regarded as a god and yet of human origin, Gilgamesh becomes an appropriate illustration for determining the line that marks off man's career from the indefinite extension of activity that is a trait of the gods. Gilgamesh revolts against the universal law of decay and is punished. He is relieved from suffering, but cannot escape the doom of death. The 6th tablet marks an important division in the epic. The Ishtar and Sabatim episodes and the narrative of Parnapishtim, itself a compound of 2 independent tales, one semi-historical, the other a nature myth, represent accretions that may refer to a time when Gilgamesh had become little more than a name, a type of mankind in general. Finally, scholastic speculation takes hold of Gilgamesh, and makes him the medium for illustrating another and more advanced problem that is of intense interest to mankind, the secret of death. Death is inevitable, but what does death mean? The problem is not solved. The close of the 11th tablet suggests that Gilgamesh will die. The 12th tablet adds nothing to the situation, except a moral. Proper burial is essential to the comparative well-being of the dead. The fact that Gilgamesh is viewed as a type in the latter half of this remarkable specimen of Babylonian literature justifies us in speaking of it, under proper qualification, as a national epic. But it must be remembered that Gilgamesh himself belongs to a section of Babylonia only, and not to the whole of it, and it is rather curious that one, of whom it can be said with certainty that he is not even a native of Babylonia, should become the personage to whom popular fancy was pleased to attach traditions and myths that are distinctively Babylonian in character and origin. The story of Gilgamesh was carried beyond the confines of Babylonia. 1002, Gilgamesh, to be sure, is not identical with the biblical Nimrod, 1003, but the Gilgamesh story has evidently influenced the description given in the 10th chapter of Genesis of Nimrod, who is viewed as the type of Babylonian power and of the extension of Babylonian culture to the north. The Gilgamesh epic is not a solar myth, as was once supposed, 1004, nor is the biblical story of Samson a pure myth, but Gilgamesh becomes a solar deity, and it is hardly accidental that Samson, or to give the Hebrew form of the name, Shimshon, is a variant form of Shamash, 1005, the name of the sun in Babylonian and Hebrew. The biblical Samson appears to be modeled upon the character of Gilgamesh. Both are heroes, both conquerors, both strangle a lion, and both are wooed by a woman, the one by Delilah, the other by Ishtar, and both through a woman are shorn of their strength. The historical traits are of course different. As for the relationships of the Gilgamesh epic to the Hercules story, the authority of Willemowitz Mollendorf, 1006, is against an Oriental origin of the Greek tale, and yet such parallels as Hercules' fight with a lion, his conquest of death, his journey and search for immortality, which in contrast to Gilgamesh he secures, certainly point to an influence exercised by the Oriental tale upon the Greek story. It is not surprising that the elements contributed through this influence have been so modified in the process of adaptation to the purely Greek elements of the Hercules story, and, above all, to the Greek spirit, as to obscure their Eastern origin. 1007, most curious as illustrating the continued popularity of the Gilgamesh story in the Orient is the incorporation of portions of the epic in the career of Alexander the Great. 1008, in Greek, Syriac, and rabbinical writings, Alexander is depicted as wandering through a region, 1009, of darkness and terror in search of the water of life. He encounters strange beings, reaches the sea, but, like Gilgamesh, fails to secure immortality. Such were the profound changes wrought by Alexander's conquests that popular fancy, guided by a correct instinct of appreciation of his career, converted the historical Alexander into a legendary hero of vast dimensions. 1010, the process that produced the Gilgamesh epic is repeated, only on a larger scale, in the case of Alexander. Not one country, but the entire ancient culture world, Babylonia, Persia, Egypt, Arabia, Judea, and Syria, combined to form the legendary Alexander. Each country contributes its share of popular legends, myths, and traditions. Babylonia offers as her tribute the exploits of Gilgamesh, which it transfers in part to Alexander. The national hero becomes the type of the great man, and as with new conditions, a new favorite, representative of the new era, arises to take the place of an older one, the old is made to survive in the new. Gilgamesh lives again in Alexander, just as traits of the legendary Alexander pass down to subsequent heroes. Footnotes, 844, see above, pages 245 to 247. 845, or Gishtabar. 846, Babylonian and Oriental Record, 4. 264, for previous readings of the name, see Jeremiah's article on Izdabar in Roscher's Ausführliches Lexikon der Griechischen und Römischen Mythology, 2. Kernel 773, 774. 847, Historia Animalum, 12. 21, 848, see page 524. 849, in the Oriental legends of Alexander the Great, this confusion is further illustrated. To Alexander are attached stories belonging to both Izdabar and Edna. See Meissner's Alexander and Gilgamos, pages 13 to 17, Leipzig, 1894. 850, see e.g. Perot and Chiples, History of Art in Babylonia and Assyria, I. 84. 851, article Izdabar, Kernel 776, C. Delitzk, Handwörterbuch, page 678. Hummel, e.g., Altisraelitische Überlieferung, page 39, regards Gilgamesh as a contraction from Jibal, the fire god, and Gam, or Gab, together with Ish, an Elamitic ending. If the name is Elamitic, one should hardly expect a Babylonian deity entering as one of the elements. 852, see above, page 167. 853, see above, page 284. 854, Haupts das Babylonische Nimrodipos, p. 93, 855, lit. He who is applied to for giving a decision. 856, Tapareas. 857, Das Babylonische Nimrodipos, Leipzig, 1884-91. This edition includes all but the 12th tablet, which was published by Haupt in the Beitrage zur Assyriologie, I. 48-79. For other publications of Haupt on the Gilgamesh epic, see the Bibliography, section 6. The identification with the biblical Nimrod is now definitely abandoned by scholars, though the picture drawn of Nimrod is influenced by the traditions regarding Gilgamesh. See page 515. 858, the best general work on the epic, based on Haupt's edition, is A. Jeremias Isdabar Nimrod, Leipzig, 1891, a reprint with additions, of his article on Isdabar, in Roscher's Ausführliches Lexikon der griechischen und römischen Mythology 2. 859, Vorgeschichte der Indo-Europäer, page 112. 860, the words for city in the Semitic languages embody this idea. 861, Old Babylonian inscription, I. 2, page 48. 862, IIR. 50, 55-57, VR. 41, 17, 18. An interesting reference to the Wall of Frek occurs Hilprecht, IBI, 1, number 26. 863, Cosmology, page 172. 864, Jeremias Isdabar Nimrod, page 15, conjectures that the death of the king has evoked distress, but that is highly improbable. That the fragment under consideration belongs to the beginning of the epic is tolerably certain, though not absolutely so. 865, 6th tablet, L. 192. He brings offerings to Lugal Marada, i.e., the king of Marada, a solar deity. See page 486. 866, Husi, so Zenedits de Royce Diagade, Revue d'Assyriologie, 4. 3, page 9. 867, see above, page 448. 868, anu here used in the generic sense of lofty, divine. The phrase is equivalent to the biblical image of God. 869, a phrase in some way again indicative of Yabani's likeness to a deity. 870, that Gilgamesh undertakes this, and not the gods acting in the interest of Uruk, as Jeremias and others assume, follows from a passage in Haupt's edition, pages 10, 40. 871, Yabani. 872, identical with our own word harem. 873, perhaps ensnarer. 874, so in the Debara legend. See page 531 and Delitsk, Handwörterbuch, page 41. 875, 6th tablet, LL 184, 185. 876, Book 1. Sections 181, 182, 199. 877, see Jeremias Isdabar Nimrod, pages 59, 60, Nickel, Hero.und die Kielschriftforschung, pages 84-86. 878, The Protest of the Pentateuch, Deuteronomy 23. 18, against the Kadesha, as also against the male devotee, Kadesh, shows the continued popularity of the rites. 879, it is to be noted that in the Yahwistic narrative, Adam is in close communication with the animals about him, Gen 2. 20, it is tempting also to connect the Hebrew form of Eve, Kawa, or Kawat, in some way with Ukat, not etymologically of course, but as suggestive of a dependence of one upon the other, the Hebrew upon the Babylonian term. Professor Stade, Zeitz. F. Altist. Wyss, 1897, page 210, commenting upon Gen 2:20, points out that Yahweh's motive for asking Adam to name the animals was the hope that he would find a helpmate among them. In the light of the Babylonian story of Eabani living with animals, staid suggestion receives a striking illustration. 880, see Trumbull, The Threshold Covenant, page 239. 881, Karimtu. In Arabic the word is likewise used for woman, in general. 882, the temple at Uruk is meant. 883, Jeremiah translates seeks a friend, and refers the words to Gilgamesh, but there is nothing in the narrative to justify us in assuming that Eabani was thinking of the hero. 884, it is used as a synonym of tapu, associate, Delitzk, Handwörterbuch, page 10. Ideographically, it is composed of two elements, strength, and acquire. Companion in arms is the fellowship originally meant. 885, the Hebrew verb, Gen 2:22, expresses sexual union, and precisely the same verb is used in the cuneiform narrative when Eabani comes to Akkad, Hopt's edition, page 11, L. 21. 886, we can still distinguish, Hopt, 12:47, I will fetch him. Jeremiah's rendering, I will fight with him, is erroneous. 887, Hopt, 13, 7-8. 888, cf. Gen 3:5 and 21. 889, the text of the following lines restored by combining Hopt, page 13, with a supplementary fragment published by Jeremias Izdabar Nimrod, pl. 3. 890, i.e., he will be told about thy dream through the wisdom given to him. 891, c.e.g., Jeremias Izdabar Nimrod, page 21. 892, so, e.g., Hamel, Altisraelitisch Überlieferung, page 35. He is certainly not a native of Babylonia. 893, Gilgamesh. 894, Hopt, page 26. 895, a city Gangana is mentioned in the first tablet, Hopt, pages 51, 6. 896, so Hopt, Beitrage zur Assyriology, I. 112. 897, i.e., again and again. 898, this is the general sense of the three terms used. 899, i.e., an army's march of 14 hours. See pages 490, 503, 521. 900, the same word appears in incantation texts as a term for a class of demons. 901, c.e.g., Jeremias Izdabar Nimrod, p. 26, 902, i.e., to the bull. 903, chapter 25. 904, Ez 8. 14, 905, see above, page 475. 906, see page 267. 907, see above, page 234. 908, Trumbull, The Threshold Covenant, chapter 7. 909, see page 536. 910, or as a third dream. It will be recalled that in a previous portion of the epic, page 481, Gilgamesh has three dreams in succession. 911, Hopt, pages 45, 53. 912, Attitude of Despair. 913, i.e., Offspring of Life. I adopt Delitzka's reading of the name. Zimmern and Jensen prefer Sitnapishtim, but see Hopt's remarks on the objections to this reading in Schrader, Kielenschriften und das Alte Testament, 3D edition, A.L. At the recent 11th International Congress of Orientalists, Skeel presented a tablet dealing with the deluge narrative. If his reading is correct, the evidence would be final for the form Pernapishtim, formerly proposed by Zimmern, Babylonisch Buspsalmen, page 26. See page 507, note 1. 914, Client of Marduk. The name Marduk appears here under the ideographic designation Tutu. The identification with Marduk may be due to later traditions. 915, Jeremiah's suggestion, in Debar Nimrod, page 18, that the fight with the lion belongs to the first tablet, where mention is made of a wild animal of some kind, is not acceptable. 916, i.e., inner side. 917, the name of the cave underneath the earth where the dead dwell. 918, see above, page 443. 919, see, e.g., Jeremiah's Isdabar Nimrod, page 28. 920, see the passages in Delitsk, Walag Das Parodies, pages 242, 243. 921, see above, page 39, and Hommel's full discussion, Altisraelitische Überlieferung, chapter 3. 922, Hommel, Altisraelitische Überlieferung, pages 35, 37, suggests a migration of Kassites from Elam to eastern Africa. 923, Haupt, pages 12, 67. 924, Attitude of Despair. 925, i.e. Servant of Ea. The reading Rdea is preferable to Arada. 926, lit. Sailor. 927, see above, page 443. 928, Haupt, pages 64, 36, 65, 1. 929, Altisraelitische Überlieferung, page 35. 930, Tum is the feminine ending. 931, a large measure. 932, of the week. Hommel and others interpret that Gilgamesh accomplishes the 45 days journey in 3 days. 933, this I take to be the meaning of the numbers introduced at this point. 934, the text is badly mutilated. 935, there is no limit to the rule of death. Death alone is immortal. 936, as Haupt correctly interprets. 937, this appears to be the sense of this rather obscure line. 938, read, Sur la, M. 939, see below, page 507. 940, the restored text in Haupt's edition of the Nimrodipos, pages 134 to 149. 941, Zimran ingeniously suggests la bur, not pure, instead of the rendering old. 942, Isaiah I.1. 943, see Jensen's Remarks, Cosmology, page 387. There is no reference to Shurapak in IIR. 46, 1, as Haupt has shown, see his note in the third edition of Schrader's Kielenskriften und das Alte Testament. 944, Gen 19. 945, Hughes, Dictionary of Islam, Sub Ad, and Sali. 946, see above, page 488, note 2. 947, lit. Construct a house. House is used for any kind of structure in general. 948, i.e., let your property go and save your family. 949, see above, page 53. 950, L. 45. 951, Jensen, Cosmology, page 368, Jeremiah's, Isdabar Nimrod, page 37. 952, see above, page 496, note 6. 953, or decks, so Haupt. 954, of each story or deck. 955, poles are used to this day to propel the crafts on the Euphrates. 956, the largest measure. 957, the same word, kupru, is used as in Gen 6. 14, 958, some part of the outside of the structure is designated. 959, Haupt translates Sesamoth. 960, Puser, signifies hidden, protected. Shadu Rabu, i.e., Great Mountain, is a title of Bel and of other gods, see above, pages 56 and 278. Here, probably, Shamash is meant. 961, lit, Great House or Palace. 962, i.e., King, frequently found as a title of Marduk in astronomical texts, Jensen, Cosmology, page 145. 963, the god of war and pestilence. 964, Targulu, some mischievous forces. 965, the highest part of heaven. 966, i.e., has been destroyed. 967, lit, spoken or ordered. 968, lit, my mankind. 969, i.e., mankind. 970, from which they were made. See pages 448 and 511. 971, see page 482, note 4. 972, Haupt and Delitsk render Ikel, 8, as though from Akalu, but this is hardly in place. I take the stem of the word to be Nakalu. 973, to have a share in it. 974, Jensen and Haupt translate inconsiderately, but this rendering misses the point. 975, lit, my humanity. 976, not destroy it altogether. 977, lit the god Dabara. 978, i.e., the very clever or very pious, an epithet given to Parnapishtim. The inverted form, Kasi Zadra, was distorted into Xisustros, which appears in the writers dependent upon Berosus as the name of the hero of the Babylonian deluge. See, e.g., Corey's Ancient Fragments, pages 52, 54, 60, etc. The epithet appears also in the Legend of Etna, pages 523, 524, where it is applied to a wise, young eagle. 979, i.e., mortal. 980, i.e., immortal. Cf. Gen 3. 22, 981, Walag das Paradies, Uberland und Mir, 1894-95, number 15. 982, the Hebrew account, it must be remembered, consists of two narratives dovetailed into one another. According to the one version, the Yahwistic, the rainstorm continued for 40 days and 40 nights, according to the other, the priestly narrative, 150 days pass before the waters began to diminish and a year elapses before Noah leaves the ark. The Yahwistic narrative lays stress upon the ritualistic distinction of clean and unclean animals, but on the whole, the Yahwistic version approaches closer to the Babylonian tale. Evidence has now been furnished that among the Babylonians, too, more than one version of the tradition existed. At the 11th International Congress of Orientalists, September, 1897, Skeel presented a tablet, dating from the days of Hammurabi, in which the story of a deluge is narrated in a manner quite different from the Gilgamesh epic. The tablet also furnishes the phonetic reading Pi-ir, and Skeel is of the opinion that these two syllables form the first element in the name of the hero. Unfortunately, the tablet is badly mutilated at this point, so that the question of the reading is not absolutely certain. See page 488, note 2. The reading Utnapishtim is now generally adopted. 983, Gen 19. 984, note the phrase in Gen 19. 31, there is no one on earth, and see Peachman, Gestic Derphonazir, page 115. 985, that the story was current as early as Hammurabi is now established by Skeel's fragment, see note 2 on preceding page. 986, the word used is tu, which means a charm or incantation in general. 987, made of the charm root. 988, Gilgamesh. 989, i.e., old age, the name given to some plant of magic power. 990, 2. 991, lit. Good. 992, Utaku, the name, it will be recalled, given to a class of demons. See page 260. 993, see page 518. 994, Haupt, Beiträge zur Assyriologie, I. 318, 319, has made it plausible that pages 16 to 19 of his edition belong to the 12th tablet of the epic, though perhaps to a different edition of the epic, as Jeremiah suggests, Izdubar Nimrod, page 43. 995, see above, page 474. 996, Haupt's edition, pages 67, 12. 997, lit. Thou hast seen it, I have seen it. 998, text defective. Jeremiah's conjectures, kneeling. 999, Ekimu, another name for a class of demons. See page 260. 1000, the correct translation of these lines we owe to Haupt, Beiträge zur Assyriologie, I. 69, 70. 1001, the reference to the killing of a panther in the 10th tablet, Haupt, page 71, 6, is too obscure to be taken into consideration. Gilgamesh's fight with a buffalo, so warred, Babylonian gods in Babylonian art, Proc. America. Or. SOC, May, 1890, page 15, is pictured on seal cylinders. No doubt, various deeds of Gilgamesh were recounted in the missing portions of the epic, and it is also quite likely that besides the stories in the epic, others were current of Gilgamesh to which a literary form was never given. 1002, the Parnapishtim episode passed on to the Arabs, where the hero of the deluge appears under the name of Kadir, a corruption of Adrachasis. C. Lidzbarski, W.R.S. Chatter. Zeitz. F. Assur. 7, 109-112, who also suggests that Ahasuerus, the wandering Jew, is a corruption of Adrachasis. 1003, it will be recalled that Nimrod is termed a mighty hunter, said. This suggests a comparison with Sadu, the hunter, in the Gilgamesh epic. See above, page 475. 1004, originally suggested by H. C. Rawlinson. 1005, the ending on is an emphatic affix, frequent in proper names. 1006, Euripides Heracles, Einleitung. 1007, on this subject see the introduction to Berard's De l'origine de cultes Arcadians, and for a further discussion of the relationships between Izdubar and Hercules, see Jeremiah's Izdubar Nimrod, pages 70-73, or his article in Roscher's Ausführliches Lexikon der griechischen und römischen Mythology, 2. 821-823, 1008, Meissner, Alexander und Gilgamos, Leipzig, 1894, pages 13-17. 1009, in the Greek and other versions, the mountain Musas or Masses is mentioned, that is, Mashu, as in the Gilgamesh epic. See page 488. 1010, see especially Budge, The Life and Exploits of Alexander the Great, London, Introduction, 1896, Noldeek, Beiträge zur Geschichte de Alexander Romans, Vienna, 1890, and Gaster, An Old Hebrew Romance of Alexander, Journal Royal Asiat. SOC, 1897, pages 485-498. Chapter 24. Myths and Legends. Not many years ago the impression appeared to be well-founded that the Semites were poor in the production of myths and legends as compared, for example, to the Hindus or Greeks. The religious literature of the Babylonians, originating undoubtedly with the Semitic inhabitants of the Euphrates Valley, reverses the impression. The creation and Gilgamesh epics suffice, not merely for what they contain, but for what they imply, to accord to Babylonian mythology a high rank. But in addition to these epics we have a large number of tales of gods, demigods, demons, and spirits that illustrate the capacity of the Babylonians for the production of myths. Indeed, there is no longer any reason for doubting that the Babylonian mythology exercised considerable influence upon that of the Greeks. Further discoveries and researches may show that distant India also felt at an early period the intellectual stimulus emanating from the Euphrates Valley. At all events, many of the features found in Babylonian myths and legends bear so striking a resemblance to those occurring in lands lying to the east and west of Babylonia, that a study of Aryan mythology is sadly deficient, which does not take into account the material furnished by cuneiform literature. How extensive the Babylonian mythology was must remain for the present a matter of conjecture, but it is easier to err on the side of underestimation than on the side of exaggeration. If it be remembered that by far the smaller portion only of Ashurbanipal's library has been recovered, and that of the various literary collections that were gathered in the religious centers of the south, scarcely anything has as yet been found, it is certainly remarkable that we should be in possession of an elaborate tale of a demigod, Etna, of an extensive legend recounting the deeds of the war and plague god Deborah, and of 2 genuine storm myths, while the indications in Dr. Basalt's catalogue of the Kuyunjik collection justify us in adding to the list several other myths and legends, among the still unpublished tablets of the British Museum. 1011, these myths and legends have a twofold value for us, a direct value because of the popular religious ideas contained in them, and an indirect value by virtue of the interpretation given to these ideas by the compilers. In the literary form that the popular productions received, the influence of those who guided the religious thought into its proper channels is to be clearly seen. The Etna legend. It will be recalled that we came across a hero Etna in the Gilgamesh epic. 1012, the name of the hero is Semitic, and signifies strong. 1013, an identical name appears in the Old Testament, 1014, and it is possible that the Babylonian Etna represents, like Gilgamesh, some ancient historical person of whom a dim tradition has survived among other nations besides the Babylonians. The deeds recounted of him, however, place the hero entirely in the domain of myth. His patron is Shamash, the sun god, and in popular tradition he becomes a member of the pantheon of the nether world. In the portions of the Etna legend preserved, 1015, 2 episodes are detailed in the hero's career, one regarding the birth of a son, the other a miraculous journey. The former episode justifies the assumption of a historical starting point for the legend of Etna. 1016, among many nations the birth of a hero or of a hero's son is pictured as taking place under great difficulties. Etna's wife is in distress because she is unable to bring to the world a child which she has conceived. Etna appeals to Shamash. Through the mediation of the priests he has offered sacrifices, and he now prays to Shamash to show him the plant of birth. The oracles, 1017, have completed my sacrifices, they have completed my freewill offerings to the gods. O Lord, let thy mouth command, and give me the plant of birth, reveal to me the plant of birth, bring forth the fruit, grant me an offspring. Of Shamash's reply only one line is preserved intact, in which he tells Etna, take the road, ascend the mountain. It is presumably upon the mountain that the plant grows whose magical power will ensure the happy delivery of the expected offspring. Harper calls attention to a remarkable parallel to this incident which is found in the Armenian and Mandean legends of the birth of Rustam, the son of Sal. The latter's wife is unable to deliver her child because of its size. Sal, who was reared by an eagle, has in his possession a pinion of the eagle, by means of which he can, when in distress, invoke the presence of the bird. The father throws the pinion into the fire, and the eagle appears. The latter gives the mother a medicinal potion, and the child is cut out of the womb. Etna, like Rustam, is accompanied by an eagle, and it would appear that the eagle aids Etna in obtaining the plant. 1018, the eagle, in many mythologies, is a symbol of the sun, and it is plausible to conclude that the bird is sent to Etna at the instigation of Shamash. Who the sun is that Etna expects we are not told, and naturally from a single episode like this, and one so fragmentarily preserved, no safe conclusions may be drawn. But the epic, if we may apply this term, must have recounted some achievements of Etna, and as the strong one, his deeds must have borne some resemblance to those of Gilgamesh. The birth of the sun, it is furthermore fair to presume, took place towards the end of Etna's career, when his own life was drawing to a close. If a fragment, 1019, of the tale were only better preserved, we would have an episode of Etna's earlier career. But such is the condition of this fragment that, at the most, it can be said that Etna is engaged in some conflict against a city, in which Ishtar, Bel, the Anunnaki, the Igigi, and some minor gods, as En-Ninna, Sibitum, are involved. The Etna series, as we learn from the colophon to this fragment, was known by a designation in which a city, 1020, occurs, and it may be that this is the city against which Etna, aided by the gods, proceeds. Leaving this aside, it is fortunate that we have at least another episode in Etna's career which enables us to establish the connecting link between the hero as an historical personage and as a god or demigod. As Gilgamesh offers an insult to Ishtar, so Etna encounters the ill will of the great goddess, though through no direct offense. The eagle tempts Etna to mount with him into the upper regions. Etna is represented as giving, in part, an account of this adventure, in the first person. The gates of the upper regions are opened, and Etna is terrified at the majestic sight which greets him. He sees a throne, and throws himself on his countenance in terror. The gates are significantly designated as the gate of Anu, Bel, and Ea, and the gate of Sin, Shamash, Ram-Man, and Ishtar. The introduction of the two classes of the theological triads, 1021, reveals the influence of a scholastic elaboration of some popular myth. The eagle reassures Etna, and addresses him as follows: "My friend, lift up thy countenance, come and let me carry thee to the heaven of Anu. On my breast place thy breast, on my pinion place thy palms, on my side place thy side." Etna obeys, and thus, securely attached to the eagle, begins the daring journey. They fly for the space of a double hour, 1022, when the eagle addresses Etna: "Look, my friend, how the earth appears, look at the sea and at its side, the house of wisdom wink with a frown." 1023, the earth appears as a mountain, the sea has become a pool. A second double hour he, i.e., the eagle, carried him on high. The eagle spoke to Etna: "Look, my friend, how the earth appears, the sea is a mere belt, around the earth." A third double hour he carried him on high. The eagle spoke to Etna: "Look, my friend, how the earth appears, the sea is a mere gardener's ditch." 1024, in this way they reach the gate of Anu, Bel, and Ea in safety, where they take a rest. The eagle is not yet satisfied, and urges Etna to follow him to the domain of Ishtar. "Come, my friend, let me carry thee to Ishtar, with Ishtar, the mistress of the gods, thou shalt dwell, in the glory of Ishtar, the mistress of the gods, thou shalt sit. On my side place thy side, on my pinion place thy palms." The gods, it will be seen, dwell on high in accordance with the view developed by astronomical speculations. 1025, Anu, Bel, and Ea are here evidently identified with the fixed stars bearing their names, 1026, while under Ishtar the planet Ishtar Venus is meant. Etna yields to the eagle's suggestion. They mount still higher. Earth and ocean grow still smaller, the former appearing only as large as a garden bed, the latter like a courtyard. For 3 double hours they fly. Etna appears to warn the eagle to desist from his rash intention, but the warning comes too late. Etna and the eagle are thrown down from the lofty regions. With lightning speed the descent takes place, until the two reach the ground. The further course of the narrative is obscure. Was Etna punished by being sent to the netherworld, where we find him in the Gilgamesh epic, 1027, there is a reference, unfortunately quite obscure, to the death of Etna, and perhaps to his shade, 1028, in a portion of the tablet. One certainly expects both Etna and the eagle to be punished for their rash act, but until we can determine with certainty what became of both, and with what purport the tale is introduced into the career of Etna, the question must be left open, as also the possibility of a connection between this flight of Etna and the similar Greek myth of Ganymede. The introduction of the eagle points clearly to the mythological character of the tale, but flights of eagles occur so frequently in the myths and legends of various nations that no great stress is to be laid upon further parallels that might be adduced. 1029, the story found in Alien and which has already been referred to, 1030, alone calls for mention here. According to this story, Gilgamesh, whose birth is feared by his cruel grandfather Sakaros, king of Babylonia, is thrown from the tower where his mother was imprisoned and in which he was born, but in falling is caught by an eagle and taken to a gardener who rears the child. The eagle being the associate of Etna, the suspicion is justified that the child thus miraculously saved is in reality Etna and not Gilgamesh. At all events, there must be some connection between the story of Alien and the Babylonian legend under consideration. The fate of the eagle is recounted in another tablet of the Etna series, 1031, which again furnishes an episode paralleled in the mythologies of other nations. The eagle has lost favor with Shamash. Enmity has arisen between the eagle and the serpent, and, curiously enough, the latter stands under the protection of the sun god. What the cause of the enmity between eagle and serpent was, may have been recounted in a missing portion of the tablet. The eagle forms a plan of destroying the serpent's brood. He is warned against this act by a young eagle, who is designated as a very clever young one. Do not eat, O my father, the net of Shamash is laid, the trap, the ban of Shamash, will fall upon thee and catch thee. Who transgresses the law of Shamash, from him Shamash will exact revenge. But the eagle, we are told, paid no heed to the warning. He descended and ate of the young of the serpent. The serpent appeals to Shamash. He tells the sun god of the cruel deed of the eagle, see, O Shamash, the evil that he has done to me. Help, O Shamash, thy net is the broad earth. Thy trap is the distant heavens. Who can escape thy net? 1032, Zu, 1033, the worker of evil, the source of evil, did not escape, 1034. Shamash responds to the appeal. Upon his hearing the lament of the serpent, Shamash opened his mouth and spoke to the serpent, Go and ascend the mountain, the carcass of a wild ox make thy hiding place. Open him, tear open his belly. Make a dwelling place, of his belly. All the birds of heaven will come down, the eagle with them will come down. Upon penetrating to the meat he will hastily proceed, making for the hidden parts. 1035, as soon as he has reached the inside, 1036, seize him by his wing, tear out his wing, his feather, his pinion, tear him to pieces, and throw him into a corner, to die a death of hunger and thirst. This devilish plan is successfully carried out. With considerable skill the narrative describes how the eagle, suspecting some mischief, did not join the other birds, but when he saw that they escaped without harm felt reassured. He tells his brood, Come, let us go and let us also pounce down upon the carcass of the wild ox and eat, we too. The eagle is again warned by his, very clever, offspring. The rest of his brood join in the appeal, but he did not hearken to them, and obeyed not the advice of his brood. He swooped down and stood upon the wild ox. Still, he is not entirely free from suspicion, and the narrative continues, the eagle inspected the carcass, looking carefully to the front and behind him. He again inspected the carcass, looking carefully to the front and behind him. Detecting nothing to justify his suspicions, he digs his beak into the carcass, but scarcely has he done so when the serpent seizes hold of him. The eagle cries for mercy, and promises the serpent a present of whatever he desires. The serpent is relentless. To release the eagle would be to play false to Shamash. If I release thee, thy punishment will be transferred to me. Thus the serpent justifies what he is about to do. In accordance with the instructions of the sun god, the eagle is stripped of his wings and feathers, and left to die a miserable death. In its present form this tale of the eagle and serpent forms part of the Etna story. 1037, Jeremias is right in questioning whether it originally had anything to do with Etna. 1038, two distinct stories have been combined, much as in the Gilgamesh epic several tales have been thrown together. The association of Etna with the eagle suggests the introduction of the episode of the eagle's discomfiture. If one may judge of the two episodes related of Etna, he is not a personage regarded with favor by the compilers. In both episodes we find him in distress. His flight with the eagle is regarded as a defiance of the gods, though more blame attaches to the eagle than to him. Shamash can hardly have regarded with favor the ambition of a human being to mount to the dwelling of the gods. Gilgamesh makes no such attempt, and Parnapishtim is not carried on high, but to the confluence of the streams. Gilgamesh, it will also be recalled, is unable to pass to the nether world where Yabani is placed, and in the following chapter we will come across a tale intended to illustrate the impossibility of anyone ever returning from the hollow under the earth where the dead dwell. The story of Etna appears, therefore, to emphasize the equal impossibility for any mortal to ascend to the dwelling of the gods. Etna is deified, but he belongs permanently to the region where all mortals go after their career on earth is ended, the nether world. One gains the impression, therefore, that Etna is a hero of antiquity who is not approved of by the Babylonian priests. Similarly, the conflict between the eagle and the serpent suggests an opposition to the view which makes the eagle the symbol and messenger of Shamash. The eagle recalls the winged disc, the symbol of Ashur, 1039, and the eagle occurs also as a standard among the Hittites, 1040, with whom, as we know, the Babylonians came into contact. The story of Shamash, himself, laying the trap for the eagle looks like a myth produced with some specific intent, an illustration of legitimate sun worship against rival cults. As a matter of course, in the case of such a myth, it is difficult to say where its popular character ends and the speculative or scholastic theory begins. But whatever may have been the original purport of the tale, for our purposes its significance consists in the view unfolded of Shamash as the one who wreaks vengeance on the evildoer. Shamash appears in the episode in the role of the just judge that characterizes him in the hymns and incantations. Etna's reliance upon the eagle leads to disgrace and defeat. In a representation of the hero's flight on a seal cylinder, 1041, the disapproval of the act is indicated by the addition of two dogs in a crouching position, their gaze directed towards the bird. The dogs are a symbol of the solar god Marduk. 1042, the legend of Debarra. Of more direct religious import is a story recounted in a series comprising 5 tablets of the deeds of the war and plague god whose name is provisionally read Debarra. 1043, he is a solar deity identified in the theological system of the Babylonians with Nergal, but originally distinct and in all probability one of the numerous local solar deities of Babylonia like Ningirsu and Ningishzida, Isham and others, whose roles are absorbed by one or the other of the 4 great solar deities, Shamash, Marduk, Ninib, and Nergal. Nergal representing the sun of midday and of the summer solstice, which brings in its wake destruction of various kinds, it was appropriate that a god who came to be specifically viewed as the god who causes disease should be regarded as an aspect of the terrible Nergal. In the legend that we are about to consider, Debarra appears as the god of war. He is designated as the warrior. The name of the god is written ideographically with a sign that has the meaning of servant and man. To this sign the phonetic complement ra is added. In view of a passage in a lexicographical tablet, according to which the name of the god is designated as the equivalent of the god Gur-Ra, Jensen concluded that the name was to be read Jira, and Delitzk, 1044, is inclined to follow him. A difficulty, however, arises through the circumstance that the element Gur in the name Gur-Ra is itself an ideograph. In any case, the designation of the god as a servant shows that he is described here by an epithet, 1045, and not by his real name, which is to be sought rather in the sense of strong, that is one of the meanings of the ideograph Gur. The epithet servant belongs to the period when the god took his place in the theological system as one of the attendants of the great Nergal, just as the plague god is himself accompanied by a god Isham, who acts as a kind of messenger or attendant to him. It should be added that what little evidence there was for the conventional reading Debarra, 1046, has now been dispelled, so that but for the desire to avoid useless additions to the nomenclature of the Babylonian deities, the form Gur-Ra would have been introduced here, as for the present preferable. Where the cult of Debarra centered we do not know, but that he presided over a district that must have played a prominent part at some period of Babylonian history is shown by the elaborate legend of his deeds for which, as in the case of Gilgamesh and Etna, we are justified in assuming an historical background. In fact, the legend of Debarra is not but a poetic and semi-mythical disguise for severe conflicts waged against certain Babylonian cities by some rival power that had its seat likewise in the Euphrates Valley. Of the 5 tablets, but 4 fragments have as yet been found in such a condition as to be utilized. The longest of these contains an address to Deborah by his faithful attendant Isham, in which the power of the war god is praised and some of his deeds recounted. The sons of Babylon were, as, birds and thou their falconer. In a net thou didst catch them, enclose them, and destroy them, O warrior Deborah, leaving the city, 1047, thou didst pass to the outside, taking on the form of a lion, thou didst enter the palace. The people saw thee and drew their weapons. The reference in these lines is to an attack upon the city of Babylon. The war god is pictured as striking out in all directions, imprisoning the inhabitants of Babylon within the city walls, working havoc outside of the city, and not stopping short at entering the palace. The metaphor of the war god taking on the form of a lion confirms the identification of Deborah with Nergal, who is generally pictured as a lion. In the following lines the enemy who makes this attack on Babylon is introduced. He is designated as a governor, and Deborah is represented as giving him certain instructions to carry out. The title, governor, given to this enemy may be taken as an indication that the epic deals with the rivalry existing among the states of Babylonia, each represented by its capital. Isham continues his address to Deborah, the heart of the governor, intent upon taking vengeance on Babylon, was enraged, for capturing the possessions of the enemy, he sends out his army, filled with enmity towards the people. Deborah is represented as addressing this governor, in the city whither I send thee, thou shalt fear no one, nor have compassion. Kill the young and old alike, the tender suckling likewise, spare no one. The treasures of Babylon carry off as booty. Isham continues his narrative, the royal host was gathered together and entered the city. The bow was strung, the sword unsheathed. Thou didst blunt, 1048, the weapons of the soldiers, the servitors of Anu and Dagon. Their blood thou caused to flow like torrents of water through the city's highways. Thou didst tear open their intestines, and cause the stream to carry them off. Dagon is here used for Bel, 1049, and the phrase servitors of Anu and Dagon embraces the inhabitants of Babylon. Marduk, the lord of Babylon, is enraged at the sight, but apparently is powerless. The great lord Marduk saw it and cried, alas! His senses left him. A violent curse issued from his mouth. At this point the tablet is defective, and when it again becomes intelligible we find Isham describing an attack of Deborah upon another of the great centers of the Euphrates Valley, the city of Uruk. Uruk is called the dwelling of Anu and Ishtar, the city of the Kizriti, Ukati, and Karamati, 1050, the sacred harlots. Uruk suffers the same fate as Babylon, a cruel and wicked governor thou didst place over them, who brought misery upon them, broke down their laws. Ishtar was enraged and filled with anger because of Uruk. Her opposition, however, is as powerless to stem Deborah's attack as was Marduk's grief at the onslaught on Babylon. Deborah's greed is insatiable. Isham continues his address to him, O warrior Deborah, thou dost dispatch the just, thou dost dispatch the unjust, who sins against thee, thou dost dispatch, and the one who does not sin against thee thou dost dispatch. The following lines reveal the purpose of Isham's long speech. A war more terrible even than the conflicts recounted is planned by Isham, one that is to involve all creation and extend to the higher regions. Isham asks Deborah's consent to the fearful destruction held in view, the brightness of Shulpadu, 1051, I will destroy. The root of the tree I will tear out that it no longer blossom, against the dwelling of the King of Gods, I will proceed. The warrior Deborah heard him. 1052, the speech of Isham was pleasant to him as fine oil, and thus the warrior Deborah spoke, Seacoast, against, Seacoast, Sabartu against Sabartu, Assyrian against Assyrian, Elamite against Elamite, Kassite against Kassite, Sutian against Sutian, Kuthian against Kuthian, Loyabite against Loyabite, country against country, house against house, man against man. Brother is to show no mercy towards brother, they shall kill one another. The lines remind one of the description in the Gilgamesh epic of the terror aroused by the deluge, 1053, and one might be tempted to combine Deborah's speech with the preceding words of Isham, and interpret this part of the Deborah legend as another phase of the same nature myth, which enters as a factor in the narrative of the deluge. However, the continuation of Deborah's speech shows that a great military conflict is foretold. The countries named are those adjacent to Babylonia, and the intention of the writer is evidently to imply that the whole world is to be stirred up. This fearful state of hostility is to continue until after a time the Akkadian will come, overthrow all and conquer all of them. Akkad, it will be recalled, is a name for Babylonia. The triumph of Babylon is foretold in these lines. The Akkadian is, therefore, none other than Hammurabi, who succeeds in obtaining the supremacy over the entire Euphrates Valley, and whose successors for many centuries claimed control of the four quarters of the world. It is evident from this prophecy that the Deborah legend received its final shape under influences emanating from Babylon, precisely as we found to be the case in the creation story and in the Gilgamesh epic. The hostility that precedes the coming of Hammurabi points to the violence of the conflicts in which that warrior was engaged, while the exaggeration of this hostility shows how strong and permanent the impression of Hammurabi's achievements must have been. The designation of the conqueror as the Akkadian gives him to a certain extent the character of a messiah, who is to inaugurate an era of peace, and whose coming will appease the grim Deborah. It is by no means impossible that Hebrew and Christian conceptions of a general warfare which is to precede the golden age of peace are influenced by the Babylonian legend under consideration. Deborah gives his consent to Isham's plan. Go, Isham, carry out the word thou hast spoken in accordance with thy desire. Isham proceeds to do so. The mountain Kaikai is the first to be attacked. Isham directed his countenance to the mountain Kaikai. The god Sibi, 1054, a warrior without rival, stormed behind him. The warrior, 1055, arrived at the mountain Kaikai. He raised his hand, destroyed the mountain. He leveled the mountain Kaikai to the ground. The vineyards in the forest of Kashur he destroyed. In a geographical list, 1056, a mountain Kaikai, belonging to the Amoritic country, is mentioned, and a mountain Kashur described as a cedar district. There can be, therefore, no doubt that some military expedition to western lands is recounted in our tablet. The continuation of the narrative is lost, all but a small fragment, 1057, which tells of the destruction of a city, otherwise unknown, called in Marmuru. At the instigation of Deborah, Isham enters this city and destroys it. The outrages committed are described at some length. Ea, the god of humanity, hears of the havoc wrought. He is filled with wrath. Unfortunately, the fragment is too mutilated to permit us to ascertain what steps Ea takes against Deborah. Marduk is also mentioned in this connection. Under the circumstances, one can only conjecture that in the missing portions of this tablet, and perhaps also in two others, the wars preceding the advent of the Akkadian, 1058, are recounted in poetic and semi-mythical form. If this conjecture is justified, the main purport at least of the Deborah legend becomes clear. It is a collection of war songs recalling the Hebrew anthology, Battles of Yahweh, 1059, in which the military exploits of the Hebrews were poetically set forth. The closing tablet of the Deborah legend is preserved, 1060, though only in part. It describes the appeasement of the dreadful war god. All the gods, together with the Igigi and Anunnaki, are gathered around Deborah, who addresses them, "Listen all of you to my words. Because of sin did I formerly plan evil, my heart was enraged and I swept peoples away." He tells how he destroyed the flocks and devastated the fruits in the fields, how he swept over the lands, punishing the just and the wicked alike, and sparing no one. Isham takes up the strain and urges Deborah to desist from his wrath. "Do thou appease the gods of the land, who were angry, may fruits, and corn, 1061, flourish, may mountains and seas bring their produce." The era of peace and prosperity is thus inaugurated, and the legend closes with solemn assurances from Deborah that he will bless and protect those who properly honor him. "He who glorifies my name will rule the world. Who proclaims the glory of my power will be without a rival. The singer who sings, of my deeds, will not die through pestilence. To kings and nobles his words will be pleasing. The writer who preserves them will escape from the grasp of the enemy. In the temple where the people proclaim my name I will open his ear. Wink with a frown. 1062, in the house where this tablet is set up, though war, 1063, may rage, and God Sibi work havoc, sword and pestilence will not touch him, he will dwell in safety. Let this song resound forever and endure for eternity. Let all lands hear it and proclaim my power. Let the inhabitants of all places learn to glorify my name. This closing address represents a late addition to the poem that somewhat modifies its original import. Wars did not cease with the establishment of Babylon's control. Many conflicts arose, but on the whole, Babylonia was an empire of peace. The people were inclined towards a life of ease, and the development of commerce served as a wholesome check against too frequent military disturbances. The war songs, as a glorification of the nation's past, retained their popularity, but the lesson drawn from the songs was the great blessing that peace and freedom from turmoil brought with them. For the warlike Assyrians, Deborah enraged may have been a more popular figure, but to the peace-loving Babylonian, the appeased Deborah appealed with greater force. The story of Deborah's deeds became in this way in the course of time an object lesson, a kind of religious allegory handed down from one generation to the other as an illustration of the horrors of war and of violence in general. With the tendency, so characteristic of the Babylonian religion, 1064, for great gods to absorb the roles of minor ones, Nergal became the god of war par excellence, while Deborah, Isham, and Sibi were chiefly viewed as powers responsible for such forms of violence as pestilence and distress. To ensure the favor of a god of pestilence was of importance for every individual, and one of the safest means of obtaining this favor was to sing his praises, to recall his power, to glorify him and thus to keep him, as it were, in good humor. What better means of accomplishing this than to have the record of his deeds constantly before one's eyes? The British Museum contains 2 specimens of tablets on which a portion of the Deborah legend is inscribed, and which are pierced with holes in a manner as to leave no doubt, 1065, that the tablets were intended to be hung up in houses with a view of securing protection from Deborah and his associates. The reference in the closing lines of the story, the house where this tablet is set up, thus becomes clear. As the Hebrews were commanded, in order to secure the protection of Yahweh, to write his law on the doorposts of the house, 1066, so the Babylonians were instructed by their priests to hang tablets in their homes, probably at the entrance, on which Deborah was glorified. Naturally, it was impossible to inscribe the whole story on a little tablet, just as it was impossible to place the entire law of Yahweh on the doorposts. In both cases a significant extract served as a part, representative of the whole. In the case of the Deborah legend, the closing portion was selected, which emphasized the necessity of keeping the deeds of Deborah and the greatness of his power in mind. Like the Gilgamesh epic, so the Deborah legend was to be taught by the father to his son. The scribes were enjoined to teach the story to the people. The poets were to make it the subject of their songs, and kings and nobles were not exempt from the obligation to listen to the tale. The myth of the storm god Zu. Birds and bulls were to the Babylonians the symbols of storms and clouds. In the Gilgamesh epic, it will be recalled, Anu sends a divine bull to engage in a contest with Gilgamesh. 1067, the text of the epic being unfortunately defective, we have no definite indication of the character of the attack to be made upon the hero by the messenger from the god of heaven, but since storms and disease are the 2 chief weapons in the hands of the gods, and inasmuch as Gilgamesh in a later section of the epic is struck down by disease, it is more than likely that the bull represents a storm that is to sweep the hero and his companion off the earth. The winged bulls placed at the entrance of palaces embody the same idea, and in addition to the explanation for these fantastic figures above, 1068, suggested, it is noteworthy that the 2 types of animals chosen for this symbolical decoration of edifices, the bull and the lion, again illustrate the same 2 means at the disposal of the gods for the punishment of man, the bull representing the storms, and the lion being the symbol of Nergal, who is the god of pestilence, as well as of war and of violent destruction in general. A storm god symbolized under the form of a bird is Zu. The underlying stem of the word conveys the notion of strength and violence. How bulls came to be chosen as symbols of storms is not altogether clear. Possibly the element of strength formed the connecting link in the chain of the association of ideas. In the case of birds, on the other hand, the association is to be sought in the appearance of the clouds during a storm moving across the heavens like a flock of birds. In the Etna legend, a reference occurs to Zu, who, as it would appear, is unable to escape from the control of the supreme judge Shamash. 1069, Zu is there called the chief worker of evil, a kind of arch-Satan. A story has been found which illustrates an attempt made by the bird Zu to break loose from the control of the sun. A storm was viewed as a conflict between the clouds and the sun, much as an eclipse symbolized a revolt in the heavens. The myth represents the conflict as taking place between Zu and Enlil, the Bel of Nippur. The latter holds in his possession the tablets of fate, by means of which he enjoys supreme authority over men and gods. Zu's jealousy is aroused, and he plans to tear these tablets from Enlil. The tablets of fate, it will be recalled, play an important part in the Marduk Tiamat episode. 1070, Kingu, the symbol of chaos, like Tiamat, wears them on his breast, but he is obliged to yield them to the conqueror of Tiamat and of her brood, who replaces chaos by order. This conqueror was originally Bel of Nippur, and the Zu myth in representing Enlil as holding the tablets of fate confirms the view above set forth, 1071, according to which the original Tiamat tale has been modified by the substitution of Marduk for the old Bel. But the story, while thus admitting the legitimacy of Enlil's claim to supreme power, is yet so constructed as to contribute to the glory of Marduk. The attack of the Zu bird was suggested, as the Tiamat myth, by the annual storms that work such havoc in Babylonia. The forces of chaos are let loose, and an attempt is made to overthrow the order of the world, symbolized by the tablets of fate which Enlil holds in his possession. Whoever has these tablets is invincible. But Enlil is unable to resist the attack of Zu. The tablets are taken away from him, and it is left for Marduk to recapture them. The tablets once in Marduk's possession, Enlil's supremacy comes to an end, and the triumph of Marduk is complete. To substantiate this interpretation of the myth, an analysis of the text is necessary. The beginning of the story is unfortunately missing. It appears to have been devoted to a glorification of the God who controls the fate of the universe. The second column opens as follows, and the oracles of all the gods he determined. From the context it is clear that Bel of Nippur is meant. Up to this point, the myth reflects the old view according to which it was Enlil who succeeded in overcoming Tiamat or at any rate, in snatching the tablets of fate from the breast of Kingu. Nippur's god lays claim to being the one who established order in the universe. His authority could only be threatened if he were robbed of the tablets which symbolize absolute control over the course of affairs. Zu boldly attempts this. His eyes saw the mark of rulership, the crown of his, 1072, sovereignty, the garment of his, 1072, divinity. Zu saw the divine tablets of fate. He looked at the father of the gods, the god of Dur-Enki, 1073, desire for rulership seizes hold of his heart. 1074, I will take the tablets of the gods and decree the decisions, of all the gods. I will establish my throne, I will proclaim laws. I will give all orders to all the Ijiji. Zu proceeds to the dwelling place of Enlil and waits for a favorable moment to make an attack. His heart was bent on the contest. With his gaze directed toward the entrance of the dwelling, 1075, he awaits for the beginning of day. As Enlil poured forth the brilliant waters, took his seat on his throne and put on his crown, he, 1076, snatched the tablets of fate out of his hands, seized the authority, the promulgation of laws. Thereupon Zu flew off and hid himself in his mountain. On seal cylinders a god is frequently pictured pouring forth streams of water from jars placed on his shoulders. This is generally the sun god, but the symbol also seems to belong to other deities, 1077, and is appropriate to Bel of Nippur, who as the god of the atmosphere above the earth, controls the upper waters. As long as these are poured out by him, they are beneficent, but once beyond his control, the blessing of rain is turned into the curse of a deluge and storm, flooding the fields and sweeping away the habitations of men. This misfortune happens when Zu robs Enlil of the tablets by means of which law and order are established. Enlil is powerless. The bold act of Zu causes consternation among the gods. Anu calls upon someone to pursue Zu and capture him. The bird dwells in an inaccessible recess in the mountains, and the gods are afraid to approach his nest. The scene that ensues reminds us of the episode of the creation epic, where Anshar calls upon Anu, Bel, and Ea in turn to subdue Tiamat. Anu opens his mouth and speaks, addressing the gods his children, who will force Zu to submit and thus make his name great among the inhabitants of the whole world. Ramman the storm god par excellence is first called upon by the assembled gods. Ramman the chief, they cried, the son of Anu. Anu communicated to him, 1078, the order. 1079, Go, my son Ramman, conqueror who yields to no one, subdue Zu with thy weapon. 1080, that thy name be glorified in the assembly of the great gods. Thou shalt be without a rival among the gods thy brothers. Anu furthermore promises Ramman that if he triumphs, lofty shrines will be erected in his honor in many cities. Temples will be built in thy honor, in all quarters of the world thy cities, 1081, will be situated, thy cities, 1082, will reach up to Eker. 1083, show thyself strong among the gods, so that thy name be powerful. Ramman, however, is afraid of the contest. Ramman answered the speech, addressing his father Anu, my father, who can proceed to the inaccessible mountain? Who is there like Zu among the gods, thy children? He furthermore pleads that Zu, who has the tablets of fate in his hands, is invincible. He has the power to decree the fates of the gods, and all must bow to his will. At this point, unfortunately, the text becomes defective. Anu calls upon two other gods to take up the contest with Zu. The name of one of these is altogether lost, the second is called Bar, 1084, and is designated as an offspring of Ishtar. Both these deities decline, answering Anu in precisely the same manner as Ramman. What finally happens we are left to conjecture. Harper, 1085, supposes that Shamash is finally called upon by Anu and accepts the challenge. He bases this opinion upon the passage in the Debarra legend, 1086, where the serpent, appealing to Shamash, extols the sun god's power by declaring that even Zu could not escape the net of Shamash. There are, however, grave objections to this view. In the first place, the passage in question occurs in a defective part of the text, and Harper himself, 1087, is not certain of the restoration that he proposes. 1088, secondly, if Shamash conquers Zu, we should expect the sun god to have the tablets of fate in his possession. Such, however, is not the case, and the only god besides Enlil who is represented in the religious literature of the Babylonians as holding the tablets is Marduk. Moreover, in a hymn to Marduk, which Harper himself quotes, 1089, the bird Zu is referred to as among the evil forces captured by Marduk. In view of this, there seems no reason to question that, in the present form of the Zu myth, Marduk was introduced as the hero, precisely as, in the present form of the Tiamat episode, Marduk successfully carries out a deed from which the other gods shrink in fear. The theological purport of the myth thus becomes clear. It is to account for the fact that Marduk holds the tablets which were originally in the hands of Enlil. Marduk supplants the old Bel. In the Tiamat episode his name is substituted for that of Enlil, and the latter is represented as giving his consent to the transfer of his name to the god of Babylon. In the Zu myth, Enlil's claim to the supreme control of the laws and fate of the universe is freely acknowledged, but, Enlil being unable to resist the attack of Zu, it was left for Marduk to capture the bird and thus acquire by his own efforts what the old Bel had lost through lack of strength. Babylon replaces Nippur as the center of power in the Euphrates Valley, and the god of Babylon, naturally, was imbued by his worshippers with prerogatives that originally belonged to the rival god of Nippur. 1090. If this view is correct, Harper's interpretation must be abandoned. The Zu myth does not represent, as he supposes, an attack upon Marduk as the symbol of the early morning sun, but upon Enlil, the bell of Nippur, as the one who, by virtue of having the tablets of fate in his possession, controls the laws of the universe and fixes the fate of the gods and of mankind. The annual rainstorm passing apparently beyond the control of the gods is viewed as a revolt against Enlil's authority. It is left for Marduk to re-establish order, and in return, he retains control of the precious tablets. That the conception of Marduk as a solar deity constitutes a factor in the myth is not, of course, to be denied, precisely as in the Tiamat myth, the solar character of Marduk plays an important part. The sun triumphs over the storms. Rain and wind are obliged at last to yield their authority to the former. But for the theologians of Babylon, the position of Marduk as the head of the pantheon was a much more important factor. The myth served to show how Marduk came to supplant the role of the old bell of Nippur. Viewed in this light, the Zu myth appears in more senses than one as a pendant to the Marduk-Tiamat episode. Not only do both symbolize the same natural phenomenon, but in both, Bel of Nippur was originally the central figure of the pantheon, and in both Marduk replaces Bel. The Zu myth is made to account in a somewhat more respectful, conciliatory manner for the position of Marduk as the head of the pantheon. Instead of setting aside Enlil altogether, as was done by the compilers of the Tiamat myth, Marduk conquers for himself the supremacy that his followers claimed for him. The contradictions between the two myths need not disturb us. As variant versions of a tale intended to account for one and the same fact, the supremacy of Marduk, they may well have arisen even in the same place. Such inconsistencies as the assumption, in the Zu version of the nature myth, that Enlil is the original establisher of order in the world, as against the Tiamat version where Marduk snatches the tablets of fate directly from Kingu, are inevitable when stories that arose among the people are taken in hand by theologians and modified and adapted to serve doctrines developed under scholastic influences. The Adapa legend. The myths and legends that we have so far considered, including the creation and Gilgamesh epics, will have illustrated two important points. Firstly, the manner in which historical occurrences were clothed in mythical form and interwoven with purely legendary tales, and, secondly, the way in which nature myths were treated to teach certain doctrines. The story of Gilgamesh is an illustration of the hopelessness of a mortal's attempt to secure the kind of immortal life which is the prerogative of the gods. Popular tales, illustrative of the climatic conditions of Babylonia, serve as a means of unfolding a doctrine of evolution and of impressing upon the people a theological system of beliefs regarding the relationship of the gods to one another. A collection of war songs is given a semi-mythical form, and the original purport of the collection is modified to serve as a talisman against misfortunes. In the case of these legends it is necessary and, as we have seen, also possible to distinguish between their original and present form and to separate the story, as in the case of the Gilgamesh epic, into its component parts. The legend that we are about to consider proves that this process of the adaptation of popular myths begins at a very early period. The text was found on the cuneiform tablets discovered at El Amarna in Egypt. 1091, since the El Amarna tablets date from the 15th century B.C., we have a proof of the compilation of the legend in question at this date. The legend is again suggested by the storms which visited Babylonia, but instead of a pure nature myth, we have a tale which concerns the relationship between the gods and mankind. In its present form, it is an object lesson dealing with the same problem that we came across in the Gilgamesh epic and that we will meet again in another form, the problem of immortality. The beginning of the story, as in the case of the Zu myth, is missing, but we are in a position to restore at least the general context. A fisherman, Adapa, is engaged in plying his trade when a storm arises. Adapa is designated as the son of Ea. The place where he is fishing is spoken of as the sea. The Persian Gulf is meant, and this body of water, as the beginning of the great Okeanos, being sacred to Ea, 1092, the description of Adapa as the son of Ea is a way of conveying the idea that, like Parnapishtim, he stands under the protection of Ea. The story, like most legends, assumes a period of close intercourse between gods and men, a time when the relationship involved in being a son of a god had a literal force which was lost to a more advanced generation. Adapa, accordingly, is portrayed as fishing for the house of his lord, i.e., for Ea. When the storm breaks loose, the fisherman, though immortal, subdues the fierce element. The storm comes from the south, the direction from which the most destructive winds came to Babylonia. The south wind is pictured, as in the Zu myth, under the form of a bird. The wind sweeps Adapa into the waters, but, since this element is controlled by Adapa's father, the god Ea, Adapa succeeds in mastering the south wind, and, as we learn from the course of the narrative, in breaking the wings of the storm bird. When the tablet becomes intelligible, we find Adapa engaged in this contest with the south wind. 1093, the south wind blew and drove him, 1094, under the water. Into the dwelling place, 1095, of the fish, it engulfs him. O south wind, thou hast overwhelmed me with thy cruelty. Thy wings I will break. Adapa's threat is carried out. Even as he spoke, the wings of the south wind were broken. For 7 days the south wind did not blow across the land. 7 is to be interpreted as a round number, as in the deluge story, and indicates a rather long, though indefinite, period. Anu, the god of heaven, is astonished at this long-continued disappearance of the south wind, and asks a messenger of his, who is called the god Ilibrat, for the cause. Anu inquires, why has the south wind not blown for 7 days across the land? His messenger Ilibrat answered him, My lord. Adapa, the son of Ea, has broken the wings of the south wind. Of this god Ilibrat nothing is known. The interpretation of his name is doubtful. 1096, he probably is one of the numerous local gods who was absorbed by some more powerful one and who thus came to have a position of inferior rank in the pantheon. Anu, upon hearing the news, is enraged, and cries for help against an interference in his domain. He denounces Adapa in solemn assembly, and demands his presence of Ea, in whose domain Adapa has taken refuge. The text at this point is defective, but one can gather that Ea, who constitutes himself Adapa's protector, warns the latter, as he warned Parnapishtim. He advises him to present himself at the throne of Anu for trial, and to secure the intervention of 2 gods, Tammuz and Gishzida, who are stationed at the gate of heaven, Anu's dwelling place. To accomplish this, Adapa is to clothe himself in garments of mourning, and when the doorkeepers ask him the reason for his mourning, he is to answer. 2 gods have disappeared from our earth, therefore do I appear thus. And when he is asked, who are the 2 gods who have disappeared from the earth? Tammuz and Gishzida will look at one another, they will sigh and speak a favorable word before Anu, and the glorious countenance of Anu they will show thee. Tammuz and Gishzida will know that they are meant. The mourning of Adapa will be regarded as a sign of reverence for the 2 gods, whose sympathy and goodwill will thus be secured. The introduction of Tammuz and Gishzida introduces a widely spread nature myth into the story. Gishzida is identical with Nin-Gishzida, a solar deity whom we came across in the old Babylonian pantheon. 1097, Tammuz similarly is a solar deity. Both represent local solar cults. At a later period, Nin-Gishzida is entirely absorbed by Ninib, but the Adapa legend affords us a glimpse of the god still occupying an independent, though already inferior, position. The Babylonian calendar, 1098, designates the 5th month as sacred to Gishzida, while the 4th month is named for Tammuz. The 2 deities, therefore, take their place in the systematized pantheon as symbolical of the phases of the sun peculiar to its approach to the summer solstice. The disappearance of the 2 gods signifies the decline of the year after the summer solstice. Of Tammuz, the popular myth related that it was Ishtar, 1099, represented as his consort, who carried him off. Since the disappearance of Gishzida embodies precisely the same idea as that of Tammuz, it was natural that the story should in time have been told only of the one. The annual mourning for Tammuz was maintained in Babylonia to a very late period. The Adapa legend shows us that at one time the festival was celebrated in honor of the two related deities. The Tammuz festival was celebrated just before the summer solstice set in, so that the mourning was followed immediately by rejoicing at the reappearance of the god whose coming heralded the culmination of vegetation. The destructive storms take place during the winter, when Tammuz and Gishzida have disappeared. Adapa's mourning is thus an indication of the season of the year when his encounter with the south wind took place. Since Adapa succeeds in overcoming the destructive wind, the wintry season has passed by. Summer is approaching. The time for celebrating both the fast and the festival of the two solar deities has arrived. Tammuz and Gishzida, the gods of spring, accordingly stand at Adapa's side, ready to plead his cause before Anu. So much being clear, we may advance a step further in the interpretation of the legend. By the side of Tammuz and Gishzida, there is still a third solar deity who belongs to the spring of the year, Marduk, who, by virtue of his later position as the head of the pantheon, sets aside his two fellows and becomes the solar god of spring par excellence. Marduk, it will be recalled, is commonly designated as the son of Ea, 1100, and we have seen that, apart from political considerations, the sun rising out of the ocean, the domain of Ea, was a factor in this association. Adapa dwells at the sea, and is forced into the ocean by the south wind, in the same way that the sun dips into the great okeanos every evening. The identification of Adapa with Marduk, 1101, thus becomes apparent, and as a matter of fact the Babylonian scribes of later times, 1102, accepted this identification. The basis of the Adapa legend is, therefore, the nature myth of the annual fight of the sun with the violent elements of nature. At the same time, other ideas have been introduced into it, and Adapa himself, while playing the role of Marduk, is yet not entirely confounded with this god. His name is never written with the determinative for deity. Moreover, the nature myth is soon lost sight of, in order to make room for an entirely different order of ideas. The real purport of the legend in its present form is foreshadowed by the further advice that Ea offers to Adapa: when thou comest before Anu they will offer thee food of death. Do not eat. They will offer thee waters of death. Do not drink. They will offer thee a garment. Put it on. They will offer thee oil. Anoint thyself. The order that I give thee do not neglect. The word that I speak to thee take to heart. The messenger of Anu approached. 1103, Adapa has broken the wings of the south wind. Deliver him into my hands. Ea obeys the order, delivers up Adapa, and everything happens as was foretold. Upon mounting to heaven and on his approach to the gate of Anu, Tammuz and Gishzida were stationed at the gate of Anu. They saw Adapa and cried, Help, 1104, Lord. Why art thou thus attired? For whom hast thou put on mourning? 1105, Adapa replies, Two gods have disappeared from the earth, therefore do I wear a mourning garment. Who are the two gods who have disappeared from the earth? Tammuz and Gishzida looked at one another, broke out in lament. O Adapa! Step before King Anu. As he approached, Anu saw him and cried out to him, Come, Adapa, why hast thou broken the wings of the south wind? Adapa answered Anu, My lord. For the house of my lord, 1106, I was fishing in the midst of the sea. The waters lay still around me, when the south wind began to blow and forced me underneath. Into the dwelling of the fish it drove me. In the anger of my heart, I broke the wings of the south wind. Tammuz and Gishzida thereupon intercede with Anu on behalf of Adapa, and succeed in appeasing the god's wrath. If the story ended here, we would have a pure nature myth, the same myth in a different form that we encountered in the creation epic, in the deluge story, and in the Zu legend. Adapa would be merely a designation of Marduk and nothing more. The sun triumphs over the storms, and the only objectionable feature in the tale to a Babylonian, would be the degradation involved in obliging Marduk to secure the intercession of other gods. But this feature of itself suggests that the nature myth has been embodied in the legend, but does not constitute the whole of it. A second element and one entirely independent in its character has been added to the myth. Anu is appeased, but he is astonished at Ea's patronage of Adapa, as a result of which a mortal has actually appeared in a place set aside for the gods. Why did Ea permit an impure mortal to see the interior of heaven and earth? He made him great and gave him fame. 1107, the privilege accorded to Adapa appears to alarm the gods. As among the Greeks and other nations, so also the Babylonian deities were not free from jealousy at the power and achievements of humanity. Adapa, having viewed the secrets of heaven and earth, there was nothing left for the gods but to admit him into their circle. The narrative accordingly continues, "Now what shall we grant him? Offer him food of life, that he may eat of it." They brought it to him, but he did not eat. Waters of life they brought him, but he did not drink. A garment they brought him. He put it on. Oil they brought him. He anointed himself. Adapa follows the instructions of Ea, but the latter, it will be recalled, tells Adapa that food and water of death will be offered him. It is Ea, therefore, who, although the god of humanity, and who, moreover, according to the tradition involved in the Adapa legend, is the creator of mankind, who prevents his creatures from gaining immortality. The situation is very much the same that we find in the 3rd chapter of Genesis, when God, who creates man, takes precautions lest mortals eat of the tree of life and live forever. The problem presented by the Hebrew and Babylonian stories is the same: why should not man, who is descended from the gods, who is created in the likeness of a god, who by virtue of his intellect can peer into the secrets of heaven and earth, who stands superior to the rest of creation, who, to use the psalmist's figure, is only a scale lower than God, why should he not be like the gods and live forever? The Hebrew legend solves the problem in a franker way than does the Babylonian. God, while as anxious as Ea to keep man from eating of the tree of life, cautions Adam against the act, whereas Ea practices a deception in order to prevent man from eating. That in both tales eternal life is contained in food points again, as we have found to be the case with the biblical narratives of creation and of the deluge, to a common source for the two traditions. Similarly, the phrase, "waters of life," is a figure of speech of frequent occurrence in biblical literature in both the Old and the New Testaments. It is no argument against a common source for the Hebrew and Babylonian stories explaining how man came to forego immortality, that the waters of life should be found in the one and not in the other. If we assume with Gunkel, 1108, that the stories embodied in the first chapters of Genesis were long current among the Hebrews before they were given a permanent form, the adaptation of old traditions to an entirely new order of beliefs involves a casting aside of features that could not be used and a discarding of such as seemed superfluous. The striking departures in the case of the Hebrew legends from their Babylonian counterparts are as full of significance as the striking agreements between the two. The departures and agreements must both be accounted for. For both there are reasons. So, to emphasize only one point, in a monotheistic solution of the problem under consideration, there was no place for any conflict among the gods. In Genesis, God simply wills that man should not eat of the tree of life. In the Adapa legend, the gods, including Anu, are willing to grant a mortal the food and water of life, simply because they believe that Ea, the creator of man, wishes him to have it. Accordingly, Anu and his associates are represented at the close of the legend as being grieved that Adapa should have foregone the privilege. Anu looked at him, 1109, and lamented over him. "Come, Adapa, why didst thou not eat and not drink? Now thou canst not live." Adapa replies, unconscious of the deception practiced on him, "Ea, my lord, commanded me not to eat and not to drink." Adapa returns to the earth. What his subsequent fate is we do not know, for the tablet here comes to an end. It is possible that he learns what Ea has done, and that the god gives him the reason for the deception practiced. A scene of this kind could not find a place in the Hebrew version that emphasizes the supreme authority of a power besides whom none other was recognized. God acts alone. Adam, it will be recalled, after eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, makes a garment for himself. There can be no doubt that there is a close connection between this tradition and the feature in the Adapa legend, where Adapa, who has been shown the secrets of heaven and earth, that is, has acquired knowledge, is commanded by Ea to put on the garment that is offered him. The anointing oneself with oil, though an essential part of the toilet in the ancient and modern Orient, was discarded in the Hebrew tale as a superfluous feature. The idea conveyed by the use of oil was the same as the one indicated in clothing one's nakedness. Both are symbols of civilization which man is permitted to attain, but his development stops there. He cannot secure eternal life. On the other hand, in comparing the Hebrew and Babylonian versions of the problem of knowledge and immortality, one cannot help being struck by the pessimistic tone of the former as against the more consolatory spirit of the latter. God does not want man to attain even knowledge. 11:10, he secures it in disobedience to the divine will, whereas Ea willingly grants him the knowledge of all there is in heaven and earth. In this way the Hebrew and Babylonian mind, each developed the common tradition in its own way. Leaving the comparison aside and coming back for a moment to the Adapa story, it is interesting to observe that as we have two tales, both intended to explain the position of Marduk at the head of the pantheon, the one by making him the conqueror of Tiamat and forcing from Kingu the tablets of fate, the other by representing him as recovering from Zu the tablets which Enlil, who originally held them, could not protect against the storm bird, so we have two solutions offered for the problem of immortality. The one in the Gilgamesh epic, where the hero is told of the plant of life, succeeds in finding it, but as he is about to eat the food loses his grasp upon it. The exertions of man are in vain. True, there is Parnapishtim, a mortal who with his wife has obtained immortal life. He is the exception that proves the rule. Moreover, it is Bel, and not Ea, who places Parnapishtim at the confluence of streams, there to live forever, and Bel does this as a proof of his pacification, a kind of indemnity offered to Ea for having destroyed the offspring of the god of humanity. The Adapa legend attacks the problem more seriously. Ea, the same God who has created man, endowed him with wisdom, bestowed all manner of benefits upon him. Ea, who protects humanity against Anu, against Bel, and other gods, Ea himself deceives man. Evidently the lesson that the Babylonian theologians intended to teach through the Adapa legend was, that it was not good for man to live forever. Ea himself prevents it. That is the point of the story. Anu and the other gods are satisfied, but Ea does not desire it, and Ea's decision cannot be to the disadvantage of mankind, so dearly beloved by him. With this conclusion humanity must be content, and be resigned to the inevitable. Of the various legends that we have been considering, the story of Adapa is perhaps the most significant, and none the less so for the manner in which a philosophical problem has been grafted onto a nature myth. Adapa is made to play the role of Marduk, and it is nothing short of remarkable that at so early a period as the one to which the existence of the story can be traced back, a nature myth should have been diverted from its original purpose and adapted to the end that the Adapa story serves in its present form. The process involved in this adaptation is a complicated one. The story serves as an evidence of the intellectual activity displayed in the schools of theological thought that must have flourished for many centuries before a story like that of Adapa could have been produced out of a nature myth. Hardly less remarkable is it that the theologians and scribes of later times no longer understood the story, for otherwise they would not have identified Adapa with Marduk through the superficial circumstance that he is introduced into the story instead of Marduk, or some other solar deity allied to Marduk. The Adapa legend takes us back to the beginning of man's career, to the time when, as in the early chapters of Genesis, man stood closer to the gods than at a later time, the time when there was a constant intercourse between man and the gods, and more especially between man and his protector, Ea. The story forms part of a stock of traditions of which we have another specimen in the Yabani Akkad episode, incorporated in the Gilgamesh epic. 11:11, No doubt when the treasures still existing in the British Museum shall have been thoroughly examined and as additional remains of the religious literature of the Babylonians will be brought to light, we will find further traces of these early traditions as well as of other myths. Those that we have discussed in this and in the preceding chapters illustrate the system adopted by the priests in elaborating these traditions and myths and in adapting them to serve as illustrations of certain doctrines and beliefs. We may also feel tolerably confident that the religious ideas conveyed through these various epics and legends and myths fairly represent both the popular and the advanced thought, as it unfolded itself in the course of time. By the aid of these specimens of the religious literature, we have been enabled to analyze the views of the Babylonians regarding the creation of the world, its structure, and government. We have obtained an insight into the problems of life and death which engaged the Babylonian thinkers, and we have noted some of the solutions offered for these problems. In a consideration of the views held by the Babylonians and Assyrians of the life after death, to which we now turn, it will again be a specimen of the religious literature that will serve as our main guide. Footnotes 1011. Some of these were already indicated, but only indicated, by George Smith in his Chaldaic Genesis, German translation, pages 136 to 142. It is the merit of Drive E. J. Harper to have prepared an excellent publication of the material contained in Smith's work, pages 103 to 120, under the title, Die Babylonischen Legenden von Edna, zu, Adapa und Debara, Die Litzk and Hauptbeitrag zur Assyriologie, 2. 390 to 521. Additional material is furnished by two publications of mine, a monograph, a fragment of the Debara epic, Boston, 1891, and b. a new fragment of the Babylonian Edna legend, Die Litzk and Hauptbeitrag zur Assyriologie, 3. 363 to 381. See also Friedrich Jeremias in Chantepie de l'Assasses Lehrbuch der Religionsgeschichte, 2nd edition, I. 218 to 221. 1012, see above, page 511. 1013, see my remarks in Die Litzk and Hauptbeitrag zur Assyriologie, 3. 376, 1014, 1 Kings, v. 11. 1015, Harper in Die Litzk and Hauptbeitrag zur Assyriologie, 2. 391 to 408, 1016, IB, pages 405 seek. 1017, lit. The Inquirers, a designation of the priests in their capacity of oracle seekers. 1018, the matter is not certain because of the sad condition of the fragments. 1019, K. 2606, Harper, IB pages 399, 400. 1020, only a part of the name, SI, is preserved. 1021, see pages 108, 163. 1022, i.e., an army's march of 2 hours. 1023, the dwelling of Ea. See Meissner, Alexander and Gilgamos, page 17. 1024, i.e., still smaller. 1025, see above, page 458. 1026, see page 460. 1027, see page 511. 1028, Harper, IB page 404, note. 1029, see Harper, IB pages 406, 407. 1030, see above, page 469. 1031, Harper, pages 392 to 394. 1032, i.e., one cannot escape from Shamash, since he traverses all space. 1033, a personification of the storm. See below, pages 537 seek. The line is very obscure owing to the break in the tablet. 1034, so Harper, but see pages 541, 542. 1035, i.e., he will dig his beak into the juicy part of the meat. 1036, of the carcass. 1037, as shown by the colophon of K. 2606, and also by the fact that K. 1547, which contains on the obverse the tale, contains on the reverse Etna's prayer to Shamash. 1038, de la Sauces Lehrbuch der Religionsgeschichte, 2nd edition, I. 218, 1039, see above, page 195. 1040, Perrault and Chiples, History of Art in Sardinia, Phoenicia, Judea, Syria, and Asia Minor, 2. 176, 1041, Pinches, Babylonian and Assyrian Cylinders, etc., of Sir Henry Peake, No. 18. C. F. Harper, I.B. page 408. 1042, A Lexicographical Tablet, IIR. 56, Kernel 3. 22-35, mentions 4 dogs of Marduk. 1043, see page 232. 1044, C. Harper, I.B. page 426. 1045, the RA is either a phonetic complement to the ideograph or is perhaps added to suggest to the reader the identification with Gur-RA, 1046, namely, the connection with Hebrew Deber, pestilence. C. F. Harper, I.B. page 426. 1047, Babylon. 1048, text obscure. Sharpen badly, seems to be the idiomatic phrase used. 1049, see above, page 154. 1050, see page 475. 1051, a solar deity. See page 99. 1052, Isham. 1053, see above, page 501. 1054, i.e., 7. A collective personification of the 7 evil spirits. 1055, Isham. 1056, Iar. 51, 19c and 4a. Kashur is also used as a name for the cedar. C. Delitsk, Assur. Handwörterbuch, p. 295a. 1057, the one published by the writer. 1058, Hammurabi is the conqueror of Palestine mentioned in Gen XLV. Under the name Amraphel. C. E.g., Hamel, Altisraelitische Überlieferung, p. 106, 1059, number 21. 14, the Song of Deborah, Judges, v. belongs to this collection. For further specimens of Babylonian war songs, see Hamel, I.B. pages 180-190, all dealing with the memorable Hammurabi period. 1060, K. 1282, Harper, I.B., pages 432 seek. And King's Fragment, Zeitschrift für Assyriologie, XL. 60, 61. 1061, the gods of vegetation are mentioned. 1062, i.e., give wisdom to the one who honors me. 1063, text, Deborah. 1064, see above, page 114. 1065, as Mr. King has shown, Zeitschrift für Assyriologie, 11. 53, see above, page 269. 1066, Deuteronomy 6. 9, 1067, see page 483. 1068, see page 263. 1069, see page 525. 1070, see page 420, 428. 1071, see pages 439 seek. 1072, i.e., Enlil's. 1073, i.e., the bond of heaven and earth, the name probably of a temple tower in Nippur, sacred to Enlil. 1074, Zu's heart. These 2 lines are repeated. 1075, the word Kisu applies more especially to the dwelling places of the gods. Delitsk, Assur. Handwörterbuch, p. 349b. 1076, Zu. 1077, C.E.G., Ward, Seal Cylinders of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, page 12. 1078, Ram-Man. 1079, these 2 lines are repeated. 1080, the Thunderbolt. 1081, Cities Sacred to Thee. 1082, I. The sacred edifices in these cities. 1083, the lofty dwelling of the gods is here meant. See chapter 27. 1084, ideographic reading, the ideograph signifies shrine. The verbal stem bararu means to shine. 1085, see page 414. 1086, see page 525. 1087, see page 400. 1088, it is quite possible that the line in question declares that Zu is in collusion with the eagle, against whom the serpent seeks the assistance of Shamash. 1089, see page 417. 1090, it is hardly possible that the illustration on seal cylinders mentioned by Ward, IB pages 13, 14, represents the Zu bird brought before a deity for punishment, and certainly not before Shamash, who only enters into the story in so far as Marduk is a solar deity. 1091, published by Winkler and Abel, Der Thontafelfund von Elamarna, 3. 166a, b, translated also by Harper, IB pages 420, 421. 1092, see above, page 63. 1093, my rendering is given in continuous lines. The legend is in narrative, not in poetic form. 1094, Adapa. 1095, lit. House. 1096, neither Delitska's suggestion, God of dwellings nor Harper's, God thou art strong, is acceptable. 1097, see page 99. 1098, see page 462. 1099, see the following chapter. 1100, see pages 139 seek. 1101, first suggested by Zimmern. 1102, of the 8th century. See Harper, IB page 424. 1103, to EA, 1104, anew, it will be recalled, utters the same cry. See page 546. 1105, referring to his garments of mourning. 1106, EA, 1107, I follow Zimmern's rendition of the line. 1108, Schöpfung und Chaos, pages 168 seek. 1109, Adapa. 1110, the phrase, knowledge of good and evil, Gen 2. 17, is simply an expression equivalent to our everything, or to the Babylonian secrets of heaven and earth. 1111, see pages 476 seek. Sayce has even gone so far as to suggest an identification of Adapa, by reading Adwa, with the biblical Adam, but this conjecture is untenable. Chapter 25. The views of life after death. The problem of immortality, we have seen, engaged the serious attention of the Babylonian theologians. While the solutions they had to offer could hardly have been satisfactory either to themselves or to the masses, it must not be supposed that the denial of immortality to man involved the total extinction of conscious vitality. Neither the people or the leaders of religious thought ever faced the possibility of the total annihilation of what once was called into existence. Death was a passage to another kind of life, and the denial of immortality merely emphasized the impossibility of escaping the change in existence brought about by death. The gods alone do not pass from one phase of existence to the other. Death was mysterious, but not more mysterious than life. The Babylonian religion does not transcend the stage of belief, characteristic of primitive culture everywhere, which cannot conceive of the possibility of life coming to an absolute end. Life of some kind and in some form was always presupposed. So far as man was concerned, created by some god, Bel, Ea, Oruru, or Ishtar, according to the various traditions that were current, 1112, no divine fiat could wipe out what was endowed with life and the power of reproduction. No doubt, the impossibility for the individual to conceive of himself as forever deprived of consciousness, was at the bottom of the primitive theory of the perpetuity of existence in some form. Among ancient religions, Buddhism alone frees itself from this theory and unfolds a bold doctrine of the possibility of a complete annihilation. The question, however, whether the continuity of existence was a blessing or a curse was raised by many ancient nations. The Babylonians are among these who are inclined to take a gloomy view of the passage from this world to the existence in store for humanity after death, and the religious leaders were either powerless or disinclined to controvert this view. Location and names of the gathering place of the dead. We have already had occasion, 1113, to refer to the great cave underneath the earth in which the dead were supposed to dwell, and since the earth itself was regarded as a mountain, the cave is pictured as a hollow within, or rather underneath, a mountain. A conception of this kind must have arisen among a people that was once familiar with a mountainous district. The settlers of the Euphrates Valley brought the belief with them from an earlier mountain home. The cave, moreover, points to cave dwelling and to cave burial as conditions that prevailed at one time among the populace, precisely as the imitation of the mountain with its caves in the case of the Egyptian pyramids, is due to similar influences. To this cave various names are assigned in the literature of the Babylonians, some of popular origin, others reflecting scholastic views. The most common name is Erilu. 1114, we also find the term, House of Erilu. 1115, the etymology of the term is obscure. Erilu was pictured as a vast place, dark and gloomy. It is sometimes called a land, sometimes a great house. The approach to it was difficult. It lay in the lowest part of the mountain that represented the earth, not far from the hollow underneath the mountain into which the Apsu flowed. Surrounded by 7 walls and strongly guarded, it was a place to which no living person could go and from which no mortal could ever depart after once entering it. To Erilu all went whose existence in this world had come to an end. Another name which specifies the relationship of Erilu to the world is Eker or Mountain House of the Dead. Eker is one of the names for the earth, 1116, but is applied more particularly to that part of the mountain, also known as Karsag, 1117, Kurkara, i.e., the mountain of all lands where the gods were born. Before the later speculative view was developed, according to which the gods, or most of them, have their seats in heaven, 1118, it was on this mountain also that the gods were supposed to dwell. Hence Eker became also one of the names for temple, 1119, as the seat of a god. The dwelling of the dead was regarded as a part of the great mountain. It belonged to Eker, and the fact that it was designated simply as Eker, 1120, is a valuable indication that the dead were brought into close association with the gods. This association is also indicated by the later use of Erilu as the designation of the mountain within which the district of the dead, Erilu proper, lay, 1121, synonymous, therefore, with Eker. We shall see in the course of this chapter that the dead are placed even more than the living under the direct supervision of the gods. A third name for the netherworld which conveys an important addition to the views held regarding the dead, was Shwalu. Jensen, it is true, following Bertin, questions the existence of this term in Babylonian, 1122, but one does not see how the evidence of the passages in the lexicographical tablets can be set aside in the way that he proposes. Zimmern, 1123, does not appear to be convinced by Jensen's arguments and regards the question as an open one. Jensen's method of disposing of Shwalu, besides being open to serious objections, fails to account for the fact that Shwalu is brought into association with various Babylonian terms and ideographs for the grave. 1124, this cannot be accidental. That the term has hitherto been found only in lexicographical tablets need not surprise us. Erilu, too, is of rare occurrence in the religious texts. The priests appear to avoid the names for the nether world, which were of ill omen, and preferred to describe the place by some epithet, as land without return, or dark dwelling, or great city, and the like. Of such descriptive terms we have a large number. 1125, the stem underlying Shwalu signifies, to ask. Shwalu is a place of inquiry, 1126, and the inquiry meant is of the nature of a religious oracle. The name, accordingly, is an indication of the power accorded to the dead, to aid the living by furnishing them with answers to questions, just as the gods furnish oracles through the mediation of the priests. 1127, the Old Testament supplies us with an admirable illustration of the method of obtaining oracles through the dead. Saul, when he desires to know what the outcome of a battle is to be, seeks out a sorceress, and through her calls up the dead Samuel, 11:28, and puts the question to him. Similarly, in the Gilgamesh epic, the hero, with the aid of Nergal, obtains a sight of Eabani, 11:29, and plies him with questions. The belief, therefore, in this power of the dead was common to Babylonians and Hebrews, and, no doubt, was shared by other branches of the Semites. It is natural, therefore, to find the Babylonian term Shwalu paralleled by the Hebrew Sheol, which is the common designation in the Old Testament for the dwelling place of the dead. 1130. How widespread the custom was among Babylonians of inquiring through the living of the dead. 1131. It is difficult, in default of satisfactory evidence, to say. The growing power of the priests as mediators between men and gods must have acted as a check to such practices. The priests, as the inquirers, 1132, naturally proceeded direct to the particular god whose representative they claimed to be, and the development of an elaborate ceremonial in the temples in connection with the oracles, 1133, was a further factor that must have influenced the gradual abandonment of the custom, at least as an element of the official cult. Moreover, the belief itself belongs in the domain of ancestor worship, and in historical times we find but little trace of such worship among the Babylonians. We may, therefore, associate the custom with the earliest period of the Babylonian religion. This view carries with it the antiquity of the term Shwalu. Like Erelu and the designation Iker, it embodies the close association of the dead with the gods. The dead not only dwell near the gods, but, like the gods, they can direct the affairs of mankind. Their answers to questions put to them have divine justification. From this view of the dead to the deification of the latter is but a short step. It does not, of course, follow from the fact that Shwalu or Sheol is the place of oracles, that all the dead have the power to furnish oracles or can be invoked for this purpose. Correspondingly, if we find that the Babylonians did deify their dead, it does not mean that at one time all the dead were regarded as gods. Popular legends are concerned only with the heroes, with the popular favorites, not with the great masses. Eabani, who appears to Gilgamesh, is a hero, and so is Samuel. As a matter of fact, we have so far only found evidence that the ancient rulers whose memory lingered in the minds of the people were regarded by later generations as gods. So the names of Dungi and Gudea, 1134, are written on tablets that belong to the centuries immediately following their reign, with the determinative that is placed before the names of gods. Festivals were celebrated in honor of these kings, sacrifices were offered to them, and their images were placed in temples. 1135, again, Gimel Sin, circa 2500 BC, of the second dynasty of Ur, appears to have been deified during his lifetime, and there was a temple in Lagash which was named after him. 1136, no doubt other kings will be found who were similarly honored. We may expect to come across a god Hammurabi someday. Gilgamesh is, as we have seen, a historical personage whose career has been so thoroughly amalgamated with nature myths that he ends by becoming a solar deity who is invoked in incantations. The tendency to connect legendary and mythical incidents with ancient rulers is part and parcel of this process of deification. Of an ancient king, Sargon, 1137, a story was related how he was exposed in a boat, and, knowing neither father nor mother, was found by a ferryman. The exploits of this king and of his successor, Naram Sin, were incorporated in an omen text, 1138, a circumstance that again illustrates how the popular fancy connected the heroes of the past with its religious interests. Still, there is no more reason to question the historical reality of Sargon, 1139, than to question the existence of Moses, because a story of his early youth is narrated in Exodus, 1140, which forms a curious parallel to the Sargon legend, or to question the existence of a personage by the name of Abraham, because an Abrahamitic cult arose that continues to the present day. 1141, this close association of the dead with the gods, upon which the deification of the dead rests, may be regarded as a legacy of the earliest period of the Babylonian religion, of the time when the intercourse between the gods and the living was also direct. The belief and rites connected with the dead constitute the most conservative elements in the religion of a people. The organized cult affects the living chiefly. So far as the latter are concerned, the rise of a priesthood to whom the religious needs of the people are entrusted, removes the living from that immediate contact with the gods which we note in the traditions of every people regarding the beginnings of mankind. The priests have no power over the dead. The dead require no mediator. Hence, those who dwell in Erilu return to the early state of mankind when gods and mankind walked together. Another name that is of frequent occurrence in religious texts is Kigalu, which describes the nether world as a district of great extent, situated within the earth. 1142, the chief goddess of the nether world is commonly known as the Queen of Kigalu. Furthermore, Irkalla, which was interpreted by the Babylonian theologians as great city, or district, is used both as a designation for the dwelling place of the dead and for the consort of the Queen of Erilu. 1143, beside the names for the nether world above discussed, a large number of epithets and metaphors are found in the religious texts. The place to which the dead go is called the dark dwelling, the land from which there is no return, house of death, the great city, the deep land, and, since Nergal, the ruler of the lower world, was the patron of the city Kutha, 1144, or Kutu, the name Kutha was also used as a designation for Erilu. Lastly, it is interesting to note that in poetical usage the words for grave, 1145, were also employed to describe the nether world. The question raised by this metaphor as to the relationship between the grave and the lower world can best be discussed when we come to consider the funeral rites. 1146, the condition of the dead and the impossibility of an escape from Erilu. Among the remains of Babylonian literature there is a remarkable production, which furnishes us with an admirable view of the fate in store for those who have left this world. 1147, the composition is based upon a nature myth, symbolizing the change of seasons. Ishtar, the great mother goddess, the goddess of fertility who produces vegetation, is, as we saw in the Gilgamesh epic, 1148, also the one who brings about the decline of vegetation. The change in nature that takes place after the summer solstice is past and the crops have ripened was variously interpreted. According to one, and, as it would seem, the favorite, tradition, the goddess is represented as herself destroying the solar deity, Tammuz, whom she had chosen as a consort. Repentant and weeping, Ishtar passes to the lower world in search of her youthful husband, the symbol of the sun on its approach to the summer solstice. While Ishtar is in the lower world, all fertility ceases, in the fields, as well as in the animal kingdom. At last Ishtar reappears, and nature is joyous once more. In the Semitic Orient there are only two seasons: frowny face 1149, winter, or the rainy season, and summer, or the dry season. The myth was, therefore, a symbol of the great contrast that the two seasons presented to one another. Under various forms and numerous disguises, we find the myth among several branches of the Semites, as well as in Egypt and among Aryans who came into contact with Semitic ideas. 1150, a festival celebrated in honor of Tammuz by the Babylonians is one expression of many that the myth received. The designation of the sixth month as the mission of Ishtar, 1151, is another. This myth was adapted by the theologians to illustrate the doctrines that were developed regarding the kind of existence led by the dead. The literary method adopted is the same that characterizes the elaboration of the Adapa myth and of the myths incorporated into the Gilgamesh epic. The story forms the point of departure, but its original purport is set aside to a greater or less degree, necessary modifications are introduced, and the moral or lesson is distinctly indicated. In the case of the production that we are about to consider, the story of Ishtar's visit to the nether world is told, perhaps by a priest, to a person who seeks consolation. A dear relative has departed this life, and a survivor, a brother, apparently, is anxious to know whether the dead will ever come back again. The situation reminds one of Gilgamesh seeking out Eabani, 1152, with this difference, that, whereas Gilgamesh, aided by Nergal, is accorded a sight of his friend, the ordinary mourner must content himself with the answer given to him. But what Gilgamesh is not permitted to hear, 1153, the mourner is told. A description is given him of how the dead fare in Erilu. The problem, however, is somewhat different in the story of the descent of Ishtar, from the one propounded in the 12th tablet of the Gilgamesh epic. The question uppermost in the mind of the mourner is, will the dead return? The condition of the dead, which is most prominent in Gilgamesh's mind, is secondary. Both questions, however, are answered, and both answers are hopelessly sad. The netherworld is joyless. Even the goddess Ishtar is badly treated upon entering it. The place is synonymous with inactivity and decay, and, though the goddess returns, the conclusion drawn is that the exception proves the inexorable rule. A goddess may escape, but mortals are doomed to everlasting sojourn, or rather imprisonment, in the realm presided over by Alatu and her consort Nergal. The tale begins with a description of the land to which Ishtar proceeds, to the land whence there is no return, the land of darkness. 1154, Ishtar, the daughter of Sin, turned her mind, the daughter of Sin turned her mind, to the house of darkness, the dwelling of Irkalla, to the house whence no one issues who has once entered it. To the road from which there is no return, when once it has been trodden. To the house whose inhabitants, 1155, are deprived of light. The place where dust is their, 1156, nourishment, their food clay. They, 1157, have no light, dwelling in dense darkness. And they are clothed like birds, in a garment of feathers, where over gate and bolt, dust is scattered. Ishtar, it will be observed, is here called the daughter of the moon god, whereas in the Gilgamesh epic she appears as the daughter of Anu, the god of heaven. Both designations reflect the views developed in the schools, and prove that the story has been produced under scholastic influences. The goddess has her place in the heavens, in the planet bearing her name, and the designation of this planet as the daughter of Sin can only be understood in connection with the astronomical system, in which the moon plays so prominent a role, 1158, and becomes the father of all the great gods, except Shamash, who constitute the lesser luminaries of the night. Irkalla is one of the names, 1159, for a god of the nether world, who is regarded as the associate of Alatu. The dwelling is elsewhere spoken of as a great palace, in which Alatu and her consort Nergal have their thrones. A gloomier place than the one described in these opening lines of the story cannot well be imagined. The picture reflects the popular views, and up to this point, the doctrines of the school are in agreement with the early beliefs. The description of the lower world is evidently suggested by the grave or the cave in which the dead were laid. The reference to dust and clay as the food of the dead shows that the doctrine taught in the Gilgamesh epic, 1160, of man's being formed of clay and returning to clay, was the common one. This view helps us to understand how the words for grave came to be used as synonyms for the nether world. The dead being placed below the earth, they were actually conveyed within the realm of which Erilu was a part, and since it became customary for the Babylonians to bury their dead together, the cities of the dead that thus arose could easily be imagined to constitute the kingdom presided over by Alatu and Nergal. At this point, however, the speculations of the schools begin to diverge from the popular notions. We may well question whether the Babylonian populace ever attempted to make clear to itself in what form the dead continued their existence. It may be that the argument from dreams, as the basis for the primitive belief in the continuation of life, in some form, after death has been too hard-pressed, 1161, but certainly the appearance of the dead in the dreams of the living must have produced a profound impression, and since the dead appeared in the same form that they had while alive, the conclusion was natural that, even though the body decayed, a vague outline remained that bore the same relation to the corpus as the shadow to the figure casting it. Two remarkable chapters in the Old Testament, 1162, illustrate this popular view prevailing in Babylonia, as to the condition of the dead in the nether world. The prophets Isaiah and Ezekiel both portray the dead as having the same form that they possessed while alive. The kings have their crowns on their heads, the warriors lie with their swords girded about them. The dead Yabani, it will be recalled, appears to Gilgamesh and is at once recognized by the latter. What distinguishes the dead from the living is their inactivity. They lie in Erilu without doing anything. Everything there is in a state of neglect and decay. The dead can speak, but the Babylonians probably believed, like the Hebrews, that the dead talk in whispers, or chirp like birds. 1163, the dead are weak, 1164, and, therefore, unless others attend to their needs, they suffer pangs of hunger, or must content themselves with dust and clay as their food. Tender care during the last moments of life was essential to comparative well-being in Erilu. 1165, the person who goes to Erilu in sorrow and neglect will continue sorrowful and neglected. The theologians, while accepting these views in general, passed beyond them in an important particular. They could not reconcile the evident dissolution of the body with a continuation of even a shadowy outline. When a man died, the spirit, which, according to the animistic theory, lodged somewhere within the body and produced the manifestations of life, sought for refuge in some other substance. The ease with which birds moved from one place to another suggested these beings as the ones in which the dislodged spirit found a home. The Babylonian thinkers were not alone in developing the view that the dead assumed the form of birds. Parallels to the pictures of the dead in the story of Ishtar's descent may be found in Egypt and elsewhere. 1166, but what is important for our purposes is the consideration that, in Babylonia at least, the view in question is not the popular one, but the result of speculations about a problem that appeals only to those who make the attempt, at least, to clarify their ideas regarding the mystery of death. The next section of the story affords us a picture of the entrance to Erilu. When Ishtar arrived at the gate of the land without return, she spoke to the watchman of the gate, "Ho! Watchman, open thy gate. Open thy gate that I may enter. If thou dost not open the gate, if thou refusest me admission, I will smash the door, break the bolt. I will smash the threshold, force open the portals. I will raise up the dead to eat the living until the dead outnumber the living." The entrance to the nether world is strongly guarded. From other sources we learn that there was a spy, perhaps identical with the watchman, stationed at the portal of the lower world, who reports all happenings to the Queen Alatu through Namtar, the god, or spirit, of pestilence. The watchman is to prevent the living from entering, and also the dead from escaping. The violence of Ishtar is an interesting touch in the narrative. As a goddess, she resents any opposition to her desires. Her anxiety to enter Erilu indicates that the original form of the myth, which must have represented the descent as forced and not voluntary, has been modified by the introduction of a new factor, the search for her dead consort, Tammuz. The character of Ishtar as the goddess of war, 1167, may also have influenced this portrayal of her rage. In her violence, she threatens a conflict between the dead and the living. The former will destroy, 1168, the latter, as a victorious army butchers the hostile host. The watchman endeavors to pacify the enraged Ishtar. The watchman opened his mouth and spoke. Spoke to the great Ishtar, "Hold, O mistress, do not destroy them." 1169, I will go and mention thy name to the Queen Alatu. Alatu is grieved upon hearing the news of Ishtar's arrival, for Ishtar's disappearance from the world means death. I must weep for the masters who forsake their consorts. I must weep for the wives who are torn from their husband's side. For the children I must weep who are snatched away, before their time. Go, watchman, open thy gate. Deal with her according to the ancient laws. The scene that follows embodies, again, views of the nether world as developed in the schools. Corresponding to the 7 zones surrounding the earth, 1170, the nether world is pictured as enclosed by 7 gates. Through these Ishtar must pass, before she is ushered into the presence of Alatu. The watchman went and opened his gate. Enter, O mistress, welcome in Kutha. 1171, the great house, 1172, of the land without return greets thee. 1173, through the first gate he led her, and boldly removed the great crown from her head. Why, O watchman, dost thou remove the great crown from my head? Enter, O mistress, such are the laws of Alatu. At the second gate, he removes the earrings of the goddess, at the third, her necklace is taken away, and, similarly, at each succeeding gate, a portion of her dress, the ornaments on her breast, her belt of precious stones, her bracelets, until, when the seventh gate is reached, the covering over her loins is removed, and she stands naked before Alatu. At each gate Ishtar asks the same question, why the watchman strips her, and the same answer is given. The removal of one ornament after the other symbolizes, evidently, the gradual decay of vegetation, not, as has been supposed, that the dead enter Erilu naked. Alatu calls upon her messenger, Namtar, to strike the goddess with disease in all parts of her body. The disease expresses the same idea as the removal of the ornaments, decay of strength. There follows a description of the desolation on earth during Ishtar's sojourn with Alatu. Productivity comes to a standstill. The ox does not mount the cow, the ass does not bend over the she-ass. Among mankind, likewise, fertility ceases. The gods lament the absence of Ishtar and the fate that overtook her. The astronomical conception of Ishtar as the planet Venus, at this point, is apparent. The gods complain. Ishtar has descended to the earth, and has not come up. As a planet, Ishtar's seat is in the heavens. The disappearance of the planet has been combined with the nature myth of the decay of vegetation. As the evening star, Venus dips down into the west, to reappear after a long interval in the east. The astral character of Ishtar dominates the latter half of the story in its present form. It is not the goddess of love and fertility nor the goddess of war who is rescued from her prison by Ea, but the planet Ishtar. Shamash is informed of the disaster by his servant, Papsukal. 1174, the sun god proceeds for aid to Sin and Ea. The latter furnishes relief. The sun enters Ea's domain every evening, and, since it is in the west that the planet sinks like the sun, the association of ideas becomes apparent which suggests Ea as the savior and the sun as the mediator. Ea created in his wisdom a male being. He formed Udushan Amir, a divine servant. Go, Udushan Amir, to the gate of the land without return, turn thy face. The 7 gates of the land without return will be opened before thee. Alatu will see thee and welcome thee after her heart is pacified, her spirit, 1175, brightened. Invoke against her the name of the great gods. Raise thy countenance, to Sukalziku direct thy attention. Come, mistress, grant me Sukalziku, that I may drink, 1176, therefrom. Ea appears here again in the role of creator. 1177, the name of the mysterious being created by Ea signifies renewal of light. The incident, it will be seen, is wholly symbolical. A touch of mysticism has also been introduced. Sukalziku is a compound of a word meaning to sprinkle, and another which may mean grotto. 1178, Sukalziku appears, therefore, to be the name for a mysterious fountain, the waters of which restore the dead to life. Udushan Amir having pronounced the name of the gods before Alatu, and having thus secured their aid, his request is in the nature of an order. But the request must not be interpreted literally, as though the waters were intended for him. It is for the sake of Ishtar that he desires to have the use of Sukalziku. Alatu understands Udushan Amir's speech in this sense, and is enraged at the order to yield up Ishtar. Alalu, upon hearing this, smote her sides and bit her finger. 1179, thou hast demanded of me a request that should not be requested. Come, Udushan Amir, I will curse thee with a terrible curse. Food from the gutters of the city be thy nourishment. The sewers of the city be thy drink. The shadow of the wall be thy seat. The threshold be thy dwelling. Exile and banishment break thy strength. The force of the curse lies in the closing words. Udushan Amir is to be an outcast. He will not be permitted to enter either city or house, but must remain at the wall or stop at the threshold. Properly prepared food and drink are to be denied him. He shall starve or perish miserably. But the mission of Adushun Amir has been accomplished. Allatu may curse as she pleases, the order of Ea must be obeyed. The goddess Allulu opened her mouth and spoke. To Namtar, her messenger, she addressed an order, "Go, Namtar, smash the true palace. 1180, break down the threshold, destroy the doorposts. Bring out the Anunnaki and place them on golden thrones. Besprinkle Ishtar with the waters of life and take her from me." Namtar obeys the order. Ishtar is led through the 7 gates. At each one, the articles taken from her on her entrance are returned, at the first, the loin cloth, at the second, the bracelets and ankle rings, and so on, until she emerges in her full beauty. The close of the story thus brings to our gaze once more Ishtar as goddess of fertility, who gradually brings vegetation, strength, and productivity back again. This curious mixture in the story of the astral Ishtar, the creation of the astronomers, and the popular Ishtar, is a trait which shows how the old nature myth has been elaborated in passing through the hands of the literati. The various steps in the process can still be seen. In the original form, the goddess must have been forced into an exile to the nether world, the exile symbolizing the wintry season when fertility and productivity, 1181, come to an end. Ishtar is stripped of her glory. She comes to Allatu, who grieves at her approach, but imprisons her in the great house, and refuses to yield her up, until forced to do so by order of the gods. A similar story must have been told of Tammuz, the sun god, who is also the god of vegetation. The two stories were combined. Ishtar marries Tammuz, and then destroys him. The goddess produces fertility, but cannot maintain it. Tammuz goes to the nether world. Ishtar repents, bewails her loss, and goes to seek for her consort and to rescue him. Enraged she advances to Allatu, threatens to smash the door and break the lock unless admitted. The story in this form must have ended in the restoration of Tammuz. The identification of Ishtar with the planet Venus introduced a new factor. The disappearance of the planet fitted in well with the original nature myth. The combination of the Ishtar-Tammuz story with this factor resulted in the tale as we have it now. The enraged Ishtar is the one who seeks for her consort. The Ishtar who is forced to give up her ornaments is the old goddess who falls into the hands of Allatu. During her absence, production comes to a standstill, decay sets in. The Ishtar who is rescued by Ea through the mediation of the renewal of light is the astral Ishtar, as developed by the astronomers, and, finally, the Ishtar who receives her ornaments back again and comes to the upper world, is once more the goddess of vegetation, rescued from her exile to new glory. Up to this point, Tammuz has not been mentioned in the story. In the advice, however, that is given at the conclusion of the tale to mourners, the consort of Ishtar is introduced. If she, 1182, will not grant her redemption, 1183, turn to her, 1184, thy countenance. To Tammuz, her youthful consort, pour out pure waters, costly oil, offer him. The mourners are furthermore instructed to institute a formal lamentation. The Ukadi, 1185, the priestesses of Ishtar, are to sing dirges, flutes are to accompany the song. The thought intended, apparently, to be conveyed is that if Allatu will not give up the dead, the surviving relatives should endeavor to secure the good grace of Ishtar and Tammuz, who succeeded in subduing Allatu. The closing lines are rendered obscure by a reference to the goddess Belalai, who appears to be the sister of Tammuz. The reference assumes the knowledge of a tale in which the goddess was represented as breaking a costly vessel adorned with precious stones, in sign of her grief for the lost Tammuz. Suitable mourning for Tammuz, therefore, will secure the sympathy of Belalai also. The story thus ends with a warning to all who mourn for their dead to remember Tammuz, to observe the rites set aside for the festival celebrated in his honor. Bearing in mind the tentative character of any interpretation for the closing lines, we may mention Jeremiah's, 1186, supposition that it is a deceased sister who addresses her sorrowing brother at the end of the story. My only brother, let me not perish. On the day of Tammuz, play for me on the flute of lapis lazuli, together with the lyre, 1187, of pearl play for me. Together let the professional dirge singers, male and female, play for me, that the dead may arise and inhale the incense of offerings. The lines impress one as snatches from a dirge, sung or recited in memory of the dead, and introduced here as an appropriate illustration of the conclusion to be drawn from the tale. At all events, the consolation that the mourner receives lies in this thought: the dead can hear the lamentation. The survivors are called upon not to forget the dead. When the festival of Tammuz comes, let them combine with the weeping for the god, a dirge in memory of the dead. Let them pray to Ishtar and Tammuz. If remembered by the living, the dead will at least enjoy the offerings made to them, regain, as it were, a temporary sense of life, but more cannot with certainty be hoped for. The outlook for the dead, it will be seen, is not hopeful. Their condition is at best a tolerable one. What we may glean from other sources but confirms the general impression, conveyed by the opening and closing lines of the Ishtar story, or makes the picture a still gloomier one. The day of death is a day of sorrow, the day without mercy. The word for corpse conveys the idea that things have come to an end. Whenever death is referred to in the literature, it is described as an unmitigated evil. A dirge introduced into an impressive hymn to Nergal, 1188, laments the fate of him who has descended to the breast of the earth, satiated, 1189, he has gone, to the land of the dead. Full of lament on the day that he encountered sorrow, in the month which does not bring to completion the year, 1190, on the road of destruction for mankind, to the wailing place, the hero, has gone, to the distant invisible land. We must not be misled by an epithet bestowed upon several gods, Marduk, Ninib, and Gula, of the restorer of the dead to life, into the belief that the dead could be brought back from Erilu. These epithets appear chiefly in incantations and hymns addressed to the gods for some specific purpose, such as deliverance of a sufferer from disease. The gods are appealed to against the demons, whose grasp means death. Ninib and Gula are viewed as gods of healing. 1191, to be cured through their aid was to be snatched from the jaws of death. Moreover, Ninib and Marduk, as solar deities, symbolize the sun of spring, which brings about the revivification of nature. The return of vegetation suggests the thought that Ninib and Marduk have filled with new life what appeared to be dead. The trees that seemed entirely dead blossom forth, the bare earth is covered with verdure. Similarly, the suffering individual stricken with disease could be awakened to new life. It is this restoration which lies in the power of the gods, but once a man has been carried off to Erilu, no god can bring him back to this earth. An apparent exception to the rule, according to which all mankind eventually comes to Erilu, is formed by Parnapishtim and his wife, who dwell in a place vaguely described as distant, situated at the confluence of the streams. The place, as was pointed out in a previous chapter, 1192, lies in the vicinity of the Persian Gulf, and, since it can only be reached by water, the natural conclusion is that it is an island. The temptation is strong to compare the dwelling of Parnapishtim with the belief found among the Greeks and other nations, of an island of the blessed. This has been done by Jeremias, 1193, and others. However, we must bear in mind that the point in Parnapishtim's narrative is that he and his wife do not die. They are removed to the distant place by the gods and continue to live there. Again, we do not learn of any other person who inhabits this island. If to these considerations we add, that the name Parnapishtim signifies offspring of life, that his wife's name is not mentioned, that we are not told what becomes of his family and servants, who are also saved from the deluge, it is evident that the incident of Parnapishtim's escape is an allegory, introduced into the story as a dramatic means of teaching the doctrine which we have seen dominates the tale, that man, ordinarily, cannot secure immortal life. If there is any connection between the island where Parnapishtim dwells and the Greek conception of an island of the blessed, it is a trace of foreign influence in Babylonian mythology. There is nothing to show that among the Babylonians, either among the populace or in the schools, a belief arose in a paradise whither privileged persons were transported after death, nor is any distinction made by them between the good and the bad, so far as the future habitation is concerned. All mankind, kings and subjects, virtuous and wicked, go to Aralu. Those who have obtained the goodwill of the gods receive their reward in this world, by a life of happiness and of good health. The gods can ward off disease, or, rather, since disease, as all ills and misfortunes, is a punishment sent by some god or demon, forgiveness can be secured, the proof of which will consist in the restoration of the sick to health, but the moment that death ensues the control of the gods ends. To the Babylonians, the words of the psalmist, 1194, who praises thee, O God, in Sheol, came home with terrible force. They expressed, admirably, the Babylonian view of the limitations of divine power. The dead do not praise the gods, simply because it would be useless. The concern of the gods is with the living. We are fortunate in possessing a pictorial representation of the nether world that confirms the view to be derived from a study of the religious literature. A number of years ago, Clermont-Ganneau directed attention to a remarkable bronze tablet which was purchased at Hamath in northern Syria. 1195, the art was clearly Babylonian, and there was no reason to question the genuineness of the production. Quite recently a duplicate has been found at Zergel, in Babylonia, 1196, so that all suspicions are removed. The bronze tablet contains on the one side, the figure of a monster with a lion-like face and body, but provided with huge wings. Standing erect, his head rises above the tablet, his forelegs rest on the edge, and the demon is thus represented in the attitude of looking over to the other side of the tablet. At the side of the monster, are two heads of hideous appearance. The illustrations on the reverse are devoted to a portrayal of a funeral ceremony, and of the general aspects of the nether world. There are 5 distinct divisions, 1197, marked off from one another by 4 heavy lines drawn across the tablet. In the first division appear the symbols of the chief gods of the Assyrian pantheon, Marduk, Nabu, Sin, Ishtar, Shamash, Ramman, etc. 1198, these gods, as inhabiting the heaven, are placed at the head of the tablet. Next come 7 evil spirits figured as various animals, 1199, who, as inferior to the gods, and perhaps also as messengers of the latter, are assigned a place midway between heaven and earth. In the third section, there is pictured the funeral ceremony proper. A dead body lies on a couch. 2 rather strange figures, but apparently priests, have taken up a position, one at each end of the funeral bier, performing some rite of purification. One of the priests has a robe of fish scales and is bearded, the other is smooth-faced and clothed in a long garment. Censers are placed near the priests. The latter appear at the same time to be protecting the body against 2 demons whose threatening gestures suggest that they are endeavoring to secure possession of the dead. 1200, these demons may be the special messengers of the gods of the nether world, who have brought about the death of their victim. Below this scene, we come to a view of the nether world. The division is much larger than any of the others. 2 hideous figures dominate the scene, both of fantastic shape, and evidently so portrayed as to suggest the horror of the nether world. One of these figures, 1201, stands erect in a menacing attitude, the other is resting in a kneeling position on a horse. 1202, the second figure is a representation of the chief goddess of the nether world, Alatu. The demon at her side would then be the special messenger of this goddess, Namtar. The goddess has her 2 arms extended, in the act of strangling a serpent. The act symbolizes her strength. Her face is that of a lioness, and she is suckling 2 young lions at her breasts. If it be recalled that Nergal, the chief god of the lower world, is also pictured as a lion, 1203, it seems but natural to conclude that the monster covering the one side of the tablet is none other than the consort of Alatu, the heads on either side of him representing his attendants. At the left side of Alatu are a series of objects, a jar, bowl, an arrowhead, a trident, which, as being buried with the dead, are symbols of the grave. The goddess and the demon at her side direct their gaze towards these objects. The netherworld reaches down to the Apsu, the deep that flows underneath the earth. This is indicated in the design by placing the horse, on which the goddess rests, in a bark. The bark, again, is of fantastic shape, the one end terminating in the head of a serpent, the other in that of some other animal, perhaps a bull. The bark reaches into the fifth division, 1204, which is a picture of flowing water with fish swimming from the left to the right, as an indication of the direction in which the water flows. At the verge of the water stand two trees. 1205, what these trees symbolize is not known, and there are other details in the third and fourth sections that still escape us. For our purposes, it is sufficient to note, a, that the sections represent in a general way the divisions of the universe, the heavens, the atmosphere, the earth, the netherworld, and the deep wink with a frown 1206, b, that the netherworld is in the interior of the earth, reaching down to Apsu, and c, that this interior is pictured as a place full of horrors, and is presided over by gods and demons of great strength and fierceness. Such being the view of the netherworld, it is natural that the living should regard with dread, not only the place but also its inhabitants. The gloom that surrounded the latter reacted on their disposition. In general, the dead were not favorably disposed towards the living, and they were inclined to use what power they had to work evil rather than for good. In this respect they resembled the demons, and it is noticeable that an important class of demons was known by the name Akimu, which is one of the common terms for the shades of the dead. This fear of the dead, which is the natural corollary to the reverence felt for them, enters as an important factor in the honors paid by the living to the memory of the deceased. To provide the dead with food and drink, to recall their virtues and dirges, to bring sacrifices in their honor, such rites were practiced, as much from a desire to secure the favor of the dead and to ward off their evil designs as from motives of piety, which, of course, were not absent. The dead who was not properly cared for by his surviving relatives would take his revenge upon the living by plaguing them as only a demon could. The demons that infested graveyards were in some way identified with the spirits, or perhaps messengers, of the dead, who, in their anger towards the living, lay in wait for an attack upon those against whom they had a grudge. The Pantheon of Erilu. We have seen how the mystery coupled with death led to the view which brought the dead into more direct relationship with the gods. Closely allied with this view is the power ascribed to the dead to work evil or good and, like the gods, to furnish oracles. This power once acknowledged, it was but a short step to the deification of the dead, or, rather, of such personalities who in life exercised authority, by virtue of their position or innate qualities. On the other hand, the gloominess of the nether world, the sad condition of its inhabitants, the impossibility of an escape or a return to this world, necessarily suggested to the Babylonians that the gods worshipped by the living had no control over the fate of the dead. The gods, to be sure, were at times wrathful, but, on the whole, they were well disposed towards mankind. When angry, they could be pacified, and it was impossible to believe that they should deliberately consign their creatures to such a sad lot as awaited those who went down to Erilu. The gods who ruled the dead must be different from those who directed the fate of the living. A special pantheon for the nether world was thus developed. Such deities as Marduk, Ea, Nabu, Shamash or Ashur, who acted, each in his way, as protectors of mankind, could find no place in this pantheon, but a god like Nergal, who symbolized the midday sun, and the sun of the summer solstice that brought misery and fever to the inhabitants of the Euphrates Valley, Nergal, who became the god of violent destruction in general, and, more particularly, the god of war, the god whose emblem was the lion, who was cruel and of forbidding aspect, such a god was admirably adapted to rule those who could only look forward to a miserable imprisonment in a region filled with horror. Nergal, therefore, became the chief god of the pantheon of the lower world. In the religious texts, the cruel aspects of this god are almost exclusively emphasized. He is the one god towards whom no love is felt, for he is a god without mercy. The fierce aspects of the solar Nergal are accentuated in Nergal, the chief of the pantheon of Erilu. He becomes even more ferocious than he already was, as a god of war. His battle is with all mankind. He is greedy for victims to be forever enclosed in his great and gloomy domain. Destruction is his one and single object, nothing can withstand his attack. Armed with a sword, his favorite time for stalking about is at night, when he strikes his unerring blows. Horrible demons of pestilence and of all manner of disease constitute his train, who are sent out by him on missions of death. The favorite titles by which he is known appear in a hymn, 1207, addressed to him, as God of the lower world. He is invoked as the warrior, strong whirlwind, sweeping the hostile land, 1208, warrior, ruler of Erilu. Another hymn, 1209, describes him as a great warrior who is firm as the earth. Superior as heaven and earth art thou, what is there in the deep that thou dost not secure? What is there in the deep that thou dost not clutch? While references to the local character of the god as patron of Cutha survive, the name Cutha itself becomes synonymous with the netherworld. The old solar deity is completely overshadowed by the terrible ruler of the lower world. It is due to this that the real consort of the local Nergal, the goddess Laz, is rarely mentioned in the religious literature. The priests, when they spoke of Nergal, had in mind always the companionship with Alatu. But the association of ideas which thus led to assigning a god who was originally a solar deity, a place in the lower world bears the impress of the schools. The popular development of Nergal ceased, when he became the local god of Cutha. It is only as an outgrowth of the systematized pantheon that we can understand the transformation involved in making of a local deity, the head of a pantheon that is itself an outcome of the later phases assumed by the religion. The problem suggested by this transformation was recognized by the theologians. A curious tale was found among the Elamarna tablets which endeavors to account for Nergal's presence in the world of the dead. Unfortunately, the tablet on which the story is inscribed is so badly mutilated that we can hardly gather more than the general outlines. 1210, a conflict has arisen between the gods on high and a goddess who has her seat in the lower world. This goddess is none other than Alatu. She is described as Eresh Kaigal, 1211, i.e., Queen of Kaigal or of the netherworld. The scene reminds us of the contest between the gods and Tiamat, as embodied in the creation epic. The gods choose Nergal as their leader. Assisted by 14 companions, whose names, Fever, Fiery Heart, Lightning Sender, remind us again of the 11 monsters that constitute Tiamat's assistants, 1212, Nergal proceeds to the lower world, and knocks at the gate for admission. Namtar, the plague demon, acts as the messenger. He announces the arrival of Nergal to Alatu. The latter is obliged to admit Nergal, just as in the story of Ishtar's descent, she is forced to receive Ishtar. 14 gates of the lower world are mentioned. At each one, Nergal stations one of his companions and passes on to the house of Alatu. He seizes the goddess, drags her from her throne, and is about to kill her when she appeals for mercy. She breaks out in tears, offers herself in marriage if Nergal will spare her. You shall be my husband and I will be your wife. The tablets of wisdom I will lay in your hands. You shall be master and I mistress. Nergal accepts the condition, kisses Alatu, and wipes away her tears. One cannot resist the conclusion that the tale is, as already suggested, an imitation of the Marduk-Tiamat episode. Alatu is a female like Tiamat. Nergal acts for the gods just as Marduk does. The attendants of Nergal are suggested by the monsters accompanying Tiamat. The tables of wisdom which Nergal receives, correspond to the tablets of fate which Marduk snatches from Kingu. 1213, but while the conflict between Marduk and Tiamat is an intelligible nature myth, symbolizing the annual rainstorms that sweep over Babylonia, there is no such interpretation possible in the contest between Nergal and Alatu. The story is not even a glorification of a local deity, for Nergal appears solely in the role of a solar deity. The attendants given to him, heat, lightning, and disease, are the popular traits in the story, but with the chief characters in the old nature myth changed, Marduk or the original Bel replaced by Nergal, and Tiamat by Alatu, the story loses its popular aspect, and becomes a medium for illustrating a doctrine of the schools. If this view of the tale be correct, we would incidentally have a proof, for which there is other evidence, that as early as the 15th century, the Marduk-Tiamat story had already received a definite shape. But the most valuable conclusion to be drawn from the Nergal-Alatu tale is that, according to the popular conceptions, the real and older head of the pantheon of the lower world was a goddess, and not a god. Allatu takes precedence of Nergal. In the story of Ishtar's descent to the lower world, a trace of the earlier view survives. Allatu is introduced as the ruler of the lower world. Nergal plays no part. Viewed in this light, the design of the tale we have just discussed becomes still more evident. It was inconsistent with the prominence assigned to male deities in the systematized pantheon, that the chief deity of the lower world should be a female. Allatu could not be set aside, for the belief in her power was too strongly embedded in the popular mind, but a male consort could be given her who might rule with her. Another factor that may have entered into play in the adaptation of the Marduk Tiamat story to Nergal and Allatu, and that gave to the adaptation more plausibility, was the disappearance of the summer sun after he had done his work. Nergal did not exert his power during the whole year, and even as the son of midday, he was not in control all day. When he disappeared, there was only one place to which he could go. As of Tammuz and of other solar deities, 1214, it was probably related of Nergal, also, that he was carried to the lower world. This popular basis for the presence of Nergal in the lower world may have served as a point of departure for the scholastic development of Nergal. However, the tale of Nergal and Allatu goes far beyond the length of popular belief in making Nergal conquer Allatu, and force himself, in a measure, into her place. Before Nergal appears on the scene, a god, Ninazu, was regarded as the consort of Allatu. 1215, the conception which gives the Babylonian Hades a queen as ruler is of popular origin, in contrast to the scholastic aspect of Nergal as the later king of the lower region. Jensen is of the opinion that the feminine gender of the word for earth in Babylonian superinduced the belief that the ruler of the kingdom situated within the earth was a woman. Allatu would, according to this view, be a personification of the earth. But a factor that also enters into play is the notion of productivity and fertility which gave rise to the conception of the great mother goddess, Ishtar. 1216, Allatu is correlated to Ishtar. From the earth comes vegetation. The origin of mankind, too, is traced to the earth, and to the earth mankind ultimately returns. 1217, hence, the receiver of life is a goddess equally with the giver of life, and indeed, Ishtar and Allatu are but the two aspects of one and the same phenomenon. 1218, Allatu signifies strength. The name is related to the Arabic Allah and the Hebrew Eloah and Elohim. The same meaning, strength, power, rule, attaches to many of the names of the gods of the Semites, Adon, Etna, Baal, El, and the like. 1219, it is interesting to note that the chief goddess of Arabia is Alat, 1220, a name identical with our Allatu. The bronze relief above described furnished us with a picture of this queen of the lower world. The gloom enveloping the region controls this picture. Allatu is of as forbidding an aspect as Tiamat. She is warlike and ferocious. When enraged, her anger knows no bounds. Her chief attendants are the terrible Namtar and a scribe, also a female, known as Belitseri. Of these two personages, Namtar, the personification of disease, is a popular conception, whereas the addition of a scribe points again to the influence of the schools. Marduk, the chief god of the living, has a scribe who writes down, at the god's dictation, the fate decreed for individuals. Corresponding to this, the ruler of the lower world has a scribe who writes down on the tablets of wisdom the decrees of the goddess, and, at a later stage, the decrees of Nergal as well. Belitseri, whose name signifies mistress of the field, was originally a goddess of vegetation, some local deity who has been reduced to the rank of an attendant upon a greater one, and it is significant that almost all the members of the netherworld pantheon are in some way connected with vegetation. Tammuz, of whose position in this pantheon we have already had occasion to speak, is the god of spring vegetation. Another solar deity, Ningish-Zida, 1221, who is associated in the Adapa legend with Tammuz, is the deity who presides over the growth of trees. Enmeshara, who also belongs to the court of Nergal and Allatu, appears to represent vegetation in general. To these may be added Gira, or Jira, who originally, as it would appear, a god of vegetation, is eventually identified with Deborah, 1222, Gil, whom Jensen, 1223, regards as the god of foliage, and Belalai, the sister of Tammuz. 1224, of this group of deities, Tammuz and Ningishzida are the most important. In the Adapa legend, it will be recalled, they are stationed as guardians in heaven. As solar deities, they properly belong there. Like Nergal, they have been transferred to the nether world, and in the case of all three, the process that led to the change appears to have been the same. The trees blossom, bear fruit, and then decay, the fields are clothed in glory, and then shorn of their strength. The decay of vegetation was popularly figured as due to the weakness, 1225, of the god who produced the fertility. Tammuz has been deceived by Ishtar, Ningishzida has been carried off to the lower world. In the month of Teves, the 10th month, there was celebrated a festival of mourning for the lost Enmeshara. It is the time of the winter solstice. A similar fate must have overtaken Belitseri, Gira, and Gil. For a time, at least, they are hidden in the realm of Alatu. Of all these deities, stories were no doubt current that formed so many variations of one and the same theme, symbolizing their disappearance and the hoped-for return, the same story that we encounter in the myth of Venus and Adonis, in the myth of Osiris, and, in some guise or other, among many other nations of the ancient world. Of Gira, it may be well to remember that he is viewed merely as a form of Nergal in the later texts. Belalai, it will be recalled, is associated with Tammuz in the story of Ishtar's journey. 1226, she is not, however, the consort of the god, but his sister. The antiquity of her cult follows from the occurrence of her name in the list of gods antecedent to Anu, 1227, and where Alala is entered as her consort. Whatever else the relationship of sister to Tammuz means, it certainly indicates that Belalai belongs to the deities of vegetation, and it may be that she will turn out to be identical with Belitseri, which is merely the designation of some goddess, and not a real name. 1228, one is inclined also to suspect some, albeit remote, connection between Alala, the consort of Belalai, and the Alalu bird who is spoken of in the Gilgamesh epic as having been deprived of her pinions by Ishtar. 1229, in the tale, Tammuz, the Alalu bird, a lion, and a horse are successively introduced as those once loved and then deceived by Ishtar. The lion is, as has been several times indicated, the symbol of Nergal. The horse appears in the Hades relief above described as the animal upon which Alatu is seated, and it seems legitimate, therefore, to seek for Alalu also in the nether world. While it may be that a long process intervened, before such a species of symbolization was brought about as the representation of an ancient deity in the guise of a bird, still, if it will be recalled that Zu is a deity, pictured as a bird, 1230, there is every reason to interpret the bird Alalu merely as the symbol of some deity, just as the lion is certainly such a symbol. Jensen would add Etna to the list of gods of vegetation who form part of Alatu's court. While the etymology he proposes for the name is not acceptable, there is no doubt that to Etna, like Gilgamesh, the character of a solar deity has been imparted. His presence in the nether world is due to the story of his flight with the eagle and the fall. 1231, if he falls from heaven, he naturally enters the realm of Alatu, and it is possible that the story in its original form was suggested by a myth illustrating the change of seasons. The question, however, must for the present remain an open one. A god associated with the nether world who again appears to be a solar deity is Ninazu. His name points to his being the god of healing. A text states, 1232, that Alatu is his consort. Such a relationship to the chief goddess of the nether world may be regarded as a survival of the period when Nergal had not yet been assigned to this place. The introduction of a distinctly beneficent god into the pantheon of the lower world, and as second in rank, shows also that the gloomy conception of the lower world was one that developed gradually. Tammuz, Ningishzida, and the like are held enthralled by Alatu, and remain in the nether world against their will, but if Alatu chooses as her consort a god of healing, she must have been viewed as a goddess who could at times, at least, be actuated by kindly motives. The phase of the sun symbolized by Ninazu is, as in the case of Tammuz and others, the sun of the springtime and of the morning. If it be recalled that Gula, the great goddess of healing, is the consort of Ninib, 1233, it will be clear that Ninazu must be closely related to Ninib, and is, indeed, identified with the latter. 1234, with Nergal in control, Ninazu had to yield his privilege to be the husband of Alatu. The substitute of the fierce sun of the summer solstice for the sun of spring is a most interesting symptom of the direction taken by the Babylonian beliefs regarding the fate of the dead. It may be that in the earlier period, when more optimistic views of Erilu were current, Gula, who is called the one who restores the dead to life, may have had a place in the pantheon of the lower world, not that the Babylonians at any time believed in the return of the dead, but because the living could be saved from the clutches of death. Ninib and Gula, as gods of spring, furnished the spectacle of such a miracle in the return of vegetation. In this sense, we have seen that Marduk, the god of spring, was also addressed as the restorer to life. But while the revivification of nature controls the conception of gods of healing, like Ninazu, Ninib, and Gula, the extension of the idea would lead, naturally, to the association of these gods with the ruler of the netherworld, at a time when it was still believed that this ruler could be moved by appeals to loosen her hold upon those whom she was about to drag to her kingdom. But it is important always to bear in mind that beyond this apparent restoration of the dead to life, the Babylonians at no time went. In the Ishtar story, 1235, a god Irkalla is introduced. Jeremias, 1236, takes this as one of the names of Alatu, but this is unlikely. 1237, from other sources, 1238, we know that Irkalla is one of the names of the netherworld. It is in some way connected with Urigal, 1239, i.e., Great City, which is also a common designation for the dwelling place of the dead. Hence, Irkalla is an epithet describing a deity as the god of the great city. The Babylonian scholars, who were fond of plays upon words, brought the name Nergal, as though compounded of Nior-Ugal, i.e., ruler of the great city, into connection with Yor-Ugal, and thus identified Irkalla with Nergal. But, originally, some other god must have been meant, since Alatu appears as the sole ruler of the lower world in the Ishtar story, unless, indeed, we are to assume that the name has been introduced at a late period as a concession to Nergal. It is more plausible that a god like Ninazu was understood under the god of the great city. Besides these gods, there is another series of beings who belong to Alatu's court, the demons who are directly responsible for death in the world. Of this series, Namtar is the chief and the representative. As the one who gathers in the living to the dark abode, it is natural that he should be pictured as guardian at the gates of the great palace of Alatu. But by the side of Namtar stand a large number of demons, whose task is similar to that of their chief. A text, 1240, calls the entire group of demons, the demon of wasting disease, the demon of fever, the demon of erysipelas, 1241, and the like, the offspring of Erilu, the sons and messengers of Namtar, the bearers of destruction for Alatu. These demons are sent out from Erilu to plague the living, but once they have brought their victims to Erilu, their task is done. They do not trouble the dead. The latter stand, as we have seen, under the direct control of the gods. 1242, the story of Ishtar's descent to the lower world, 1243, shows us that the group of spirits known as the Anunnaki, also, belong to the court of Nergal and Alatu. Ramanirari I already designates the Anunnaki as belonging to the earth, 1244, though it is an indication of the vagueness of the notions connected with the group that in hymns, both the Anunnaki and the Igigi are designated as offspring of Anu, the god of heaven. 1245, they are not exclusively at the service of Nergal and Alatu. Bel, Ninib, Marduk, and Ishtar also send them out on missions. Evidently, the fact that their chief function was to injure mankind suggested the doctrine which gave them a place in the lower world with the demons. The distinction between Anunnaki and the Igigi is not sharply maintained in the religious literature. Though Ramanirari places the Igigi in heaven, it is not impossible that a later view transferred them, like the Anunnaki, to the lower world. There were, of course, some misfortunes that were sent against mankind from on high. Ram-Man was a god who required such messengers as the Igigi, and besides the Igigi, there were other spirits sent out from above. But, as in the course of time the general doctrine was developed which made the gods, on the whole, favorably inclined towards man, while the evil was ascribed to the demons, 1246, as occupying the lower rank of divine beings, we note the tendency also to ascribe the ills that humanity is heir to the forces that dwell under the earth, to Nergal and Alatu and to those who did their bidding. Probably, Lakmu and Lakamu were also regarded, at least by the theologians, as part of Alatu's court, just as Alala and Belalai, 1247, were so regarded. The confusion resulting from the double position of Nergal in the religious literature, as the deity of the summer solstice and as the chief of the netherworld pantheon, raises a doubt whether some gods who are closely associated with Nergal are to be placed on high with the gods or have their seats below with Nergal. Among these, 3 require mention here, Debara, Jibal, and Isham. Of these, the first 2 are directly identified with Nergal in the systematized pantheon, 1248, while Isham is closely associated with Nergal, or appears as the attendant of Debara, 1249. These gods, symbolizing violent destruction through war and fire, are evidently related to the Nergal of the upper world, to Nergal, the solar deity, but in the later stages of the religion, the Nergal of the lower world almost completely sets aside the earlier conception. It is, therefore, likely that deities who stand so close to the terrible god as those under consideration, were also regarded as having a position near his throne in the lower world. The pantheon of Aralu thus assumes considerable dimensions. At the same time, we observe the same tendency towards concentration of power in this pantheon as we have seen was the case in the pantheon of the upper world, 1250. As in Babylonia there are practically only a few gods, Marduk, Nabu, Ishtar, Shamash, and Sin, who exercised considerable control, and, as in Assyria we find this tendency still more accentuated in the supreme rank accorded to Ashur, so in the lower world Nergal and Alatu are the real rulers. The other gods, and, naturally, also the demons, occupy inferior positions. As messengers, guardians, spies, or attendants, they group themselves around the throne of the 2 rulers. A noticeable feature, however, in the pantheon of the lower world consists in the high position held by the consort of the head of the pantheon. Alatu does not sink to the insignificant rank of being merely a pale reflection of Nergal, as do the consorts of Marduk, Shamash, Ashur, and the like, 1251. As a trace of the earlier supreme control exercised by her, she continues to reign with her husband. In the popular mind, indeed, despite the influence of theological doctrines, Alatu continues to be more prominent than Nergal. Nergal is obliged to abide by the compact he made with Alatu. He rules with her, but not over her. The theology of the schools did not venture to set Alatu aside altogether, and this limitation in the development of the doctrine that elsewhere gave the male principle the supremacy over the female, may be taken as a valuable indication of the counter-influence, exercised by deeply rooted popular beliefs, over the theoretical elaboration of the religion at the hands of the religious guides. The tombs and the burial customs. Our knowledge of the customs observed by the Babylonians and Assyrians in disposing of their dead leaves much to be desired. Most of the graves discovered in the ruins of Babylonian cities belong to the Persian or to the Greek period. In some cases, 1252, where we have reason to believe that older graves have been found, it is almost impossible to estimate their age. Recently, the expedition of the University of Pennsylvania to Nippur has unearthed remains that appear to belong to an older period, though nothing can be dated with any degree of certainty earlier than 2500 BC, 1253. Still, with proper caution, even the material belonging to a later period may be used for the older periods. Burial customs, as has already been emphasized, constitute the most conservative elements in a religion. Such rites are much less liable to change than the cult of the gods. Foreign invasion would not affect the funeral rites, even where other religious customs are altered. Even so violent a change as that produced by the introduction of Mohammedanism into Mesopotamia has not removed traces of the old Babylonian religion. Dr. Peters has shown that the district in the Euphrates Valley selected by the modern Arabs and Persians for the interment of their dead, 1254, derives its sanctity from the days of the old Babylonian kingdom, and many of the customs observed by the modern Muslims tally with the funeral rites of ancient Babylonia. 1255, that the dead were always buried, and that cremation was practically unknown, may now be regarded as certain. The conception of Aralu, which, we have seen, belongs to the most ancient period of religion, is only intelligible upon the assumption that burial was the prevailing custom. On one of the oldest monuments of Babylonian art, the stele of vultures, earth burial is represented. 1256, a few years ago, some German scholars, 1257, claimed to have furnished the proof that the Babylonians cremated their dead. But, in the first place, the age of the tombs found by them was not clearly established, and, secondly, it was not certain whether the charred remains of human bodies were due to intentional burning or accidental destruction by fire, at the time that the city explored by the German scholars was destroyed. The fact that, as the explorers themselves observed, the bodies were not completely burned argues in favor of the latter supposition. The explanation offered by Coldway, 1258, for this peculiar condition of the remains, that the burning was symbolical, and, therefore, not complete, is unsatisfactory in every particular. There can be no doubt that some, at least, of the tombs discovered at Warka by Loftus, 1259, belong to the period before the conquest of the country by Cyrus, and this is certainly the case with many of the tombs discovered at Nippur. Nowhere do we find traces of burning of bodies. 1260, if it should turn out that cremation prevailed for a certain period, the fashion, we may feel certain, was due to foreign influences, but it is more than questionable whether it was ever introduced at all. Certainly, earth burial is the characteristically Babylonian, and general Semitic, method of disposing of the dead. The characteristic feature of the Babylonian tombs is their simplicity. The dead body, which was often covered with palm woods, was placed generally on the side, though occasionally on the back, on a board of wood, or wrapped in a mat of reeds or palm fibers, and covered with a tub-shaped clay dish. On the dish there was frequently an ornamental design, but beyond this, there was no attempt at decoration. The body was frequently pressed together in order to be brought within the compass of the dish. Sometimes, the knees were pulled up or the body placed in a semi-sitting posture, and there are indications that the bodies were often divided into 2 or 3 parts prior to burial. On the stele of vultures, 1261, representing the triumph of Eonatum over his enemies, attendants are seen building a mound over the symmetrically arranged bodies of the king's soldiers slain in battle. The monument belongs to the most ancient period of Babylonian history, and we are justified, therefore, in regarding this method of earth burial as the oldest in vogue. The dead, it would seem, are placed on the ground, or near the surface, and covered with a mound. This custom would account for the use of a dish to cover the body after it became customary to place the dead in small houses or vaults built for the purpose. The shape of the dish, or tub, recalls the earth mound over the dead, and the tenacity of conventional methods is apparent in the modern custom, even among Western nations, of raising a mound over the grave, even though the body is placed at a depth of 6 feet and more below the surface. A modification of the form of coffin was the jar into which the body was forced. To do this, still greater violence had to be employed. Instead of 1 jar, 2 were also used, the body placed partly in one, partly in the other, and the 2 were then joined with bitumen. In the Persian period, a slipper-shaped coffin was used, into which the body was inserted through an aperture at one end, but there is no evidence that the Babylonians employed this method. With the bodies, various objects were interred, many of which had a special significance. Except, perhaps, at a very early period, 1262, the dead were not buried naked, but covered with a garment. The seal cylinder, which, as Herodotus tells us, 1263, every person of position carried about his person, and which, when impressed on a clay tablet, served as his signature, was buried with the dead as an ornament that had a personal value. The staff which the man was in the habit of carrying is found in the grave, and also such weapons as arrowheads and spears. Various ornaments of copper, iron, gold, and stone, rings, necklaces or bands of gold were probably placed with the dead as a sign of affection, not because of any belief that the deceased needed these objects. Toys, too, are found in the graves, and we may assume that these were placed in the tombs of children. The frequent presence of shells in the tombs is still unexplained. On the other hand, remains of food, dates, grain, poultry, and fish, that have been found in graves belonging to various periods, may be regarded as a proof for the existence of the belief that the dead could suffer pangs of hunger. The closing lines of the Gilgamesh epic, 1264, where the fate of the neglected dead is portrayed, confirms this view. But such remains are more frequent in the early graves than in those of a later time. Animal sacrifices at the grave appear to be very old. 1265, offerings of food and water were made to the dead, not only at the time of the burial, but afterwards by surviving relatives. The son performs the office of pouring out water to the memory of his father. 1266, the close of the legend of Ishtar's journey suggests that the festival of Tammuz was selected as an All Souls' Day. The weeping for the lost Tammuz served as an appropriate link for combining with the mourning for the god the lament for the dead. The water jar is never absent in the old Babylonian tombs, and by the side of the jar the bowl of clay or bronze is found, and which probably served the same purpose as a drinking utensil for the dead. How early it became customary to bury the dead together we do not know. It may be that at one time they were buried beneath the dwellings that they occupied when alive, under the threshold or in the walls. Winkwith of Frown 1267, but the conception of Erilu as a great gathering place of the dead would hardly have arisen, unless the city of the dead, by the side of the city of the living, had become an established custom. We are, therefore, justified in assuming that as the villages grew into towns, the huddling together of the living suggested placing the dead together in a portion of the town set aside for the purpose. In comparison with the elaborate constructions in the Egyptian cities of the dead, the Babylonian necropolis was a shabby affair. Vaults, rarely more than 5 feet high, served as the place where the dead were deposited. These vaults were constructed of bricks, and an extended series of them gave to the necropolis the appearance of little houses, suggestive of primitive mud huts. This simplicity, due in the first instance to the lack of stone as building material in Babylonia, corresponded to the very simple character which the dwelling house retained. The one-story type of dwelling, with simple partitions, prevailed to the latest period. It was only in the temples and palaces that architectural skill was developed. In Assyria, although soft stone was accessible, the example of Babylonia was slavishly followed. It is due to this that so few traces of private houses have been found in the Mesopotamian explorations, 1268, and the almost primitive character of the graves, more primitive, by virtue of the strength of the conservative instinct in everything connected with the dead, than the dwellings of the living, readily accounts for their nearly complete destruction. Simple as the houses of the dead were, they were yet carefully guarded against the invasion of air and dust, and even after centuries of neglect the contents are found to be perfectly dry. The explorations at Nippur show that the tub and bowl forms of the coffin continued to be used during the period extending from Hammurabi to Nabonidus. In later times, it would appear, the custom of placing food and drink with the dead fell into disuse. 1269, we may perhaps find that, as was the case in Egypt, symbolical representations of food, a clay plate with the food modeled in clay, took the place of the old custom. Fewer utensils, too, are found in the graves of the later period, but, on the other hand, ornaments increase, until, when we reach the Persian and Greek periods, mirrors are quite common, and golden veils are placed over the dead, while handsome earrings, breastpins, and necklaces indicate the growth of this luxurious display. The clay coffins, too, are beautifully glazed and ornamented with elaborate designs. A trace of foreign, perhaps Greco-Egyptian, influence may be seen in the human head modeled on the coffin. Naturally, at all times the different ranks occupied by the dead involved more or less modifications of the prevailing customs. The rich were placed in more carefully built vaults than the poor. The coverings and ornaments varied with the station of the deceased, but in general it may be said that, during the earlier periods of Babylonian-Assyrian history, simplicity was the rule, and the objects placed in the tombs were more carefully chosen with reference to the needs of the dead and the career that he led while living, while the tendency in later times was away from the religious beliefs that gave rise to the funeral customs, and in the direction of luxury and display. This development, however, is independent of proper burial, upon which, as we have already had occasion to see, great stress was at all times laid. The greatest misfortune that could happen to a dead person was for his body to remain overground, or to be removed from the tomb and exposed to the light of day. In the early monument of Babylonian art, the Stele of Vultures, 1270, already referred to, the dead foes are punished by being stripped of their clothing and exposed to the attack of vultures, who are seen carrying off human heads, legs, and arms. To emphasize the contrast, the king's soldiers are portrayed as being buried in symmetrical rows, the head of each body being covered by the feet of the body in the row above. When the Babylonian and Assyrian kings wished to curse the one who might venture to destroy the monument set up by them, they know of nothing stronger than to express the hope that his body may be cast aside, no grave be his lot. 1271, the kings punished their enemies by leaving their bodies to rot in the sun, or they exposed them on poles as a warning to rebels. Ashurbanabal on one occasion speaks of having scattered the corpses of the enemy's host, like thorns and thistles over the battlefield. 1272, the corpses of the Babylonians who had aided in the rebellion against the king were given to dogs, swine, to the birds of heaven, to the fish of the sea, as food. 1273, the same king takes pleasure in relating that he destroyed the graves of Elamitic kings and dragged the bodies from their resting place, 1274, to Assyria. Their shades, he adds, were thus unprotected. No food could be tendered them and no sacrifices offered in their honor. Sennacherib, after he has crushed a rebellion that broke out in Babylonia, takes a terrible revenge upon the instigator of the opposition, Marduk-Baladan, by removing the bodies of the latter's ancestors from the vaults wherein they were deposited. The bones of an enemy are enumerated by Ashurbanabal among the spoil secured by him. 1275, the mutilation of the dead body was also a terrible punishment to the dead, 1276, and we are told that the person who disturbed a grave is not to be permitted to enter the temple. The desecration of the grave affected not only the individual whose rest was thus disturbed, and who, in consequence, suffered pangs of hunger and other miseries, but reached the survivors as well. The unburied or disentombed shade assumed the form of a demon, 1277, and afflicted the living. Of the ceremonies incidental to burial, the bronze tablet above described affords us at least a glimpse. The dead were placed on a bier and wrapped in some kind of a cover. Priests were called in to perform rites of purification. One of the priests, it will be recalled, 1278, is clad in a fish costume. The fish is the symbol of Ea, the god of the deep, who becomes the chief deity appealed to in incantations involving the use of water. The priest assumes the role of Ea, as it were, by the symbolical dress that he puts on. The rites appear to consist of the burning of incense and the sprinkling of water. It does not of course follow that everywhere the same custom was observed, but we may at least be certain that the priest played an important part in the last honors paid to the dead. It lasted from 3 to 7 days. 1282, the professional wailers, male and female, can be traced back to the earliest days of Babylonian history. Gudea speaks of them. 1283, it would appear that at this early period persons were engaged, as is the case to this day in the Orient, to sing dirges in memory of the dead. 1284, the function is one that belongs naturally to priests and priestesses, and, while in the course of time, the connection with the temple of those who acted as wailers became less formal, it is doubtful whether that connection was ever entirely cut off. The dirge singers, male and female, referred to in the story of Ishtar's journey, 1285, were in the service of some temple. The hymns to Nergal, 1286, may be taken as samples of the Babylonian dirges. The praise of Nergal and Alatu was combined with the lament for the sad fate of the dead. Gilgamesh weeping for his friend Eabani, 1287, furnishes an illustration. Gilgamesh is described as stretched out on the ground. The same custom is referred to in the inscriptions of Cyrus, 1288, and it is interesting to note that a similar mode of manifesting grief still prevails in the modern Orient. In the Babylonian dirges, it would seem, the references to the virtues of the deceased, which are prominently introduced into the dirges of the present day, were few. Ashurbanabal speaks of visiting the graves of his ancestors. He appears at the tomb with rent garments, pours out a libation to the memory of the dead, and offers up a prayer addressed to them. We have every reason to believe that the graves were frequently visited by the survivors. The festival of Tammuz became an occasion, 1293, when the memory of those who had entered Erilu was recalled. While there are many details connected with the ceremonies for the dead still to be determined, what has been ascertained illustrates how closely and consistently these ceremonies followed the views held by the Babylonians and Assyrians regarding the life after death. Everything connected with death is gloomy. The grave is as dark as Erilu. The funeral rites consist of dirges that lament not so much the loss sustained by the living as the sad fate in store for the dead. Not a ray of sunshine illumines the darkness that surrounds these rites. All that is hoped for is to protect the dead against the attack of demons greedy for human flesh, to secure rest for the body, and to guard the dead against hunger and thirst. It is almost startling to note, to what a degree the views embodied in Old Testament writings regarding the fate of the dead coincide with Babylonian conceptions. The descriptions of Sheol found in Job, in the Psalms, in Isaiah, Ezekiel, and elsewhere are hardly to be distinguished from those that we have encountered in Babylonian literature. For Job, 1294, Sheol is the land of darkness and deep shadows. The land of densest gloom and not of light. Even where there is a gleam, there it is as dark night. 1295, the description might serve as a paraphrase of the opening lines in the story of Ishtar's journey. The Hebrew Sheol is situated, like the Babylonian Erilu, deep down in the earth. 1296, it is pictured as a cavern. The entrance to it is through gates that are provided with bolts. Sheol is described as a land filled with dust. Silence reigns supreme. It is the gathering place of all the living, without exception. He who sinks into Sheol does not rise up again. He does not return to his house. His place knows him no more. 1297, it is, clearly, a land without return, as the Babylonians conceived it. The condition of the dead in Sheol is sad, precisely as the Babylonians pictured the life in Erilu. The dead are designated by a name, 1298, that indicates their weak condition. They can only talk in whispers or they chirp like birds. Their gait is unsteady. In general, they are pictured as lying quiet, doomed to inactivity. Death is lamented as an evil. The dead have passed out of the control of Yahweh, whose concern is with the living. Yahweh's blessings are meted out in this world, but not in Sheol. These blessings consist chiefly of long life and plenty of offspring. The dead need not praise Yahweh. Ecclesiastes, although a late composition, expresses the old popular view in the summary of the fate of the dead, 1299, when it is said that the dead know nothing of what is going on. Their memory is gone, they neither love nor hate, and they are devoid of any ambition. There is no planning, no wisdom, no judgment in Sheol. Like the Babylonians, the Hebrews also believed that the condition of the individual at the time of death was an index of the condition in store for him in Sheol. He who goes to Sheol in sorrow is pursued by sorrow after death. Jacob does not want to go down to Sheol in sorrow, 1300, because he knows that in that case sorrow will be his fate after death. To die neglected by one's family was fatal to one's well-being in Sheol. Life in Sheol was a continuation, in a measure, of the earthly existence. Hence, the warrior is buried with his weapons, the prophet is recognized by his cloak, the kings wear their crowns, the people of various lands are known by their dress. 1301, even deformities, as lameness, follow the individual into the grave. On the other hand, while the dead were weak and generally inactive, although capable of suffering, they were also regarded by the Hebrews as possessing powers superior to those of the living. As among the Babylonians, the dead stand so close to the higher powers as to be themselves possessed of divine qualities. Schwally aptly characterizes this apparent contradiction by saying that the dead are Rephaim, weak, but, at the same time, Elohim, i.e. divine beings. 1302, Yahweh has no power over the dead, but they receive some of his qualities. They are invoked by the living. The dead can furnish oracles, precisely as Yahweh can. They not only appear to the living in dreams, but their shades can be raised up from Sheol. A certain amount of worship was certainly paid to the dead by the ancient Hebrews. Naturally, these popular views were subjected to considerable modification with the development of the religion of the Hebrews. While many features remained, as is shown by the occurrence of the primitive conception of Sheol in comparatively late productions, in one important particular, more especially, did the spread of an advanced ethical monotheism lead to a complete departure from the Babylonian conceptions. While, in the popular mind, the belief that there was no escape from Sheol continued for a long time, this belief was inconsistent with the conception of a divine being, who, as creator and sole ruler of the universe, had control of the dead as well as the living. As long as Yahweh was merely one God among many, no exception was made of the rule that the concern of the gods was with the living, but Yahweh as the one and only God, could not be pictured as limited in his scope. He was a God for the dead, as well as for the living. The so-called Song of Hannah, 1303, expresses the new view when it praises Yahweh as the one who kills and restores to life, who leads to Sheol, and who can lead out of it. Such a description of Yahweh is totally different from the Babylonians' praise of Ninib, Gula, or Marduk as the restorer of the dead to life, which simply meant that these gods could restrain Alatu. The power to snatch the individual from the grasp of Sheol was also ascribed to the national god, Yahweh. Elijah's restoration of the widow's child, 1304, to life is an instance of this power, and Jonah, 1305, who praises Yahweh for having delivered him when the gates of Sheol already seemed bolted, may not have had anything more in mind than what the Babylonians meant, but when the psalmist, to indicate the universal rule of Yahweh, exclaims, "If I mount to heaven, thou art there, if I make Sheol my couch, thou art there," 1306, the departure from the old Hebrew and Babylonian views of the limitation of divine power is clearly marked. The inconsistency between the view held of Yahweh and the limitation of his power was not, however, always recognized. Hence, even in late portions of the Old Testament, we find views of the life after death that are closely allied to the popular notions prevailing in the earlier productions. It is not, indeed, till we reach a period bordering close on our era that the conflict between the old and the new is brought to a decided issue in the disputes of the sects that arose in Palestine. 1307, the doctrines of retribution and of the resurrection of the dead are the inevitable consequences of the later ethical faith and finally triumph, but the old views, which bring the ancient Hebrews into such close connection with the Babylonians, left their impress in the vagueness that for a long time characterized these doctrines, even after their promulgation. The persistency of the old beliefs is a proof of the strong hold that they acquired, as also of the close bond uniting, at one time and for a long period, Hebrews and Babylonians. What applies to the beliefs regarding the dead holds good also for the rites. Many a modern Jewish custom, 1308, still bears witness to the original identity of the Hebrew and Babylonian methods of disposing of and caring for the dead. There is but one explanation for this close agreement, the same explanation that was given for the identity of traditions regarding the creation of the world, and for the various other points of contact between the two peoples that we have met with. When the Hebrew clans left their homes in the Euphrates Valley, they carried with them the traditions, beliefs, and customs that were current in that district, and which they shared with the Babylonians. Under new surroundings, some new features were added to the traditions and beliefs, but the additions did not obscure the distinctive character impressed upon them by Babylonian contact. We now know that relations with Babylonia were never entirely broken off by the Hebrews. The old traditions survived all vicissitudes. They were adapted to totally changed phases of belief, but the kernel still remained Babylonian. Beliefs were modified, new doctrines arose, but, with a happy inconsistency, the old was embodied in the new. Hence it happens, that in order to understand the Hebrews, their religion, their customs, and even their manner of thought, we must turn to Babylonia. Further discoveries beneath the mounds of Mesopotamia and further researches in Babylonian literature will add more evidence to the indebtedness of the Hebrews to Babylonia. It will be found that in the sacrificial ordinances of the Pentateuch, in the legal regulations, in methods of justice and punishment, Babylonian models were largely followed, or, what is an equal testimony to Babylonian influence, an opposition to Babylonian methods was dominant. It is not strange that when by a curious fate, the Hebrews were once more carried back to the great river of Babylon, 1309, the people felt so thoroughly at home there. It was only the poets and some ardent patriots who hung their harps on the willows and sighed for a return to Zion. The Jewish population steadily increased in Babylonia, and soon also the intellectual activity of Babylonian Jews outstripped that of Palestine. 1310, the finishing touches to the structure of Judaism were given in Babylonia, on the soil where the foundations were laid. Footnotes, 1112, see above, page 448. 1113, see pages 487, 489, 511, 512. 1114, Oraralu. 1115, Ar. 61, 18. Jensen, Cosmology, page 220, takes this as the name of a temple, but, since Aralu was pictured as a great house, there is no reason why the designation should not refer to the netherworld. 1116, see the admirable argument in Jensen, Cosmology, pp. 185 to 195, 1117, or, more fully, Karseg Galkurkara, Great Mountain of All Lands. 1118, see above, page 458. 1119, see the following chapter. 1120, see the passages in Jeremiah's Die Babylonische Syrischen Vorstellungen vom Leben nach dem Tod, page 62. 1121, Sargon Annals, I. 156. Jensen's interpretation of the passage, Cosmology, page 231, is forced, as is also his explanation of IIR. 51, 11a, where a mountain Aralu is clearly designated. 1122, Cosmology, pages 222 to 224. 1123, Dunkel's Schöpfung und Chaos, page 154, note 5. 1124, in an article on Shwalu, published in the American Journal of Semitic Languages, 14, I have set forth my reasons for accepting this word as a Babylonian term for the nether world. 1125, in the later portions of the Old Testament, the use of Sheol is also avoided. See the passages in Shwali, Das Leben nach dem Tod nach den Vorstellungen der Alten Israels, pages 59, 60. 1126, not Ort der Entscheidung, as Jeremias, IB page 109, proposes. 1127, see above, page 329. 1128, Isam, 28. 1129, see page 511. 1130, see Shwali, IB pages 59 to 63. 1131, Isaiah, 8. 19, 1132, one of the names for the priest in Babylonia is Shaelu, i.e., inquirer, and the corresponding Hebrew word shoel is similarly used in a few passages of the Old Testament, e.g., Deuteronomy 18. 11, Micah, 7. 3. See an article by the writer on the stem Shael and the name of Samuel, in a forthcoming number of the Journal of the Society of Biblical Literature. 1133, see above, pages 333 seek. 1134, see page 167. 1135, see above, page 167, and Skite, Le Culte de Gudea, etc., Recul de Travaux, 18. 64 seek. 1136, Thoreau d'Angen, Le Culte de Royce dans la période pré-Babylonienne, Recul de Travaux, etc., 19. 486, 1137, see above, page 36. The text is published IIR. PL4, number 7. Recently, Mr. Pinches has published a variant version of this story, Proc. SOCBIBL Arch 18. 257, 258. 1138, IVR. 34, 1139. In view of recent discussions of the subject, it is important to note that Tiela already 15 years ago recognized that Sargon was a historical personage. See his remarks, Babel. Assur. Gesh. Page 112. 1140, Chapter 2. 1141, see Winterbotham, The Cult of Father Abraham, in the Expositor, 1897, pages 177 to 186. 1142, see Jensen's Cosmology, page 215, and Meissner, Altbabylonisches Privatrecht, page 21. The word is used for the foundation of a building, and is an indication, therefore, of the great depth at which the netherworld was placed. 1143, see below, page 567, and Jensen's Cosmology, page 259. 1144, see pages 65, 66. 1145, Kabru and Gagunu, Dark Place. 1146, see also below, pages 566, 567. 1147, published for Rawlinson, 2nd edition, PL 31. 1148, see page 483. 1149, the Old Testament recognizes only 2 seasons, summer and winter. See, e.g., Gen 8. 22, 1150, see the discussion in Robertson Smith's Religions of the Semites, pages 391 to 394, and also Farnell, The Cults of the Greek States, 2. 644 to 649, 1151, see above, page 484. 1152, see above, page 510. 1153, i.e., according to one version, page 511. Another version of this part of the Gilgamesh epic, which, however, is influenced by the tale of Ishtar's visit, is published in Hoppes Nimrodipos, pp. 16-19. In this version Iabani gives Gilgamesh a description of Erilu, which tallies with the one found in the Ishtar tale. 1154, text defective. Jeremiah's suggestion, the land that thou knowest, misses the point. The person addressed does not know the land. Decay is Schrader's conjecture, Die Hollenfahrt der Ister, page 24. See Hoppes Nimrodipos, pages 17, 40, and Delitzka's Assur. Wörterbuch, page 321, note. 1155, lit. The one who has entered it. 1156, i.e., of the inhabitants. 1157, the inhabitants. 1158, see page 461. 1159, see below, page 591. 1160, see pages 502, 511. 1161, particularly by Herbert Spencer and his followers. 1162, Isaiah, 14:9-20, and Ezekiel, 32. 18-31, in Isaiah, the Babylonian Erilu is specifically described, while Ezekiel writes under the influence of Babylonian ideas. 1163, Isaiah, 8. 19, 1164, the Hebrew word for the dead, refame, conveys this idea. 1165, see page 512. 1166, see Sarah Y. Stevenson, on certain symbols used in the decoration of some potsherds from Daphne and Naucrates, Philadelphia, 1892, page 8. 1167, see above, page 83. 1168, eating, appears to be a metaphor for destruction in general. 1169, the portals. 1170, Jensen, Cosmology, pp. 173 seek. 1171, here used as an epithet of the nether world. See above, page 563. 1172, or palace. The lower world, it will be recalled, is pictured as a house or a country. Here the two terms are combined. See Delitsk, Assur. Wörterbuch, page 341. 1173, the phrases used are the ordinary terms of greeting. See, e.g., Vr. 65, 17b. 1174, Jibilnusku may be meant. See the hymn, page 278. Pap Sukal is a title of Nabu, page 130, but also of other gods. 1175, lit. Liver. 1176, for the translation of these lines see Jensen, Cosmology, page 233. 1177, see above, page 441. 1178, so Jeremias Vorstelungen, etc., see page 39. Zikutu from the same stem means a drinking bowl. 1179, a biting of the lips is elsewhere introduced as a figure. See the author's monograph, a fragment of the Babylonian Debarra epic, page 14. 1180, see Delitsk, Assur. Wörterbuch, page 341. 1181, so far as the domestic animals are concerned, it is true that they throw off their young in the spring. The reference to a similar interruption in the case of mankind, see above, page 571, may embody the recollection of a period when a regular pairing season and breeding time existed among mankind. See Westermarck, The History of Human Marriage, pp. 27 seq. 1182, Alatu. 1183, i.e., of the dead person. 1184, Ishtar. 1185, see page 475. 1186, Vorstelungen, pages 6 to 8. 1187, some instrument is mentioned. 1188, IVR. 30, number 3, obverse 23 to 35. 1189, the word is explained by a gloss, Shamash has made him great. 1190, i.e., the month in which one dies. 1191, see page 175. 1192, see pages 505, 506. 1193, Vorstelungen, page 81. 1194, Psalms, 6. 6, 1195, Lenfer Assyrian, Review Archaeologique, 1879, pages 337 to 349. See also Perot and Chiples, History of Art in Chaldea and Assyria, I. 349 seq. 1196, described by Schell in the Recusal de Travaux, etc., XX. Numbers 1 and 2. Schell regards the Zergel duplicate as older than the other. 1197, only 4 on the Zergel duplicate. 1198, for the interpretation of these symbols, see Luskin, Ausgrabungen in Sen Skurli, pages 17 to 27, and Skeel's article. On the Zergel tablet there are 8 symbols, while the other contains 9. 1199, see pages 263, 264. A text IVR. 5, Colonel I, compares each of the 7 spirits to some animal. On the duplicate 6 demons are placed in the 2nd division and the 7th in the 3rd. 1200, on the duplicate those 2 demons do not occur. 1201, Schell thinks that the face is that of a dog. 1202, on the Zergel duplicate the horse is not pictured. 1203, see page 529. 1204, this division is not marked in the duplicate from Zergel. 1205, not occurring on the duplicate. 1206, Skeel questions whether the divisions have this purpose. While perhaps not much stress is laid by the artist upon this symbolism, its existence can hardly be questioned. Note the 5 divisions of the universe in Smith's Miscellaneous Texts, page 16. The water certainly represents the Apsu. Alatu rests upon the bark. We do not find among the Babylonians, as Skeel supposes, the view that the dead are conveyed across a sheet of water to the netherworld. The dead are buried, and by virtue of this fact enter Erilu, which is in the earth. Egyptian influence is possible, but unlikely. 1207, IVR. 26, number 1. 1208, i.e., the netherworld. 1209, IVR. 30, number 1, obverse 5, 14. 1210, see Jensen's valuable articles, The Queen in the Babylonian Hades and Her Consort, in the Sunday School Times, March 13 and 20, 1897. The text is published, Winkler and Abel, Der Thontafel von Elamarna, 3. 164, 165. 1211, written phonetically Erie-ish. The word is entered as a synonym of Sheradim, Queen, vr. 28, number 2, obverse 31. This phonetic writing furnishes the reading for Neen in Neen Klagau. 1212, see pages 418, 419. 1213, see page 428. 1214, see below, page 588 seek. 1215, see below, page 590. 1216, see above, page 79. 1217, see pages 448, 511. 1218, see Farnell, The Cults of the Greek States, 2. 627, 1219, see the reference in note 3 to page 519. 1220, Wellhausen, Rest Arabischen Heidenthums, pages 28, 29. That the Syro-Arabian Alat resembles Ishtar rather than Alatu, points again to the original identity of the two goddesses. 1221, see page 546 seek. 1222, see below, page 594, note 1, and Jensen's Cosmology, pages 145, 480, 483, 487. 1223, Sunday School Times, 1897, page 139. 1224, see page 574. 1225, see Fraser, The Golden Bough, I, 240 seek. And 274, 275. 1226, see page 574. 1227, see page 417. 1228, Shane, Expository Times, 1897, pages 423, 424, ingeniously regards Belial as the source of the Hebrew word Belial or Belial, which, by a species of popular etymology, is written by the ancient Hebrew scholars as though compounded of two Hebrew words signifying, without return. The popular etymology is valuable as confirming the proposition to place Belial in the pantheon of the lower world. From its original meaning, the word became a poetical term in Hebrew for worthless, useless, and the like, e.g., in the well-known phrase, sons of Belial. 1229, see page 482. 1230, see page 537. 1231, see above, page 523. 1232, IIR. 59, reverse 33 to 35. 1233, see above, page 175. 1234, IR. 57, 51a, a star, Ninazu, is entered as one of the names of the planet Ninip. 1235, see above, page 565. The name occurs also in Hopp's Nimrodipos, pages 19, 29. 1236, Vorstelungen, page 68. 1237, the name of the goddess is written throughout the story Ninkigel, i.e., Queen of the Netherworld. Nineresh. See page 584, note 2. 1238, Smith, Miscellaneous Texts, page 16. 1239, Jensen, Cosmology, page 259, note. 1240, IVR. 1, Colonel I, 12, Call 3. 8 to 10, 1241, Teu. See IVR. 22, 512, and Bartels, Zeitschrift für Assyriologie, 8. 179-184, 1242, see above, pages 183, 560. 1243, obverse LL 33, 37. 1244, see above, page 185. 1245, see page 186. 1246, see page 183. 1247, see pages 417, 598. 1248, Jensen's Cosmology, pages 483, 484. In the new fragment of the Deluge story discovered by Skeel, referred to above, page 507, and now published in the Recueil de Travaux, 19. Number 3, the word de Bbara occurs, and the context shows that it means destruction. In view of this, the question is again opened as to the reading of the name of the god of war and pestilence. The identification of this god with Gira, pages 528, 588, may belong to a late period. 1249, see page 529. 1250, see pages 111, 171, 190. 1251, see chapter 5, 1252, so at Zergel, or Zergel, and El Hiba. See Coldway in Zeitschrift für Assyriologie, 2. 403-430, 1253, see the valuable chapter in Peter's work on Nippur, 2. 214-234, 1254, Proceedings of the American Oriental Society, 1896, page 166. The dead are often conveyed hundreds of miles to be interred in Negev and Kerbala. 1255, Peter's Nippur, 2. 325, 326. 1256, see below, page 597. 1257, Coldway, Zeitschrift für Assyriologie, 2. 406 seek. 1258, IB, 1259, Travels and Researches in Chaldea and Susiana, Chapter 18. 1260, Peter's Nippur, 2. 234, Other mounds examined by Peters between Warka and Nippur bear out the conclusion. 1261, De Sarzek, Decoverts en Chaldee, PL 3. 1262, On the Steel of Vultures, the Dead are Naked. 1263, Book I, Section 195. 1264, see page 512. 1265, Such sacrifices are pictured on the steel of vultures. 1266, IR. 43, Colonel 4. L20, Belser, Beitrage zur Assyriologie, LL 175, 18, Pinches, Babylonian Texts, p. 18, 1267, For this custom see Trumbull, The Threshold Covenant, page 25, Peter's Nippur, 2. 202, 203. 1268, Recently, Skeel has discovered some private dwellings at Abu Haba, which will be described in his forthcoming volume on his explorations at that place. See also Peter's Nippur, 2. 200, 201. 1269, Peter's Nippur, 2. 220, 1270, see page 597. The date of the monument is prior to Sargon, i.e., earlier than 3800 B.C., 1271, Vr. 61, Colonel 6. LL 54, 55. 1272, Ras Sam Cylinder, Colonel 3. L. 40. 1273, Ras Sam Cylinder, Colonel 4. LL 74-76. 1274, IB, Colonel 6. LL 70-76. 1275, Ras Sam Cylinder, Colonel 3. L. 64. The favorite mutilation was the cutting off of the head. On one of the sculptured slabs from the palace of Ashurbanabal, a pyramid of heads is portrayed. The cutting off of the hands, the lips, the nose, and the male organ, as well as the flaying of the skin, were also practiced. See Sennacherib's account IR 42, Kernel 6. LL 1-6, Ras Sam Cylinder, Ashurbanabal, 2. 4 and 4. 136, 1276, Ras Sam Cylinder, Kernel 7. LL 46-48. 1277, Ekimu. See page 580. 1278, see page 578. 1279, Husey offers another explanation of the scene which is less plausible. C. de Sarzec, Decoverts en Chaldee, p. 98, 1280, Hebrew word sack. The other rite of mourning among the Hebrews, the putting of earth on the head, e.g., I Sam 4. 12, 2 Sam, I, 2 and 15. 32, Nay 9. 1, is a survival of the method of burial as portrayed in the Stele of Vultures. The earth was originally placed in a basket on the head and used to cover the dead body. 1281, the mourning garb mentioned in the Adapa legend, page 546, is probably a torn garment. 1282, Hagen, Cyrus text, Beitrage zur Assyriologie, 2. 219, 223. 1283, Inscription B, Kernel V LL 3-5. 1284, Lane, Modern Egyptians, LL 286. 1285, see page 575. 1286, IB, 1287, see page 487. 1288, Hagen, Cyrus text, IB in page 248. 1289, The Folk Song of Israel, The New World, 2. 35, also his article, Das Hebräisch Klagelied, Zeitschrift für Alttestamentliche Wissenschaft, 2. 1-52, 1290, in Egypt at present the tambourine is used to accompany the dirges, Lane, IB page 278. 1291, Peter's Nippur, 2. 173, and elsewhere. 1292, Zeitschrift für Assyriologie, 2. 414, 1293, see above, page 575. 1294, Job, X, 21, 22. 1295, i.e., the darkness is so dense that no light can remove it. 1296, see the references in Schwally, Das Leben nach dem Tod nach den Vorstelungen de Alten Israels, pp. 59-68, and Jeremiah's Vorstelungen, pages 106-116. 1297, Job, 7. 10, 1298, Rephaim. 1299, chapter 9. 5-10, 1300, Gen 42. 38, 1301, incidentally, a proof that the dead were not buried naked. 1302, Das Leben nach dem Tod, etc., page 67. 1303, I Sam 2. Recognized by the critics as an insertion. See Buddy, Die Bucher Richter und Samuel, page 197. 1304, 1 Kings, 17. 21, 22. 1305, chapter 2. 7, 1306, Psalms, 66. 8, a very late production. 1307, Sure, A History of the Jewish People in the Time of Jesus Christ, Volume 2. Division Lee pages 38, 39, 179-181. 1308, e.g., the custom still in vogue among Orthodox Jews of placing the body wrapped in a shroud upon a board, instead of in a coffin. 1309, Professor Haupt has recently shown, in a paper read before the American Oriental Society, April, 1897, and before the 11th International Congress of Orientalists, September, 1897, that such is the meaning of the phrase, Psalms, xxvi. 1, which is ordinarily translated Rivers of Babylon. 1310, the Talmud of Babylonia, and not the Talmud of Palestine, became the authoritative work in the Jewish Church. Chapter 26. The Temples and the Cult. The religious architecture of Babylonia and Assyria is of interest chiefly as an expression of the religious earnestness of rulers and people, and only in a minor degree as a manifestation of artistic instincts. The lack of a picturesque building material in the Euphrates Valley was sufficient to check the development of such instincts. Important as the adaptation of the clay soil of Babylonia for simple construction was for the growth of Babylonian culture, the limitations to the employment of bricks as a building material are no less significant. Hearing has endeavored to show, 1311, by an argument that is certainly brilliant and almost convincing, that the settlement of Semites in a district, the soil of which could be so readily used to replace the primitive habitations of man by solid structures, made the Semites the teachers of the Aryans in almost everything that pertains to civilization. House building produced the art of measuring, led to more elaborate furnishings of the habitation, created various trades, introduced social distinctions, necessitated divisions of time, and gave the stimulus to commercial intercourse. But, on the other hand, the artistic possibilities of brick structures were soon exhausted. The house could be indefinitely extended in length and even height, but such an extension only added to the monotonous effect. With clay as a building material, so readily molded into any desired shape, and that could be baked, if need be, by the action of the sun without the use of fire, it was almost as easy to build a large house as a small one. But the addition of rooms and wings and stories which differentiated the house from the palace and the palace from the temple, served to make hugeness the index of grandeur. The best specimens of the religious architecture of Babylonia and Assyria are characterized by such hugeness. A proportionate increase of external beauty could only be secured by a modification of architectural style, but the conservative instincts of the people discouraged any deviation from the conventional shapes of the temples, which appear indeed to have been firmly established long before the days of Hammurabi. The influence of conventionality finds a striking illustration in the manner in which the temples of Assyria follow Babylonian models. Soft and hard stone suitable for permanent structures was easily procured in the mountainous district adjacent to Assyria. The Assyrians used this material for statues, altars, and for the slabs with which they decorated the exterior and interior walls of their great edifices. Had they also employed it as a building material, we should have had the development of new architectural styles, but the Assyrians, so dependent in everything pertaining to culture upon the south, could not cut themselves loose from ancient traditions, and continued to erect huge piles of brick, as the homage most pleasing in the eyes of their gods. The Book of Genesis characterized the central idea of the Babylonian and Assyrian temples when it represented the people gathered in the valley of Shinar, that is, Babylonia, as saying, "Come, let us build a city and a tower that shall reach up to heaven." 1312, the Babylonian and Assyrian kings pride themselves upon the height of their temples. Employing, indeed, almost the very same phrase that we find in the Old Testament, they boast of having made the tops of their sacred edifices as high as heaven. 1313, the temple was to be in the literal sense of the word a high place. But, apart from the factor of natural growth, there was a special reason why the Babylonians aimed to make their sacred edifices high. The oldest temple of Babylonia at the present time known to us, the Temple of Bel at Nippur, bears the characteristic name of Ikur, mountain house. The name is more than a metaphor. The sacred edifices of Babylonia were intended as a matter of fact to be imitations of mountains. It is Jensen's merit to have suggested the explanation for this rather surprising ideal of the Babylonian temple. 1314, according to Babylonian notions, it will be recalled, the earth is pictured as a huge mountain. Among other names, the earth is called Ikur, mountain house. The popular and early theology conceived the gods as sprung from the earth. They are born in Karsag Kurkara, 1315, the mountain of all lands, which is again not but a designation for the earth, though at a later period some particular part of the earth, some mountain peak, may have been pictured as the birthplace of the gods, much as among the Indians, Persians, and Greeks we find a particular mountain singled out as the one on which the gods dwell. The transfer of the gods or of some of them to places in the heavens was, as we saw, 1316, a scholastic theory, and not a popular belief. It was a natural association of ideas, accordingly, that led the Babylonians to give to their temples the form of the dwelling which they ascribed to their gods. The temple, in so far as it was erected to serve as a habitation for the god and in homage to him, was to be the reproduction of the cosmic Ikur, a mountain house on a small scale, a miniature Karseg Kurkra. In confirmation of this view, it is sufficient to point out that Ikur is not merely the name of the temple to Bel at Nippur, but is frequently used as a designation for temple in general, and, moreover, a plural is formed of the word which is used for divinities. 1317, in Assyria we find one of the oldest temples bearing the name Karseg Kurkra, 1318, that stamps the edifice as the reproduction of the mountain of all lands, and there are other temples that likewise bear names, 1319, in which the idea of a mountain is introduced. To produce the mountain effect, a mound of earth was piled up and on this mound a terrace was formed that served as the foundation plane for the temple proper, but it was perfectly natural also that instead of making the edifice consist of one story, a second was superimposed on the first so as to heighten the resemblance to a mountain. The outcome of this ideal was the so-called staged tower, known as the zikkurat. The name signifies simply a high edifice, and embodies the same idea that led the Canaanites and Hebrews to call their temples high places. 1320, the oldest zikkurat as yet found is the one excavated by Drs. Peters and Haynes at Nippur, 1321, the age of which can be traced back to the second dynasty of Ur, about 2700 BC. This appears to have consisted of 3 stages, one superimposed on the other. There is a reference to a zikkurat in the inscriptions of Gudea that may be several centuries older, but since beneath the zikkurat at Nippur remains of an earlier building were found, it is a question whether the staged tower represents the oldest type of a Babylonian temple. At no time does any special stress appear to have been laid upon the number of stories of which the zikkurat was to consist. It is not until a comparatively late period that rivalry among the rulers and natural ambition led to the increase of the superimposed stages until the number 7 was reached. The older zikkurats were imposing chiefly because of the elevation of the terrace on which they were erected, and inasmuch as the ideal of the temple is realized to all practical purposes by the erection of a high edifice on an elevated mound, the chief stress was laid upon the height of the terrace. The terrace, in a certain sense, is the original zikkurat, the real high place, and the temple of one story naturally precedes the staged tower, and may have remained the type for some time before the more elaborate structure was evolved. However this may be, we are justified in associating the mountain motif with the beginnings of religious architecture in the Euphrates Valley, precisely as the underlying cosmic notions belong to the earliest period of which we have any knowledge. That the staged tower when once evolved was regarded as the most satisfactory expression of the religious ideas follows from the fact that all the large centers of Babylonia had a zikkurat of some kind dedicated to the patron deity, and probably many of the smaller places likewise. A list of zikkurats, 1322, furnishes the names of no less than 20, and while all of the important places are included, there are others which do not appear to have played an important part in either the religious or political history of the country, and which nevertheless had their zikkurat. To judge from the fact that in this list several names of zikkurat are connected with one and the same place, more than one zikkurat, indeed, could be found in a large religious center. 1323, the construction and character of the zikkurats. The zikkurat was quadrangular in shape. The orientation of the 4 corners towards the 4 cardinal points was only approximate. 1324, inasmuch as the rulers of Babylonia from a very early period call themselves King of the 4 regions, 1325, it has been supposed that the quadrangular shape was chosen designedly, but there is no proof that any stress was laid upon symbolism of this kind, or upon the orientation of the corners of the sacred edifices. More attention was bestowed upon making the brick structure huge and massive. The height of the zikkurats varied. Those at Nippur and Ur, 1326, appear to have been about 90 feet high, while the tower at Borsippa which Sir Henry Rawlinson carefully examined, 1327, attained a height of 140 feet. The base of this zikkurat, which may be regarded as a specimen of the tower in its most elaborate form, was a quadrangular mass 272 feet square and 26 feet high. The second and third stories were of equal height, but the square mass diminished with each story by 42 feet. The height of the 4 upper stories was 15 feet each. At the same time, the mass diminished steadily at the rate of 42 feet, so that the 7th story consisted of a mass of only 20 feet square. Sargon's zikkurat at Khorsabad, the suburb of Nineveh, was about the same height. The average number of stages of the zikkurat appears to have been 3, as at Nippur and Ur, or 4, as at Larsa. 1328, in the pictorial representations of the towers, 1329, we similarly find either 3 or 4. In these smaller ziggurats, the height of each tower, as in the first 3 stories of the tower at Borsippa, appears to have been alike, but the mass diminished in proportion in order to secure a space for a staircase leading from one story to the other. This method of ascent was older than the winding balustrade, which was better adapted to the more elaborate structures of later times. No doubt, as the towers increased in height, other variations were introduced, as e.g., in the proportions of the stories, without interfering with the essential principle of the zikkurat. The ungainly appearance presented by the huge towers was somewhat relieved by decorations of the friezes and by the judicious use of color. Enameled bricks of bright hues, such as yellow and blue, 1330, became common, and in the case of some of the towers it would appear that a different color was chosen for each story. Whether all the bricks in each story were colored or only those at the edge, or, perhaps, some rows, it is impossible to say. From Herodotus' description of the 7 concentric walls of Ecbatana, 1331, in which each wall was distinguished by a certain color, the conclusion has been drawn that the same colors, white, black, scarlet, blue, orange, silver, and gold, were employed by the Babylonians for the stages of their towers, but there is no satisfactory evidence that this was the case. That these colors were brought into connection with the planets, as some scholars have supposed, is highly improbable. As already pointed out, no special stress seems to have been laid upon the number of stories of which the zikkurat consisted, but the natural result of ambition and rivalry among builders tended towards an increase of the height, and this end could be most readily attained by adding to the number of stories. Still, there may have been some symbolism which led to the choice of 3, 4, or 7 stories, inasmuch as these numbers have a sacred import among so many nations. 1332, for the number 7, the influence of cosmological associations is quite clear. The 2 most famous of the ziggurats of 7 stages were those in Babylon and in Borsippa, opposite Babylon. The latter bears the significant name Euariminenki, 1333, i.e., the house of the 7 directions of heaven and earth. The 7 directions were interpreted by the Babylonian theologians as a reference to the 7 great celestial bodies, the sun and moon and the 5 planets Ishtar, Marduk, Ninib, Nergal, and Nabu. 1334, to each of these gods one story was supposed to be dedicated, and the tower thus became a cosmological symbol, elaborating in theological fashion the fundamental idea of the zikkurat as a reproduction of the dwelling place of the gods. The identification of the 5 gods with the planets is a proof of the scholastic character of the interpretation, and hence of its comparatively late origin. This interpretation of the number 7, however, was not the only one proposed in the Babylonian schools. 2 much older towers than those of Babylon and Borsippa bear names in which 7 is introduced. One of these is the zikkurat Tanin-Girsu at Lagash, which Gudea, 1335, describes as the house of 7 divisions of the world, the other, the tower at Uruk, 1336, which bore the name House of 7 Zones. The reference in both cases is, as Jensen has shown, 1337, to the 7 concentric zones into which the earth was divided by the Babylonians. It is a conception that we encounter in India and Persia, and that survives in the 7 climates into which the world was divided by Greek and Arabic geographers. It seems clear that this interpretation of the number 7 is older than the one which identified each story with one of the planets. 1338, both interpretations have a scholastic aspect, however, and the very fact that there are 2 interpretations, justifies the suspicion that neither furnishes the real explanation why the number 7 was chosen. It by no means follows from the names borne by the ziggurats at Lagash and Uruk that they actually consisted of 7 stories. The 7 divisions and the 7 zones are merely terms equivalent to universe. The names given to the towers would have been equally appropriate if they consisted, as they probably did, of fewer stories than 7. But, on the other hand, the introduction of the number 7 into the names may be regarded as a factor which influenced ambitious builders to make the number of stories 7. Over and above this, however, 7 was chosen, primarily, because it was a large number, and, secondly, because it was a sacred number, sacred in part because large, since largeness and sacredness are correlated ideas in the popular phases of early religious thought. In the same way, it is because 7 was popularly sacred that the world was divided into 7 zones and that the planets were fixed at 7, not vice versa. The opinion of some scholars, 1339, that the ziggurats were used for astronomical observations remains a pure conjecture, of which it cannot even be said that it has probability in its favor. It is certain that the astronomical observations, since they were conducted by the priests, were made in the temple precincts, but a small room at the top of a pyramid difficult of access seems hardly a spot adapted for the purpose. Moreover, the sacred character of the ziggurat speaks against the supposition that it should have been put to such constant use, and for purposes not directly connected with the cult. In the numerous astronomical reports that we have, there is not a single reference from which one could conclude that the observations reported were made from the top of a ziggurat. But, on the other hand, it would appear that as the ziggurat developed from a 1-story edifice into a tower, and as the number of the stages increased, the ziggurat assumed more of an ornamental character. While the ascent of the tower continued to be regarded to the latest days as a sacred duty, pleasing in the eyes of the deity, for the ordinary more practical purposes of the cult, other buildings were erected near the tower. Within the temple area and bordering on it there were smaller shrines, while in front of the ziggurat there was a large open place, where the pilgrims who flocked to the sacred city, congregated. The sacrifices which formed the essential feature of worship were brought, not at the top of the ziggurat, but on altars that were erected at the base. The ideographic designation of the ziggurat as a conspicuous house, 1340, which accords admirably with the motive ascribed in the 11th chapter of Genesis to the builders of a ziggurat to erect an edifice that could be seen, supports the view here taken of the more decorative position which the stage tower came to occupy, an homage to the gods rather than a place where they were to be worshipped, something that suggested the dwelling place of a god, to be visited only occasionally by the worshipper, in short, a monument forming part of a religious sanctuary, but not coextensive with the sanctuary. The differentiation that thus arose between the dwelling place of the god and the place where he was to be worshipped is a perfectly natural one. To emphasize the fact that the ziggurat was the temple for the god, a small room was built at the top of the ziggurat, 1341, and it was a direct consequence of this same distinction between a temple for the gods and a temple for actual worship that led to assigning to ziggurat special names, and such as differed from the designation of the sacred quarter of which the ziggurat formed the most conspicuous feature. Thus the name Ekur, mountain house, though evidently an appropriate designation for the ziggurat, becomes the term for the sacred area which included in time a large series of buildings used for the cult, whereas the ziggurat itself receives the special name of House of Oracle, Winkwithafrown 1342, and similarly in the case of the various other religious centers of Babylonia. The name of the ziggurat is distinct from that of the sacred quarter, the temple in the broader sense. The special position which the ziggurat thus came to occupy is, of course, merely an outcome of the growth of the religious centers of the country, and involves no departure from the religious ideals of earlier days. The distinction is much of the same order as we find in the case of the Hebrew temple at Jerusalem, where the court in which the worshippers gathered was distinct from the Holy of Holies, which was originally regarded as the dwelling of Yahweh, and in later times was viewed as the spot where he manifested himself. The name, House of Oracle, given to the ziggurat at Nippur is a valuable indication of the special sanctity that continued to be attached to the staged tower, the temple and the sacred quarter. But the ziggurat, while the most characteristic expression of the religious spirit of Babylonia, was by no means the only kind of sacred edifice that prevailed. The excavations at Nippur have afforded us for the first time a general view of a sacred quarter in an ancient Babylonian city. The extent of the quarter was considerable. Dr. Peters' estimate is 8 areas for the zikkurat and surrounding structures, and to this we may add several acres more, since beyond the limits of the Great Terrace there were buildings to the southeast and southwest, used for religious purposes. It is likely that the extent of Esagila at Babylon was even greater. Outside of the temple area at Nippur, Peters, 1343, and Haynes unearthed a court of considerable size, lined with brick columns. The court was open to the sky, but the columns supported a roof which was apparently of wood. Similar courts have been found elsewhere, so that we are justified in regarding the Nippur structure as characteristic of the architecture of Babylonia. The court was attached to an edifice of considerable size, which contained among other things rooms in which the temple records were kept. The entrance to the court was by a large gateway, supported on each side by a brick column, double the diameter of those that surrounded the court. While the nature of the building is not perfectly clear, still the presence of the temple archives and the gateway make it probable that the structure was used in connection with the cult of some deity worshipped at Nippur. Lending weight to this supposition are the points of resemblance between this structure and the sacred edifices of the ancient Hebrews and Arabs. A court of 60 columns, made of wood, quadrangular in shape, with the supports and tops of metal, was the characteristic feature of the tabernacle. 1344, within this court, open to the sky, the people gathered for worship. The altar and the basin for ablutions stood in the court, while the holy tent containing the ark was set up near the eastern end of the place. Similarly at Mecca, 1345, the Kaaba, the pulpit, and the sacred fountain are grouped within a space enclosed on all sides by colonnades. Again, surrounding the Solomonic temple on 3 sides was a spacious court. This court was enclosed with colonnades. 1346, it may well be, therefore, that the edifice around or near the fine court of columns at Nippur was a sacred structure, erected in honor of some deity. The 2 large brick columns at the entrance to the Nippur court are paralleled in the case of the Solomonic temple by the 2 large columns, known as Yakin and Boaz, that stood at the gateway. These names are as yet unexplained. Their symbolic character, apart from other evidence, may be concluded from the circumstance that, as Schick has shown, 1347, the columns stood free, and did not serve as a support for any part of the gateway. 1348, there is no need, therefore, for any hesitation in comparing these 2 columns, whose presence in the Solomonic structure is certainly due to foreign influence, to those found at Nippur. 1349, that the columns at Nippur were erected in accordance with recognized custom follows from de Sarzec's discovery of 2 enormous round columns within the sacred quarter of Lagash. 1350, in the light of Peter's excavations, the significance of the columns at Lagash becomes clear. Unfortunately, de Sarzec's excavations at Lagash at the point of the mound in question were interrupted, but he gives reasons for believing that other columns existed near the 2 large ones found by him. 1351, there is, therefore, every reason to conclude that at Lagash, as at Nippur and no doubt elsewhere, the 2 columns belonged to a great gateway leading into a large court of columns. That these columns served a symbolic purpose in the Babylonian temple as they did at Jerusalem, cannot be maintained with certainty, but is eminently likely. The court of columns was surrounded by a series of rooms. If the view taken of the building is correct, these rooms were used for the temple administration. However this may be, there can be no doubt that the structures of various size found around the zikkurat at Nippur served as dwellings for the priests and the temple attendants, as stalls for the temple cattle, as shops for the manufacture and sale of votive objects, and the like. Within the temple area proper were the schools where young priests were trained to be scribes, and received instructions in the doctrines and rites. The astronomical observatories, too, were situated near the temple. The schools served, as they still do in the Orient, as the gathering place of the mature scholars. The systematized pantheon, and the cosmological and astronomical systems represent the outcome of the intellectual activity that manifested itself within the sacred quarters of the cities of Babylonia. The execution of justice being in the hands of the priests, the sacred area also contained the rooms where the judges sat. It is interesting to note that Gudea mentions a hall of judgment in the temple to Ningirsu at Lagash. The number of such buildings attached to the temple precinct varied, of course, according to the needs and growth of each place. In Nippur, the numbers appear to have been very large. We may assume, likewise, that at Sippar, Uruk, Ur, and Larsa the Zikkurat was the center of a considerable group of buildings, while at Babylon in the days of her greatest power, the temple area of Isagila must have presented the appearance of a little city by itself, shut off from the rest of the town by a wall which invariably enclosed the sacred quarter. Within this large wall there were smaller ones, marking the several divisions of the temple buildings. The construction of the smaller edifices does not appear to have varied from the ordinary form chosen for the one-story dwelling houses in the city proper. The material used for all structures, the large and the small ones, was brick. In earlier times the bricks were merely dried in the sun. The buildings, as a consequence, suffered much from the influence of the heat and rain, and required frequent repairs. Often the tower would crumble away, and an entirely new edifice would have to be erected. The later custom of kiln-dried bricks was an improvement, and still more solidity was ensured when the exterior series of brick was glazed. In the older buildings, the bricks were merely piled together, without cement. Afterwards straw was mixed with the clay, but as early as Gudea's days the bitumen, abounding in the valley, became the common cement employed in all edifices of importance. Wood was used in the case of smaller sanctuaries, as also in palaces, for the roof, and the kings often refer with pride to the efforts they made to obtain the precious cedars of the Lebanon forests for their building enterprises. The decoration was confined largely to the facades, the doors, and the floors. A pleasing effect also was produced by the judicious distribution of glazed and enameled bricks in the walls. Colors were used with still greater lavishness in the decorations of the interior. The brilliancy was heightened by the use of precious stones and gold and silver for the walls and floors and ceilings. The aim of the builders was, as they constantly tell us, to make the buildings as brilliant as the sunlight. The decorations of the brick walls and floors suggest textile patterns, and to account for this, some scholars have supposed that prior to the use of colored bricks, it was customary to cover the walls and floors of temples and palaces with draperies and rugs. The suggestion lacks proof, but has much in its favor. In exterior architecture no profound changes were ever introduced, but within the prescribed limits, the builders did their utmost to make their edifices testimonials of their zeal and power. They imported gold, copper, and diorite from the Sinai Peninsula and Arabia, precious stones from Armenia and the upper Euphrates, wood from Bahrain and from various parts of the Amanus Range, and so all quarters of the ancient world of culture were ransacked for contributions to add to the splendor of the Babylonian and Assyrian cities. Much care was bestowed in the course of time upon the portals. The wooden gates were covered with bronze, in which art of decoration great skill was developed. 1352, the columns of stone appear only in Assyrian edifices as decorations in the front of palaces, supporting a portal or portico that projects from the temple proper. 1353, the introduction appears to be due to foreign influence, perhaps Hittite. 1354, to determine the interior arrangement of a sacred structure, we have two small Assyrian temples, excavated by Layard at Nimrod, to serve as our guide. 1355, a long hall constituted the chief feature. At the extreme end of this hall was a small room, in which stood a statue of the god to whom the temple was dedicated. This room, known as the Papaku or Paraku, was the most sacred part of the temple, and it is doubtful whether any but the king or the highest officials had access to it. Certainly, no one could approach the presence of the deity without the mediation of a priest. Both terms for this room convey the idea of its being shut off, 1356, from the rest of the building, precisely as the Holy of Holies in the Temple of Jerusalem containing the Ark, was separated from the central hall. Gudea, 1357, describes the Papaku as the dark, or inner, chamber. We are fortunate in having a pictorial representation of such a Papaku. A stone tablet found at Sippar, 1358, represents Shamash seated in the Holy of Holies of the Temple Ibabara. The god sits on a low throne. In front of him is an altar table on which rests a wheel with radiant spokes, a symbol of the sun god. Into this sanctuary the worshipper, who is none other than the king Nabubaladin, is led by a priest. The king is at pains to tell us in the inscription attached to the design, that he was careful to restore the image of Shamash after an ancient model, and his motive in adding an illustration to this tablet is that future builders may have no excuse for not being equally careful. We may, therefore, take the illustration as a sample of the general character of the sacred chambers in the Babylonian and Assyrian temples in the great centers. The papaku was decorated with great lavishness. The floors and walls and also the ceiling were studded with precious stones. We may believe Herodotus, 1359, when he tells us that the statue of Marduk in his temple at Babylon and the table in front of it was of gold. It was to the papaku that the priests retired and they desired to obtain an oracle direct from the god, and as in the course of time the sanctity of the spot increased, we may well suppose that the occasions when the deity was directly approached in his papaku became rarer. Through the influence of the schools attached to the Marduk cult at Babylon, the New Year's festival, the character of which we will have occasion to explain later on, came to be regarded as the season most appropriate for approaching the oracular chamber. During this festival, Marduk was supposed to decide the fate of mankind for the whole year, and the intercession of the priests on the occasion was fraught with great importance. A special significance, moreover, came to be attached to the sacred chamber in the Marduk temple. Complementing in a measure, the cosmological associations that have been noted in connection with the zikkurat, the papaku of Marduk was regarded as an imitation of a cosmical, sacred chamber. As the zikkurat represented the mountain on which the gods were born and where they were once supposed to dwell, so the sacred room was regarded as the reproduction of a portion of the great mountain where the gods assembled in solemn council. This council chamber was situated at the eastern end of the great mountain, and was known as Duazaga, that is, brilliant chamber. The chamber itself constituted the innermost recess of the eastern limit of the mountain, and the special part of the mountain in which it lay was known as Upshukena, written with the ideographic equivalents to assembly room. It will be apparent that such a view of the papaku is the result of theological speculation, and is not due, as is the conception of the zikkurat, to popular beliefs. The assembly of the gods presupposes a systematization of the pantheon, and the fact that it is only the papaku in Marduk's temple which is known as Duazaga, 1360, is a sufficient indication of the influences at work which produced this conception. In the creation epic, there is a reference to the Upshukena, 1361, which shows the main purpose of a divine assembly in the eyes of the priests of Babylon. The gods meet there in order to do homage to Marduk. They gather around the victorious vanquisher of Tiamat, as the princes gather round the throne of the supreme ruler, the king of Babylon and of Babylonia. One can see, however, that, as is generally the case with theological doctrines, there is a popular starting point from which these views were developed. The Duazaga is older than the Upshukena. Situated in the extreme east, the brilliant chamber is evidently the place whence the sun rises in the morning. A hymn to Shamash, 1362, expressly speaks of the sun rising out of the Duazaga, and, since the sun also appears to rise up out of the ocean, the Duazaga is placed at a point close to the great Apsu, which flows underneath the mountain. In confirmation of this view, a syllabary, 1363, identifies the Duazaga with the Apsu. Marduk, by virtue of his original quality as a solar deity, would naturally be pictured as coming forth from Duazaga. In this sense the title Marduazaga, 1364, son of Duazaga, is applied to him, just as he is called Mar-Apsi, the son of Apsu. But the same conception would hold good of Shamash, of Ninib, and of some other solar deities, though not of all. That Duazaga came to be especially associated with Marduk is due simply to the preeminent rank that he came to occupy. Whether there was also a popular basis for the conception of an Upshukena, an assembly room, of the gods, is a question more difficult to answer. Certainly, the view that the gods gathered together in one place belongs to an age which attempted to fix, at least in some measure, the relationship of the divine beings to one another. The popular phase of the conception of a general assembly house could, in any case, hardly have proceeded further than the assumption of some particular part of the great mountain, where the gods were wont to come together. The connection of this assembly place with the Duazaga is distinctly the work of the theologians of Babylon. In their desire to make Marduk the central figure of the pantheon, they bring all the gods to his side. The Upshukena is thus transferred to the region whence the sun issues on his daily journey. The chamber of Marduk becomes the most sacred spot in this region, and the Upshukena the general name for the region itself. As Marduk in Babylon was surrounded by his court, so in Upshukena the gods assemble to pay homage to the one freely acknowledged by them as the greatest, and who is pictured as sitting on his throne in Duazaga. The further speculation which brought the gods together yearly on the occasion of the great Marduk festival belongs likewise, and as a matter of course, to the period when Marduk's sway was undisputed. The ideas that were thus attached to the Papaku and Isagila are a valuable indication of the sanctity attached to that part of the temple where the god sat enthroned. In a general way, what holds good of Marduk's Papaku applies to every sacred chamber in a temple, and no doubt views were once current of the Papaku of Bel at Nippur and of the Holy of Holies in Ibabara, 1365, and elsewhere that formed in some measure, a parallel to what the Marduk priests told of their favorite sanctuary. Coming back now to the large hall which led into the Papaku, the absence of bas-reliefs in this hall in the case of the Assyrian temples excavated by Layard, suggests that the walls of this hall were not lined with sculptured slabs, as was the case in the large rooms of the palaces, and we may conclude that in Babylonian temples, likewise, the decoration of the walls was confined as a general thing to enameled bricks, interspersed, perhaps, with metallic panels, and that mythological scenes, such as the contest with Tiamat or Gilgamesh's adventures, were only occasionally portrayed. An aim which, as the rulers themselves tell us in their inscriptions, they always kept in view was to make both the exterior and interior of the temples resplendent with brilliant coloring, brilliant as the sun. At the entrances to the Assyrian temples stood lions, chiseled out of soft limestone or the harder alabaster. At Tel Loh various fragments of large lion heads were found, 1366, so that there is every reason not only to trace this custom to Babylonia, but to carry it back to a very early period. Besides the lion, a favorite religious symbol, as we have seen, 1367, was the bull, and, since Nebuchadnezzar speaks of retaining the bull statue of the old temple to Nana, or Ishtar, at Erech, we may suppose that the representation of colossal bulls at the entrances to the temples also belongs to the characteristic features of Babylonian religious architecture. What we know is sufficient to warrant the supposition that there was practical uniformity in the interior arrangement of the Babylonian and Assyrian temples. What variation there existed was probably confined to the decoration of the walls, doorways, and to the facades. Meanwhile, it is something to have reached general results. The zikkurat was surrounded by a varying number of shrines that were used as places of assembly for worshippers. The latter gathered also in the large court in front of the zikkurat, where the chief altar probably stood. 1371, in the large halls of the shrines, there were in all probabilities likewise altars. It seems natural to suppose that the Hall of Judgment, mentioned already in Gudea's inscription, 1372, was attached to some shrine. Besides the ziggurats and shrines, there were smaller structures used as dwellings for the priests and temple officials, for storehouses, for the archives, and as stalls for the animals to be used in the sacrifices. At Nippur a smithy was found near the temple precinct. There were workshops near the temple where the furnishings for the temple, such as the curtains and the utensils, were made, and there were magazines where votive tablets and offerings were manufactured and sold. The number of these structures varied, naturally, in each religious center, and increased in proportion to the growth of the center. The zikkurat, the great court, the shrines, and the smaller structures formed a sacred precinct, and it was this precinct as a whole that constituted the temple in the larger sense, and received some appropriate name. Thus Ekur at Nippur, Esagila at Babylon, Ezida at Borsippa are used to denote the entire sacred precinct in these cities, and not merely the chief structure. The zikkurat always had a special name of its own. A factor that contributed largely to the growth of the sacred precinct in the large centers was the circumstance that the political importance of such centers as Nippur, Lagash, Ur, Babylon, and Nineveh led the rulers to group around the worship of the chief deity, the cult of the minor ones who constituted the family or the court of the chief god. The kings measured their importance by the number of the gods upon whose assistance they could rely. The priests came to the assistance of the kings in connecting the gods of the royal pantheon in such a way as to satisfy the pride of both their royal and divine masters. 1373, the ambition of the kings, more especially of the Assyrian Empire, led also to the addition of foreign deities to the pantheon. For these also shrines were built within or near the sacred precinct. Gudea sets the example for his successors by parading a large pantheon at the close of his inscriptions, 1374, and a list of temples in Lagash, recently published by Skeel, 1375, shows that most, if not all, of the gods invoked by the ruler had a sanctuary erected in his or her honor. There were, as we have seen, several quarters in Lagash, and therefore several sacred precincts, so that we cannot be certain that all of these sanctuaries stood in one and the same quarter. But, since the list in question furnishes the name of no less than 13 sacred edifices, we are certain that as many as 4 or 5 smaller chapels surrounded the precinct in which stood the great temple Ininu, sacred to Gudea's chief god Ningersu-Ninib. The list is headed by the sanctuary to Ningersu. There follow temples to Bao, to Ningish-Zida, Ninmar, Nina, Demuzizuaba, Ninsia, Ga Tumdug known to us from the inscriptions of Gudea, besides others, like Shabra, Nin-Sun, Nin-Tu, that appear here for the first time. In Nippur, we find traces of the worship of Belit, or Ninlil, of Ninib, and of Nusku, though with the exception of the first named, the worship of these gods has not been traced back further than the days of the Kassite dynasty. Subsequent excavations may, of course, change the present aspect, but one gains the impression from the most ancient inscriptions found at Nippur that at an early period Bel was a god much like the Hebrew Yahweh, jealous of having others at his side. Such a conception would help to account for the title Lord being applied to him above all others, and also aids us in understanding the lasting impression he made upon the people of Babylonia, an impression so profound that when the time came for Enlil to yield his supremacy to Marduk, no better means could be found of emphasizing the latter's authority, than by transferring to him the names and titles of the older Bel. 1376, in this respect, however, Nippur was an exception, and in later times the Bel cult was affected by the same influences that led Gudea to group around the sanctuary to Ningersu, edifices sacred to other gods and goddesses. Lugal Zagasai, 1377, of Erech enumerates an extensive pantheon, 1378, which contains most of the chief deities, and from which we may conclude that the temple of Nana was similarly the center of a large precinct in which the cult of other deities was carried on. When we come to the cult of Marduk at Babylon and of Nabu at Borsippa, the inscriptions, chiefly those of Nebuchadnezzar, come to our aid in showing us the arrangement of the various chapels that were comprised within the sacred precincts of Esagila and Ezida, respectively. In the first place, the close relationship between Marduk and Nabu was emphasized by placing a papaku to Nabu in the precinct of Esagila, which, built in imitation of Ezida at Borsippa, was called by the same name. 1379, this papaku, it would seem, was independent of a special temple to Nabu known as Imaktila, and which lay in Borsippa. The consort of Marduk, Sarpanidam, likewise had her temple in Babylon, and naturally close to the chief sanctuary of Marduk. 1380, Ea, the father of Marduk, had a small sanctuary known as Ikarzajina in the sacred precinct. 1381, it does not follow, of course, that all the temples in a center like Babylon or Borsippa were concentrated in one place. Indeed, when Nebuchadnezzar speaks of 3 temples to Gula being erected in Borsippa, 1382, it is certain that they could not have been within the precinct of Ezida, and so the temples to Shamash and Ramman, Sin and Ishtar, as well as to Nabu in Babylon, had an independent position, but we are at least warranted in concluding that they were not far removed from Esagila, and so, likewise, the numerous temples enumerated by Nebuchadnezzar as erected or improved by him in Borsippa were not far distant from Nabu's sanctuary, the famous Izida. The palaces of the kings were also erected near the temples. In Babylon, we know that before Nebuchadnezzar's days, the palace stood so close to Esagila that an enlargement of it was impossible without encroaching on the sacred quarter. 1383, the tendency to combine with the worship of the chief god, the cult of others is as characteristic of Assyrian rulers as of their Babylonian predecessors. We are fortunate in possessing an extensive list, 1384, enumerating the various deities worshipped in the temples of Assyria, and the occasions on which they are to be invoked. The information to be gained from this list is all the more welcome since the Assyrian kings are chiefly interested in transmitting an account of their military expeditions, and tell us comparatively little of the religious edifices in their capitals. From this list we learn that in the old temples sacred to Anu and Ramman, 1385, in the city of Ashur, the oldest Assyrian temple known to us, 1386, some 20 deities were worshipped. Images at least of these deities must have stood in the temple Winkwith around 1387, but, since there is a distinct reference Ziggurats, 1388, in the list, for some of them special sanctuaries of some kind must have been erected within the precinct. From the same list we learn that there was a temple to Marduk, 1389, in Ashur in which the cult of the Shamash, Sarpanatum, Ramman, Ninib, Anunit was also carried on. Similarly, in the temples of Ashur, of Gula, and of Ninib, other gods were worshipped. Provisions of some kind for the cult of these deities must have been made, and one cannot escape the conclusion that in the Assyrian capitals, the sacred precincts likewise covered considerable territory, and that the tendency existed towards a steady increase of the structures erected in connection with the cult of the patron deity. Sennacherib proudly describes Nineveh as the city which contained the shrines of all gods and goddesses. 1390, the names of the ziggurats and temples. We have seen that every sacred edifice had a special name by which it was known. This custom belongs to the oldest period of Babylonian history, and continues to the latest. Through these names, to which, no doubt, considerable significance was attached, we obtain a valuable insight into the religious spirit of the Babylonians, but it is important to note that the custom does not appear to have been as general, 1391, in Assyria, where the temples are simply known as the house of this or that god or goddess. Of special interest are those names which were suggested by the original design of the temples. Such are Ekur, the mountain house at Nippur, Ekarseg Kurkura, the house of the mountain of all lands, the name of several temples. 1392, the same idea finds expression also in such names as Ekarsegela, or house of the glorious mountain, the name of a temple to Gula in Babylon, Ekarsag, the mountain house, a temple in Winkwith around 1393, Ekermach, the house of the great mountain, which a text, 1394, declares to be equivalent to Ekarsag Kalama. Closely allied with these names are those indicating in one way or the other, the height or greatness of the buildings, as the general aim of the builders. Prominent among such names are Esagila, the lofty house, the famous temple and temple area at Babylon, Emach, the great house, a chapel to Nin Karsag, situated perhaps within Esagila, Egalmach, the great palace, an old temple in Eanna, the heavenly house, that is, the house reaching up to heaven, which is the name of the temple of Ishtar or Nana at Erech, Elg near Kittermach, 1395, the tower of the great dwelling sacred to Nini at Kish. To the same class belong such designations as Eder and Ki, the link of heaven and earth, 1396, the name of a zikkurat at Larsa, Dadia, the house reaching to heaven, the zikkurat at Agade, Epa, the summit house, the zikkurat to Ningursu at Lagash, Egubba and Ki, the point of heaven and earth, one of the names of the zikkurat in Dilbat, Edimana, the house of heavenly construction, the chapel to Sin within the precinct of Zida at Borsippa, a name that again conveys the notion of an edifice reaching up to heaven. The names of the zikkurats at Erech and Borsippa, the house of 7 zones and the house of the 7 divisions of heaven and earth, respectively, while conveying, as we saw, 1397, cosmological conceptions of a more specific character, may still be reckoned in a class of names that embody the leading purpose of the tower in Babylonia, as may also a name like Temenenki, the foundation stone of heaven and earth, assigned to the zikkurat to Marduk in Babylonia. The sacred edifice, as the dwelling of the god to whom it is dedicated, leads to such names as Zeta, the true house or fixed house, 1398, the famous temple to Nabu in Borsippa, Durgina, 1399, the house of the established seat, a temple of Bel-Sarbai, 1400, in Baz, Ikidur, 1401, Garza, the sacred dwelling, a temple to Ninlilana in Babylon, Iqua, the dwelling house, the name of the Papaku of Marduk in Isagila, Amunna, the permanent dwelling, Iesh, 1402, Gi, a shrine to Nin-Girsu at Lagash with the same meaning, permanent house. Another class is formed by such names as are suggested by the attributes of the deity to whom the edifices are dedicated. Such are Ibabara, the brilliant house, which, as the name of the temples to Shamash at Sippar and Larsa, recalls at once the character of the sun god. Similarly, Igish Shirgal, the house of the great luminary, was an appropriate name for the temple to the moon god at Ur. The staff or scepter being the symbol of the god Nabu, suggests as the name of a sanctuary to him in Babylonia, the name Ipadkalamasuma, the house of him who gives the scepter of the world, while the character of Shamash as the god of justice finds an expression in the name Idatarkalama, the house of the universal judge, given to his temple or chapel in Babylon. The association of the number 50 with Ningersa-Ninib leads to the name Ininu, house of 50, 1403, for his temple in Lagash. Again, the position of Anu in the pantheon accounts for the name Iada, house of the Father, given to his temple, just as Enin-Mak, the house of the Great Lady, the name of a chapel in Babylon, at once recalls a goddess like Ishtar. Other names that describe a temple by epithets of the gods to whom they are sacred, are Enun-Mak, the house of the Great Lord, descriptive of sin, Emeti-Ur-Saga, the house of the glory of the warrior, a temple sacred to Zamama-Ninib, Iugao, the house of the Great Lord, a temple to Enlil. A name like Iadina, house of the field, a temple to the consort of Shamash at Sippar, may also have been suggested by some attribute of the goddess. 1404, lastly, we have a class of names that might be described as purely ornamental, or as embodying a pious wish. Of such we have a large number. Examples of this class are Etila, house of life. Names extolling the glory and splendor of the temples are common. In a list of temples, 1405, we find such designations as House of Light, House of the Brilliant Precinct, Great Place, Lofty and Brilliant Wall, 1406, House of Great Splendor, the Splendor of Heaven and Earth, House Without a Rival, Light of Shamash. The seat of Sarpanitum in Isagila, is known as the Gate of Widespread Splendor, Isalgiza, the Treasury, as the name of a temple in Girsu, may belong here. A temple to Gula in Sippar was called Eola, that is, the beautiful house. The old temple to Sin at Haran bore the significant name Ekolkol, house of joys, while the pious wish of the worshipper is again expressed in the name, threshold of long life, given to the zikkurat in Sippar. 1407, among a series of names, 1408, illustrating the religious sentiments of the people are the following: the heart of Shamash, the house of hearkening to prayers, 1409, the house full of joy, the brilliant house, the life of the world, the place of fates, and the like. These various classes of names are a valuable index of the varied and often remarkable conceptions held of the gods. To call a temple, for example, Court of the World, 1410, may have been due originally to a haughty presumption on the part of someone deeply attached to some god, but such a name must also have led to regarding the god as not limited in his affections to a particular district. Whatever tendencies existed in Babylonia and Assyria towards universalistic conceptions of the divine beings were brought out in the temple names, and in part may have been advanced by these names. The custom still surviving in the Jewish church of giving names to synagogues may be traced back to a Babylonian prototype. 1411, the history of the temples. The history of the temples takes us back to the earliest period of Babylonian history, and the temples of Assyria likewise date from the small beginnings of the Assyrian power. The oldest inscriptions of Mesopotamian rulers commemorate their services as builders of temples. Naram-Sin and Sargon glory in the title Builder of the Temple of Enlil in Nippur. Of the rulers of the first period of Babylonian history, it so happens that we know more of Gudea than of any other. We may feel certain that he but follows the example of his predecessors, in devoting so large a share of his energies to temple building. Hammurabi is an active builder of sanctuaries, and so on, through the period of Assyrian supremacy down to the closing days of the Babylonian monarchy, the thoughts of the rulers were directed towards honoring the gods by improving, restoring, rebuilding, or enlarging the sanctuaries, as well as by endowing them with rich gifts and votive offerings. The Assyrian kings, though perhaps more concerned with embellishing their palaces, do not neglect the seats of the gods. Anxious to maintain the connection between their kingdom and the old cities of the south, the Assyrian monarchs were fond of paying homage to the time-honored sanctuaries of Babylonia. This feeling, which is of course shared by the Babylonian rulers, results in bringing about the continuity of the Babylonian and Assyrian religion. If, despite the changes that the religious doctrines underwent, despite the new interpretations given to old myths and legends, despite the profound changes introduced into the relationship of the gods to one another through the systematization of the pantheon, if, despite all this, the Babylonians and Assyrians, leaders and people, continued to feel that they were following the religion of their forefathers, it was due to the maintenance of the old sanctuaries. We can actually trace the history of some of these sanctuaries for a period of over 3,000 years. In their restorations, the later builders were careful not to offend the memory of their predecessors. They sought out the old dedicatory inscriptions, and took steps to preserve them. They rejoiced when they came upon the old foundation stones. In their restorations they were careful to follow original designs, and likewise in the cult, so far from deviating from established custom, they strongly emphasized their desire to restore the cult to its original character, wherever an interruption for one reason or the other had taken place. In all this, the rulers were acting in accord with the popular instincts, for the masses clung tenaciously to the old sanctuaries, as affording an unfailing means of protection against the ills and accidents of life. To enumerate all the temples of Babylonia and Assyria would be both an impossible and a useless task. Besides those mentioned in the historical texts and in the legal literature, we have long lists of temples prepared by the pedagogues. Some of these lists have been published Winkworth around 1412, others are to be found among the unpublished material in the British Museum collections. 1413, it is doubtful whether even these catalogues were exhaustive, or aimed at being so. Moreover, a large number of gods are known to us only from the lists of the pedagogues. 1414, so, to mention some, taken from a valuable list, 1415, which gives chiefly the names of foreign gods, together with the places where they were worshipped, we learn of such gods as Lagamal, Margarita, Lasamu, Aishtu, Bulala, Katnu, Kanu, Kishshat, Kanashura, Karatum. Knowing, as we do, that at various periods foreign deities were introduced into Babylonia and Assyria, 1416, it was necessary to make some provision for their cult, and, while no doubt most of these minor deities and foreign gods were represented only by statues placed in some temple or temple precinct, it is equally certain that some had a shrine or sanctuary of some kind specially erected in their honor. In hymns, too, deities are mentioned that are otherwise unknown. So in a litany, published by Craig, 1417, a long series of gods is introduced. Some are identical with those included in the list just referred to, 1418, others appear here for the first time, as Mishiru, Kalili Ishimilku. Epithets also occur in lists and hymns, that appear to belong to deities otherwise unknown. We are safe, therefore, in estimating the number of temples, ziggurats, and smaller shrines in Babylonia and Assyria to have reached high into the hundreds. Sanctuaries must have covered the Euphrates Valley like a network. By virtue of the older culture of the south and the greater importance that Babylonia always enjoyed from a religious point of view, the sanctuaries of the south were much more numerous than those of the north. For our purposes, it is sufficient to indicate some of the most important of the temples of the south and north. The oldest known to us at present is the frequently mentioned temple of Ekur at Nippur, sacred to Enlil or the older Bel. Its history can be carried back to a period beyond 4000 BC, how far beyond cannot be determined until the early chronology is better known than at present. We know, however, that from the time of Sargon, 1419, and probably even much earlier, the rulers who had control of Nippur devoted themselves to the embellishment of the temple area. Climatic conditions necessitated frequent repairs. The temple also suffered occasionally through political tumults, but with each century the religious importance of Ekur was increased. Urbau, we have seen, about 2700 BC, erected a zikkurat in the temple area. Some centuries later we find Bursin repairing the zikkurat and adding a shrine near the main structure. As the political fortunes of Nippur varied, so Ekur had its ups and downs. Under the Kassitic rule, an attempt was made to recover for Nippur the position which it formerly occupied, but which had now passed over to Babylon. It was of little avail. Bel had to yield to Marduk, and yet, despite the means that the priests of Marduk took to transfer Bel's prerogatives to the new head of the pantheon, the rulers would not risk the anger of Bel by a neglect of Ekur. Kurigalzu, a king of the Kassite dynasty, circa 1400 BC, brings back from Elam, 1420, a votive object which, originally deposited by Dungi in the Ishtar temple at Erech, was carried to Susa by an Elamitic conqueror about 900 years before Kurigalzu. The latter deposits this object not in Marduk's temple at Babylon, but in Bel's sanctuary at Nippur. During the entire Kassitic period, the kings continued to build or make repairs in the temple precinct, and almost every ruler is represented by more or less costly votive offerings made to Bel's sanctuary. In this way, we can follow the history of the temple down to the Assyrian period. In the 12th century the religious supremacy of Ekur yields permanently to Esagila. The temple is sacked, part of it is destroyed, and it was left to rulers of the north like Esarhaddon and Ashurbanabal to once more restore Ekur and its dependencies to its former proportions. These kings, especially the latter, devote much time and energy in rebuilding the zikkurat and in erecting various buildings connected with the temple administration. Under the new Babylonian dynasty, however, Ekur was again destroyed, and this time by the ruthless hands of southern rulers. Nebuchadnezzar, so devoted to Marduk and Nabu, appears to have regarded Ekur as a serious rival to Esagila and Ezida. Some traces of building operations at Ekur appear to date from the Persian period, but, practically, the history of Ekur comes to an end at the close of the 7th century. The sanctity of the place, however, remained. A portion of the old city becomes a favorite burial site, while other parts continue to be inhabited till the 12th century of our era. The city of Bel becomes the seat of a Christian bishop, and Jewish schools take the place once occupied by the stargazers of Chaldea. The history of Ekur, so intimately bound up with political events, may be taken as an index of the fortunes that befell the other prominent sanctuaries of Babylonia. The foundation of the Shamash temple at Sippar, and known as Ibabara, the brilliant house, can likewise be traced as far back as the days of Naram-Sin. At that time there was already a sanctuary to Anunit within the precincts of Ibabara. Members of the Kassite dynasty devote themselves to the restoration of this sanctuary. Through a subsequent invasion of the nomads, the cult was interrupted and the great statue of Shamash destroyed. Several attempts are made to reorganize the cult, but it was left for Nabuballadin in the 10th century to restore Ibabara to its former prestige. Esarhaddon and Ashurbanabal, who pay homage to the old Bel at Nippur, also devote themselves to Shamash at Sippar. They restore such portions of it as had suffered from the lapse of time and from other causes. Nebuchadnezzar is obliged to rebuild parts of Ibabara, and the last king of Babylonia, Nabonidus, is so active in his building operations at Sippar that he arouses the anger of the priests of Babylon, who feel that their ruler is neglecting the sanctuaries of Marduk and Nabu. It is through Nabonidus, 1421, and Nabuballadin, 1422, chiefly, that we learn many of the details of the history of Ibabara during this long period. Of the other important temples that date from the early period of Babylonian history, we must content ourselves with brief indications. The temple to Shamash at Larsa, while not quite as old as that of Sippar, was quite as famous. Its name was likewise Ibabara. It is first mentioned in the inscriptions of Uarbau, circa 2700 B.C., and it continues to enjoy the favor of the rulers till the Persian conquest. 1423, the two chief places for the moon cult were Ur and Haran. The name of Sin's temple, 1424, at the former place was Gish Shirgal, the house of the great light, at the latter, Kolklo, the house of joys. Around both sanctuaries, but particularly around the former, cluster sacred traditions. We have seen that the moon cult at an early period enjoyed greater importance than sun worship. The temples of Sin were centers of intellectual activity. It is in these places that we may expect some day to find elaborate astronomical and astrological records. Haran, indeed, does not appear at any time to have played any political role, 1425, though it was overrun occasionally by nomads, so that the significance of the place is due almost entirely to the presence of the great temple at the place. It is Nabonidus, 1426, again, who endeavors to restore the ancient prestige of the sanctuary at Haran. Eanna, the lofty house, was the name of Ishtar's famous temple at Erech. The mention of this temple in one of the creation narratives, 1427, and the part played by Ishtar of Erech in the Gilgamesh epic are sufficient indications of the significance of this structure. Historical inscriptions from the earliest period to the days of Ashurbanipal and Nebuchadnezzar come to our further aid in illustrating the continued popularity of the Ishtar cult in Eanna. The Ishtar who survives in Babylonia and Assyria is practically the Ishtar of Erech, that is, Nana. 1428, passing by such sanctuaries as Eshidlam, sacred to Nergal at Kutha, and coming to Esagila and Ezida, the two great temples of Babylon and Borsippa, respectively, it is of course evident from the close connection between political development and religious supremacy, that Marduk's seat of worship occupies a unique position from the days of Hammurabi to the downfall of Babylonia. While the history of Esagila and Ezida cannot be traced back further than the reign of Hammurabi, the temples themselves are considerably older. Previous to the rise of the city of Babylon as the political center, the Nabu cult in Ezida must have been more prominent than the worship of Marduk in Esagila. Marduk was merely one solar deity among several, and a minor one at that, whereas the attributes of wisdom given to Nabu point to the intellectual importance that Borsippa had acquired. The Nabu cult was combined with the worship of Marduk simply because it could not be suppressed. At various times, as we have seen, 1429, Nabu formed a serious rival to Marduk, and it will be recalled that up to a late period we find Nabu given the preference to Marduk in official documents. 1430, the inseparable association of Esagila and Ezida is a tribute to Nabu which, we may feel certain, the priests of Marduk did not offer willingly. But this association becomes the leading feature in the history of the two temples. To pay homage to Marduk and Nabu meant something quite different from making a pilgrimage to the seat of Bel or presenting a gift to the Shamash sanctuary at Sippar. It was an acknowledgement of Babylonia's prestige. The Assyrian rulers regarded it as both a privilege and a solemn duty to come to Babylon and invoke the protection of Marduk and Nabu. In Esagila the installation of the rulers over Babylonia took place, and a visit to Marduk's temple was incomplete without a pilgrimage across the river to Ezida. The influence exerted by these two temples upon the whole course of Babylonian history from the 3rd millennium on, can hardly be overestimated. From the schools grouped around Esagila and Ezida, went forth the decrees that shaped the doctrinal development of the religion of Babylonia and Assyria. In these schools, the ancient wisdom was molded into the shape in which we find it in the literary remains of the Euphrates Valley. Here the past was interpreted and the intellectual future of the country projected. The thought of Esagila and Ezida must have stored up emotions in the breast of a Babylonian and Assyrian, that can only be compared to a pious Mohammedan's enthusiasm for Mecca, or the longing of an ardent Hebrew for Jerusalem. The hymns to Marduk and Nabu voice this emotion. There is a fervency in the prayers of Nebuchadnezzar which marks them off from the somewhat perfunctory invocations of the Assyrian kings to Ashur and Ishtar. An appreciation of the position of Esagila and Ezida in Babylonian history is an essential condition to an understanding of the Babylonian-Assyrian religion. The priests of Marduk could view with equanimity the rise and growth of Assyria's power. The influence of Esagila and Ezida was not affected by such a shifting of the political kaleidoscope. Babylon remained the religious center of the country. When one day, a Persian conqueror, Cyrus, entered the precincts of Esagila, his first step was to acknowledge Marduk and Nabu as the supreme powers in the world, and the successors of Alexander continue to glory in the title adorner of Esagila and Ezida. 1431, with the same zeal that distinguishes a good Babylonian, Antiochus Soter hastens to connect his reign with the two temples by busying himself with their enlargement and beautification. There was no better way in which he could indicate, at the same time, his political control over the country. One more factor contributing to the general influence of the Babylonian temples remains to be noted. In the course of time, all the great temples in the large centers became large financial establishments. The sources whence the temples derived their wealth were various. The kings both of Babylonia and Assyria took frequent occasions to endow the sanctuaries with lands or other gifts. At times, the endowment took the form of certain quantities of wine, corn, oil, fruits, and the like, for which annual provision is made. At times, the harvest derived from a piece of property is set aside for the benefit of the temple. In other ways, too, the temples acquired large holdings, through purchases of land made from the income accruing to it, and from the tithes which it became customary to collect. This property was either farmed through the authorities of the temple for the direct benefit of the sanctuary, or was rented out to private parties under favorable conditions. We learn of large bodies of laborers indentured to temples, as well as of slaves owned or controlled by the temples. These workmen were engaged for various purposes, for building operations, for service in the fields, for working raw material, such as wool, into finished products, and much more the like. But, more than this, the temples engaged directly in commercial affairs, lending sums of money and receiving interest. In some sanctuaries, a thriving business of barter and exchange was carried on. Crops are sold, houses are rented by the temple agents, and there was scarcely an avenue of commerce into which the temples did not enter. An active business was also carried on in the manufacture and sale of idols, votive offerings, amulets, and the like. A very large number of the legal documents found in the Babylonian mounds deal with the business affairs of the temples. 1432, such a state of affairs naturally contributed towards making the temples important establishments and towards increasing the influence of the priests over the people. The temples of Assyria play a minor part in the religious life of rulers and people. True, grand structures were reared in Ashur, Kala, Nineveh, and Arbela, and no important step was taken by the kings without consulting Ashur, Ishtar, or Ramman through the mediation of the priests. The great cities of Assyria also become intellectual centers. The priests of Arbela created a school of theological thought, but all these efforts were but weak imitations of the example furnished by the temples of the south. Even Ashurbanabal, whose ambition was to make Nineveh the center of religious and intellectual progress, failed of his purpose. His empire soon fell to decay, and with that decay Nineveh disappears from the stage of history. Babylon and Borsippa, however, remain, and continue to hand down to succeeding generations, the wisdom of the past. The sacred objects in the temples, altars, vases, images, basins, ships. The earliest altars were made of the same material as the ziggurats and sanctuaries. One found at Nippur at an exceedingly low level was of sun-dried bricks. 1433, how early this material was replaced by stone, we are not in a position to say. Gudea, who imports diorite from the Sinai Peninsula to make statues, 1434, of himself, presumably uses a similar material for the sacred furnishings of his temples, though custom and conventionality may have maintained the use of the older clay material for some time. In Assyria, altars of limestone and alabaster became the prevailing types. The shape and size of the altars varied considerably. The oldest known to us, the one found at Nippur, was about 12 feet long and half as wide. The upper surface was surrounded by a rim of bitumen. 1,435 Assyrian altars now in the British Museum are from 2 to 3 feet high. The ornamentation of the corners of the rim of the altar led to giving the altar the appearance of horns. 1436, the base of the altar was either a solid piece with a circular or oblong plate resting on it, or the table rested on a tripod. 1437, the latter species was well adapted for being transported from place to place by the Assyrian kings, who naturally were anxious to maintain the worship of Ashur and of other gods while on their military expeditions. Much care was spent upon the ornamentation of the altars, and, if we may believe Herodotus, the great altars at Babylon were made of gold. 1438, in front of the altars stood large vases or jars of terra cotta, used for ablutions and other purposes in connection with the sacrifices. 2 such jars, one behind the other, were found at Nippur. They were ornamented with rope patterns, and the depth at which they were found is an indication of the antiquity and stability of the forms of worship in the Babylonian temples. It may be proper to recall that in the Solomonic temple, likewise, there were a series of jars that stood near the great altar in the large court. 1439, a piece of furniture to which great religious importance was attached was a great basin known as Apsu, the name, it will be recalled, for the deep. The name indicates that it was a symbolical representation of the domain of Ea. In Gudea's days the symbol is already known, 1440, and it continues in use to the end of the Babylonian Empire. The zikkurat itself being, as we saw, an attempt to reproduce the shape of the earth, the representation of the Apsu would suggest itself as a natural accessory to the temple. The zikkurat and the basin together would thus become living symbols of the current cosmological conceptions. Gudea already regards the zikkurat as a symbol. To make the ascent is a virtuous deed. 1441, the thought of adding a symbol of the Apsu belongs, accordingly, to the period when this view of the zikkurat was generally recognized. The shape of the sea was oblong or round. It was cut of large blocks of stone and was elaborately decorated. One of the oldest, 1442, has a frieze of female figures on it, holding in their outstretched hands flagons from which they pour water. In Marduk's temple we learn that there were 2 basins, a larger and a smaller one. The comparison with the great sea that stood in the court of Solomon's temple naturally suggests itself, and there can be little doubt that the latter is an imitation of a Babylonian model. Another sacred object in the construction of which much care was taken was the ship in which the deity was carried in solemn procession. It is again in the inscriptions of Gudea, 1443, that we come across the first mention of this ship. This ruler tells us that he built the beloved ship for Nin-Girsu, and gave it the name Karnunatajua, the ship of the one that rises up out of the dam of the deep. The ship of Nabu is of considerable size, and is fitted out with a captain and crew, has masts and compartments. 1444, the ship resembled a moon's crescent, not differing much, therefore, from the ordinary flat-bottomed Babylonian boat with upturned edges. Through Nebuchadnezzar, 1445, we learn that these ships were brilliantly studded with precious stones, their compartments handsomely fitted out, and that in them the gods were carried in solemn procession on the festivals celebrated in their honor. 1446, a long list, 1447, of such ships shows that it was a symbol that belonged to all the great gods. The ships of Ninlil, Ea, Marduk, Sin, Shamash, Nabu, Ninib, Bau, Nin-Gau, and of others are specially mentioned. A custom of this kind of carrying the gods in ships must have originated, of course, among a maritime people. We may trace it back, therefore, to the very early period when the sacred cities of Babylonia lay on the Persian Gulf. The use of the ships also suggests that the solemn procession of the gods was originally on water and not on land, and it is likely that this excursion of the gods symbolized some homage to the chief water deity, Ea. However this may be, the early significance became lost, but the custom survived in Babylonia of carrying the gods about in this way. In Assyria, less wedded to ancient tradition, we find statues of the gods seated on thrones or standing upright, carried directly on the shoulders of men. 1448, in Egypt sacred ships are very common, and it is interesting to note as a survival of the old Babylonian and Egyptian custom that an annual gift sent by the Khedive of Egypt to Mecca consists of a tabernacle, known as mamel, that presents the outlines of a ship. 1449, the Ark of the Hebrews appears, similarly, to have been originally a ship of some kind. The ships of the Babylonian gods had names given to them, just as the towers and sanctuaries had their names. The name of Ningersu's ship has already been mentioned. Marduk's ship was appropriately known as Makue, the ship of the dwelling. 1450, similarly, a ship of the god Sin was called Ship of Light, reminding one of the name of the great temple to the moon god at Ur, the house of the great luminary. The ship of Nin-Gal, the consort of Sin, was called the Lesser Light. Bao's ship was described by an epithet of the goddess as the ship of the brilliant offspring, the reference being to the descent of the goddess from Father Anu. 1451, these illustrations will suffice to show the dependence of the names of the ships upon the names of the temples, with this important difference, however, that the names of the ships are chosen from a closer association with the gods to whom they belong. So a ship of Enlil was known simply as the ship of Bel, and the ship of Neru, 1452, the river god, was called the ship of the Malku, or royal, canal, 1453, an indication, at the same time, of the place where the cult of Neru was carried on. The priests and priestesses. At a certain stage in the religious development of a people, the priesthood is closely linked to political leadership. The earliest form of government in the Euphrates Valley is theocratic, and we can still discern some of the steps in the process that led to the differentiation of the priest from the secular ruler. To the latest times, the kings retain among their titles some, 1454, which have reference to the religious functions once exercised by them. The king who continued to be regarded as the representative of a god, nominated by some deity to a lofty position of trust and power, stood nearer to the gods than his subjects. In a certain sense, the king remained the priest par excellence. Hence the prominent part played by the ruler in the religious literature of the country. A large proportion of the hymns were composed for royalty. The most elaborate ritual dealt with the endeavor to secure oracles that might serve as a guide for the rulers. Astronomical reports were made and long series of omen tablets prepared for the use of the royal household. The calendars furnished regulations for the conduct of the kings. A ceremonial error, an offense against the gods on the part of the kings, was certain of being followed by disastrous consequences for the whole country. But even the smallest sanctuaries required some service, and it was not long before the religious interests were entrusted into the hands of those who devoted themselves to administering the affairs of the temples. The guardians of the shrines became the priests in fact, long before the priesthood of the rulers became little more than a theory, and as the temples grew to larger proportions, the service was divided up among various classes of priests. The general name for priests was Shangu, which, by a plausible etymology suggested by Jensen, 1455, indicates the function of the priest as the one who presides over the sacrifices. But this function represents only one phase of the priestly office in Babylonia, and not the most important one, by any means. For the people, the priest was primarily the one who could drive evil demons out of the body of the person smitten with disease, who could thwart the power of wizards and witches, who could ward off the attacks of mischievous spirits, or who could prognosticate the future and determine the intention or the will of the gods. The offering of sacrifices was one of the means to accomplish this end, but it is significant that many of the names used to designate the priestly classes have reference to the priest's position as the exorciser of evil spirits or his power to secure a divine oracle or to foretell the future, and not to his function as sacrificer. Such names are Mashmashu, the general term for the charmer, Kalu, so called, perhaps, as the restrainer of the demons, the one who keeps them in check, Lagaru, a synonym of Kalu, Maku, soothsayer, Suru, a term which is still obscure, Shelu, the inquirer, who obtains an oracle through the dead or through the gods, Mushalu, necromancer, Ashipu or Ashipu, sorcerer. 1456, these names probably do not exhaust the various kinds of magicians that were to be found among the Babylonian priests. In the 18th chapter of Deuteronomy, no less than 11 classes of magic workers are enumerated, and there can be little doubt but that the Pentateuchal opposition against the necromancers, sorcerers, soothsayers, and the like is aimed chiefly against Babylonish customs. We have seen in previous